we are preparing for exams.
The program culminates in immersive sessions on AI in the workplace, where leading experts will highlight future-ready skills, practical AI applications, and ethical frontiers shaping tomorrow's workforce. A spirited debate on AI's impact on human thinking, a keynote on navigating the ethical horizon, and a spectacular showcase of generative AI creative performances will mark the grand finale.
It will give us an opportunity to have guidance. Policy is not necessarily restrictive. In our case, it is the one thing that we need in order to have clarity in the use of AI for teaching, learning, and research.
As a researcher, I have several expectations for this summit. I want to get to know who have the expertise that use it, what do they use it for, and how I can advance it in my research, in my teaching, and my other works that are consultancy based.
I expect to interact with experts in the field of AI, and they'll be able to give me information on how I can further use AI in the classroom and also in my research.
The AI Summit has a lot of important information, a lot of important issues which are going to be discussed, and they're going to be beneficial to all of us.
I expect to learn from the experts in artificial intelligence how best we can apply artificial intelligence in improving the curriculum that we teach, which will be relevant not only in the present world but also for future.
With thought leaders from across disciplines, industry partners unveiling cutting-edge AI technologies, and distinguished alumni shaping the global AI landscape, this summit promises to inspire and empower. Join us as we move beyond fear and embrace AI as a transformative tool for academic, professional, and institutional advancement. Egerton University, leading the way in shaping the future of higher education in an AI-powered world.
Don't miss out.
Egerton University is proud to host the inaugural AI in Higher Education Summit, a groundbreaking 3-day event from the 14th to 16th of October 2025. Under the theme, Generative AI in Higher Education Teaching, Learning and Research, Candid Confrontations, this summit will be a powerful platform for academics, researchers and students to engage in open, honest dialogue about AI's role in higher education. From exploring global and African perspectives to confronting ethical challenges in teaching, learning and research, the summit will pave the way for actionable policy recommendation essential for universities.
Artificial intelligence has become the buzzword in every sector, but it appears that we do not want to be left behind. We need to understand it, and once we understand it, we are a major stakeholder in training high-level manpower for the country.
Participants will experience hands-on learning with AI as a personalized study partner, while also critically examining its limitations, including hallucinations and ethical dilemmas.
AI makes learning more personalized. It makes me understand difficult concepts more easier in a simpler way. It makes me access information faster.
What excites me the most about AI in my learning journey, it's the mobile library it provides to me as a learner, because I'm able to access a huge variety of information in any place at any time. And secondly, it also facilitates my revision, because AI is able to summarize a huge or a bulky information into a simpler and precise information, which helps me to actually understand information and revise during times when we are preparing for exams.
The program culminates in immersive sessions on AI in the workplace, where leading experts will highlight future-ready skills, practical AI applications, and ethical frontiers shaping tomorrow's workforce. A spirited debate on AI's impact on human thinking, a keynote on navigating the ethical horizon, and a spectacular showcase of generative AI creative performances will mark the grand finale.
It will give us an opportunity to have guidance. Policy is not necessarily restrictive. In our case, it is the one thing that we need in order to have clarity in the use of AI for teaching, learning, and research.
As a researcher, I have several expectations for this summit. I want to get to know who have the expertise that use it, what do they use it for, and how I can advance it in my research, in my teaching, and my other works that are consultancy based.
I expect to interact with experts in the field of AI, and they'll be able to give me information on how I can further use AI in the classroom and also in my research.
The AI Summit has a lot of important information, a lot of important issues which are going to be discussed, and they're going to be beneficial to all of us.
I expect to learn from the experts in artificial intelligence how best we can apply artificial intelligence in improving the curriculum that we teach, which will be relevant not only in the present world but also for future.
With thought leaders from across disciplines, industry partners unveiling cutting-edge AI technologies, and distinguished alumni shaping the global AI landscape, this summit promises to inspire and empower. Join us as we move beyond fear and embrace AI as a transformative tool for academic, professional, and institutional advancement. Egerton University, leading the way in shaping the future of higher education in an AI-powered world.
Don't miss out.
Egerton University is proud to host the inaugural AI in Higher Education Summit, a groundbreaking 3-day event from the 14th to 16th of October 2025. Under the theme, Generative AI in Higher Education Teaching, Learning and Research, Candid Confrontations, this summit will be a powerful platform for academics, researchers and students to engage in open, honest dialogue about AI's role in higher education. From exploring global and African perspectives to confronting ethical challenges in teaching, learning and research, the summit will pave the way for actionable policy recommendation essential for universities.
Artificial intelligence has become the buzzword in every sector, but it appears that we do not want to be left behind. We need to understand it, and once we understand it, we are a major stakeholder in training high-level manpower for the country.
Participants will experience hands-on learning with AI as a personalized study partner, while also critically examining its limitations, including hallucinations and ethical dilemmas.
AI makes learning more personalized. It makes me understand difficult concepts more easier in a simpler way. It makes me access information faster.
What excites me the most about AI in my learning journey, it's the mobile library it provides to me as a learner, because I'm able to access a huge variety of information in any place at any time. And secondly, it also facilitates my revision, because AI is able to summarize a huge or a bulky information into a simpler and precise information, which helps me to actually understand information and revise during times when we are preparing for exams.
The program culminates in immersive sessions on AI in the workplace, where leading experts will highlight future-ready skills, practical AI applications, and ethical frontiers shaping tomorrow's workforce. A spirited debate on AI's impact on human thinking, a keynote on navigating the ethical horizon, and a spectacular showcase of generative AI creative performances will mark the grand finale.
It will give us an opportunity to have guidance. Policy is not necessarily restrictive. In our case, it is the one thing that we need in order to have clarity in the use of AI for teaching, learning, and research.
As a researcher, I have several expectations for this summit. I want to get to know who have the expertise that use it, what do they use it for, and how I can advance it in my research, in my teaching, and my other works that are consultancy based.
I expect to interact with experts in the field of AI, and they'll be able to give me information on how I can further use AI in the classroom and also in my research.
The AI Summit has a lot of important information, a lot of important issues which are going to be discussed, and they're going to be beneficial to all of us.
I expect to learn from the experts in artificial intelligence how best we can apply artificial intelligence in improving the curriculum that we teach, which will be relevant not only in the present world but also for future.
With thought leaders from across disciplines, industry partners unveiling cutting-edge AI technologies, and distinguished alumni shaping the global AI landscape, this summit promises to inspire and empower. Join us as we move beyond fear and embrace AI as a transformative tool for academic, professional, and institutional advancement. Egerton University, leading the way in shaping the future of higher education in an AI-powered world.
Don't miss out.
Egerton University is proud to host the inaugural AI in Higher Education Summit, a groundbreaking three-day event from the 14th to 16th of October 2025. Under the theme, Generative AI in Higher Education Teaching, Learning and Research, Candid Confrontations, this summit will be a powerful platform for academics, researchers and students to engage in open, honest dialogue about AI's role in higher education. From exploring global and African perspectives to confronting ethical challenges in teaching, learning and research, the summit will pave the way for actionable policy recommendation essential for universities.
Artificial intelligence has become the buzzword in every sector, but it appears that we do not want to be left behind. We need to understand it, and once we understand it, we are a major stakeholder in training high-level manpower for the country.
Participants will experience hands-on learning with AI as a personalized study partner, while also critically examining its limitations, including hallucinations and ethical dilemmas.
AI makes learning more personalized. It makes me understand difficult concepts more easier in a simpler way. It makes me access information faster.
What excites me the most about AI in my learning journey, it's the mobile library it provides to me as a learner, because I'm able to access a huge variety of information in any place at any time. And secondly, it also facilitates my revision, because AI is able to summarize a huge or a bulky information into a simpler and precise information, which helps me to actually understand information and revise during times when we are preparing for exams.
The program culminates in immersive sessions on AI in the workplace, where leading experts will highlight future-ready skills, practical AI applications, and ethical frontiers shaping tomorrow's workforce. A spirited debate on AI's impact on human thinking, a keynote on navigating the ethical horizon, and a spectacular showcase of generative AI creative performances will mark the grand finale.
It will give us an opportunity to have guidance. Policy is not necessarily restrictive. In our case, it is the one thing that we need in order to have clarity in the use of AI for teaching, learning, and research.
As a researcher, I have several expectations for this summit. I want to get to know who have the expertise that use it. What do they use it for? And how I can advance it in my research, in my teaching, and my other works that are consultancy based.
I expect to interact with experts in the field of AI, and they'll be able to give me information on how I can further use AI in the classroom and also in my research.
The AI Summit has a lot of important information, a lot of important issues which are going to be discussed, and they're going to be beneficial to all of us.
I expect to learn from the experts in artificial intelligence how best we can apply artificial intelligence in improving the curriculum that we teach, which will be relevant not only in the present world but also for future.
With thought leaders from across disciplines, industry partners unveiling cutting-edge AI technologies, and distinguished alumni shaping the global AI landscape, this summit promises to inspire and empower. Join us as we move beyond fear and embrace AI as a transformative tool for academic, professional, and institutional advancement. Egerton University, leading the way in shaping the future of higher education in an AI-powered world.
Don't miss out.
Egerton. University is proud to host the inaugural AI in Higher Education Summit, a groundbreaking 3-day event from the 14th to 16th of October 2025. Under the theme, Generative AI in Higher Education Teaching, Learning and Research, Candid Confrontations, this summit will be a powerful platform for academics, researchers and students to engage in open, honest dialogue about AI's role in higher education. From exploring global and African perspectives to confronting ethical challenges in teaching, learning and research, the summit will pave the way for actionable policy recommendation essential for universities.
Artificial intelligence has become the buzzword in every sector, but it appears that we do not want to be left behind. We need to understand it, and once we understand it, we are a major stakeholder in training high-level manpower for the country.
Participants will experience hands-on learning with AI as a personalized study partner, while also critically examining its limitations, including hallucinations and ethical dilemmas.
AI makes learning more personalized. It makes me understand difficult concepts more easier in a simpler way. It makes me access information faster.
What excites me the most about AI in my learning journey, it's the mobile library it provides to me as a learner, because I'm able to access a huge variety of information in any place at any time. And secondly, it also facilitates my revision, because AI is able to summarize a huge or a bulky information into a simpler and precise information, which helps me to actually understand information and revise during times when we are preparing for exam.
The program culminates in immersive sessions on AI in the workplace, where leading experts will highlight future-ready skills, practical AI applications, and ethical frontiers shaping tomorrow's workforce. A spirited debate on AI's impact on human thinking, a keynote on navigating the ethical horizon, and a spectacular showcase of generative AI creative performances will mark the grand finale.
It will give us an opportunity to have guidance. Policy is not necessarily restrictive. In our case, it is the one thing that we need in order to have clarity in the use of AI for teaching, learning, and research.
As a researcher, I have several expectations for this summit. I want to get to know who have the expertise that use it. What do they use it for? And how I can advance it in my research, in my teaching, and my other works that are consultancy based.
I expect to interact with experts in the field of AI, and they'll be able to give me information on how I can further use AI in the classroom and also in my research.
The AI Summit has a lot of important information, a lot of important issues which are going to be discussed, and they're going to be beneficial to all of us.
I expect to learn from the experts in artificial
praying for us. Please, the technical team.
To thee we pray. Bless our university, a world-class varsity for humanity advancement. Egerton University we are. Passion for excellence, devotion to duty, professionalism, thus until in one accord, Egerton University we are. Ushirikiano na haki kwa wote, elimu hakika, tunapata ujuzi wa maendeleo ya kimataifa. Egerton chuo chetu cha hakika, kwa ufanisi kujitolea, utenda kazi milele, tukiungana kwa pamoja. Egerton chuo chetu cha hakika. In our varsity is set to achieve great opportunities to research and transforming lives through quality education. Egerton Egerton University we are. Kwa ufanisi kujitolea, utenda kazi milele, tukiungana kwa pamoja. Egerton, chuo chetu cha haki.
Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you very much. We now welcome Moso Daisy, who is a PhD student in environmental science, to lead us in a word of prayer. Karibu.
Let's pray. Our Lord and our Father who's in heaven, we come before you this morning. Lord, we want to thank you for convening us here today at Egerton University main campus. Father, we want to thank you for the inaugural AI Summit in Higher Education. Father, we want to thank you for the university's management, all the way from the Vice Chancellor, Professor Isaac Kibwage, the DVCs, all the lecturers. We also want to thank you for the community of university education, as well as the Ministry of Education. And Lord, as we learn today, we pray that you may go before us, may you guide us, and may you give us knowledge, O Lord. In Jesus' name I pray, amen.
Thank you very much. Our Vice Chancellor, thank you for being with us here. I wish to take 1 minute to recognize some of the members who are with us here. I see the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Research and Extension. I see the Director Research, Director IGU. I see the Director Quality Assurance, the Dean Science, Dean FAS, the Director Gender, all the other CODs and deans here present. Thank you for joining us. And to all our guests, it is such a humbling opportunity for us to host you here. Thank you for honoring the invitation. It is now my humble duty to invite our Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Research and Extension, to come and give his welcoming remarks. Karibu sana, Professor.
Our Vice Chancellor, invited guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm honored to stand before you this morning to welcome you to this memorable occasion in our academic calendar at the university. Your presence here, either as a participant, discussant, or presenter, is highly appreciated. Artificial intelligence, or its abbreviation AI, has become a buzzword or a catchphrase in everyday speech. Quite often, the usage is in reference to its disruptive power, current or future, and further still, sometimes just to show off our own individual prowess with or our fears of this modern technology. In particular, the disruptive power of AI
especially the large language model, generative pre-trained transformer, GPT, say version 4, in the education sector has generated debates and varied actions and responses world over. The actions vary, but include outright ban of the use of the GPT version 4 or Chat GPT version 4 by students in several educational institutions across the world. This is because these large language models can perform logical and deductive reasoning and produce reliable, legitimate facts. That is, they are capable of critical thinking. I've quoted Salman Khan, 2024. For example, GPT AI can write essays for students or perform their assignments. It is this power that has caused the GPT AI to be banned in many educational institutions, based on the premise that it makes students cheat or stymie their critical thinking and creativity. I think about 4 days ago, I read somewhere that an Australian university used an AI tool to wrongly accuse students. The number given in that article I read was 6,000, which is a very huge number, of using AI to cheat. So the university was overwhelmed of how to process the large number of students it was accused of cheating. Given the impact of generative AI in education, we here at Egerton felt it was an opportune time to organize the summit to discuss what this technology is, the impact on how we teach, assess, credential our students, or even to find out our own readiness in terms of teacher or lecturer preparedness, or do we have policies and infrastructure to ensure that the students, when they graduate, they have the right skills for work. Several positive and potentially negative aspects of GPT AI in the education sector have been noted. And there are many, I may not say all of them, but we'll discuss them here. AI can empower in communication and solve problems. But also that positive aspect is also what is being dealt with, that it can enable students to cheat. That is, students' integrity is in question, the work they do. AI have exposure to more information and languages than human can hope to access or to master. But that aspect also brings what I read or I had, this so-called hallucination, isn't it? Technology can hallucinate. That is something that I learned recently. And that also that possibility can even brainwash, because sometimes we just check things that, yes, it is AI, but we don't authenticate. AI can enhance on-demand learning. That is, AI can act as a teaching assistant and make the work of the teachers maybe more bearable. But at the same time, when you have a teaching assistant, or will the lecturer become the teaching assistant to AI, which means there's fear that it could diminish human to human or tutor to student connectivity or interaction, and thus leading to impersonal learning. So we'll debate those in this summit. AI could help tutors in planning monitor students' progress, grading, and so forth. But then, what is the preparedness of our teachers, the lecturers? Do they, because this is a very fast-moving technology, do they have adequate preparedness or literacy? So we need to check this. What are our policies governing the use of what? AI. So there are many advantages, but also there are many fears. So what can we do in the era of this disruptive technology? From the nature of the students' work to how we teach. How can we teach the students to use the GPT AI properly and ethically? How do we detect and acknowledge AI-assisted assignments? Or do we use AI to detect AI, and then the Australian university example I've given? Are there guardrails to the use? Are there guardrails to and in the use of this technology? Some people are also saying, is AI overhyped? You know? So the technical experts are here. They will tell us whether it is overhyped or it is a technology that is here to stay and it is real. In conclusion, the summit will help us understand the following issues: AI as a tutor or teacher assistant, how to deploy the generative AI to arouse the learner's interest and passion, and to co-create with the learner. Does AI help or stymie students' creativity? We'll also understand how generative AI would help our researchers and innovators. How would teachers, our lecturers, academic staff, adjust? If I can give my lectures, or if there is in the AI, do I need to come and stand here in front of several students to lecture? No? So how do we adjust to this? So how would teachers adjust? Do lectures make sense in the advent of AI technology? How would generative AI help in collaborative learning in this era of tech-induced isolation? If you walk along the streets, you see students glued to their phone. So what happens now if you bring in AI? Would you increase their isolation? During this summit, we'll also explore the moral or ethical issues surrounding the use of AI in education. Issues like transparency or credentials that we give. And how about the economics of AI in education in Kenya? Because it could be touted as, but what's the cost? We will have, where do we store those large data, data centers, those issues, are they free, How long would a data center last? All those kind of things bring questions of economics of AI in education. Thank you, and I wish you a fruitful 3-day active participation in this summit. It is now my duty and honor to invite the Vice Chancellor to come and make the opening remarks. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, DVC. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. You know, when I saw generative artificial intelligence, it reminded me of many years ago when we were debating about the difference between clever and intelligent. Then you find that each of them is using the other one to explain. And here, today we are looking at artificial intelligence in higher education, generative. Actually, generative. Those of you who study biology, generative means you are able to do what? To reproduce. So you create a next generation. I can look at you, most of you are generators. You have created offsprings, etc. So I welcome you to this Artificial Intelligence in Higher Education Summit, hosted here at Egerton University, a first at this institution. I'm delighted to see scholars, innovators, and researchers gathered here to explore how artificial intelligence can redefine the future of learning, research, and innovation. I occasionally wonder whether teachers will become what? Irrelevant. You have seen, you read some things that now we have, is it droids or androids, literally babysitting children. So if they are babysitting children, who is having the influence on the character development of the child? Is it the mother or the android? I know, ladies, you don't agree, but your children, whose character do they have? Yours or the one of the maid? Because if you look at the amount of time the household spends with your child and the amount of time you spend with your child, who has more influence? So we need to start worrying. Direct ICT. We are now faced with a simple problem, and you have noticed it. You go to class, as you are talking, people are asking you questions you have not heard of. You are teaching, they are asking you questions you have not heard of, because you did not check on ChatGPT. The guys are looking at ChatGPT and you are busy talking, and they want to catch you off guard. I think some of you, I have told you how to deal with that kind of situation. It's a very interesting thing. So now we are having generative. In other words, we are having artificial intelligence which is able to think, isn't it? And come up with new ideas. Okay, let me give you an example. Last week, we were drafting an advert, not for an academic position, but an administrative one, and not for the university. So we sat, did everything we wanted, and we finished. And somebody said, now can we ask ChatGPT to give us the version? Apparently there is a way of scanning it, and you load it, and it actually gives you its own version of what? So I sympathize with the lecturers, especially I look at some things, I say, maybe it is good. Me, I'm aging and out of teaching. Because some of these things can be very embarrassing. So you give the notes, the students put them in ChatGPT, and this ChatGPT might say, this person is unknowledgeable. And then you are the teacher. Okay. Here in Egerton, you know, we are well known for what? Agriculture, engineering, environmental sciences, and education. And now computer science is coming up. I see the chair of computer science there. He's a very aggressive young man. Just make sure the computer doesn't run ahead of you. Yeah? I think this is what we are discussing here. Those are the areas which has put us really in the global map. Generally, we are known as an agricultural what? Institution. But of late, we have also seen our students winning innovations on issues based on what? Artificial intelligence. There's even a group who are supposed to be going to China next week. No, in November. Based still on what? Artificial intelligence, innovations. So our researchers and our students are already earning global recognition for their computer-driven innovations. It's not far-fetched. It is actually with us. But even with these achievements, we recognize that when it comes to integrating artificial intelligence in higher education, we still have a long way to go. I think the DVC has given a very interesting example. How do we determine that you actually did not think through an idea and that it was taught for you by artificial intelligence? It means then we have to use artificial intelligence to check on artificial. Prof from Britain, here we have a very interesting cohort of young fellows. We call them Lot Fellows. These guys are very interesting. So if you are not very sure, they will rig that everything you do is what? Is plagiarized. Just to embarrass the institution. This is a serious challenge, and I think you are here because we have a potential problem. Imagine 6,000 students being flagged for what? For cheating in an examination. 6,000. How do you process 6,000 through a disciplinary process? And you know, it is not allowed that you mete out mass what? All a collective punishment, because did they all cheat on the same question, or do they cheat in different questions? Do they cheat in different sections of different questions? That's a very serious problem that we need to start reflecting on. So just as the 21st century put us also into the same era with artificial intelligence, we have to agree it is here to stay. It is representing a strategic turning point for universities in Kenya. We have to rethink and repurpose how we package information. So now the question is, how can we as institutions of higher learning harness it then responsibly, ethically, and inclusively as we go about doing our academic activities. That's why this summit is so important. We are here to learn, to ask hard questions, and to seek guidance. Just make sure you are not seeking guidance from artificial what? Intelligence. How can universities like Egerton? To me, that's very critical. How can Egerton build the right infrastructure, policies, and the capacity to integrate artificial intelligence into teaching, into research, and into community service? How can we ensure that the use of artificial intelligence enhances rather than replaces human creativity, judgment, and compassion? You have seen people complain, oh, you automate manufacturing systems, they displace what? Humans, workers. Because when you automate, you are actually creating an artificial human what? An artificial worker who is going to replace a human. And when you look at it, it's also very critical and also good, because functions are better handled by the artificial workers than humans for health reasons and other things. And also for quick output. But all the same, jobs are lost. So please remember that jobs might be lost. I think Professor Duda is already trying to reduce the need for more lecturers. Imagine you are teaching 3,000 students. Can you teach 3,000 students? Yes, you can. You can actually teach the whole country. How many of you were in school when we used to get lessons on radio? So you can teach the whole? The problem starts when you want to do what? Assessments. So then for you to be effective, you need to have more and more assessors. Or, Gerald, you do what? You go into artificial intelligence. So we are starting to apply it here. Aduda is very firm on it. It brings objective assessment on large numbers. There are others also, you know, that you can never replace the human. So as you hold discussions, I urge you to see this not merely as a conference, but as the beginning of a collective journey. Let us work together to craft the strategies, partnerships, and the training models that will make artificial intelligence a tool for expanding opportunities within the university and for our students. In closing, I invite all of you to be partners in this transformative process. Let us guide universities like Egerton to embrace and integrate artificial intelligence thoughtfully and ethically. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to Egerton to continue the discussions and interactions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our Vice Chancellor, and allow me to recognize the following directors who are with us here. Director, College of Open and Distance Learning, thank you very much. We have also with us the Deputy Registrar, Dr. Udoto, and any other member of the university who is with us here. Sir, let me also acknowledge the presence of our external speakers, Dr. Orendo from UN, Dr. Matunga, Dr. Karanja, Madam Daisy Kipto, even our own internal speakers, Professor Patricia, the Director, Quality Assurance, and Dr. Nderito from Philosophy, History, and Religious Studies Department. Participants, it is now my duty to invite the keynote speaker, Dr. Christopher Odindo. Karibu and welcome.
Good morning, everyone, and all protocols observed. I'm terrifically excited to something that is very close to my heart, and that is AI in higher education. And I'm just waiting for my there. So today I want to take you on a short but urgent journey. And in the next slide, I'll invite you to imagine two classrooms. On one side of the world, and I want you to imagine this. On one side of the world, you have a professor who walks into a lecture hall. Each student has an AI note taker, real time. And the professor uses AI to generate simulation, craft assignments, and grade essays in hours. On the other hand, in Brazzaville, and this is a reality, by the way, electricity flickers, internet connection crawls, students share one laptop per group, the lecturer is overworked, underpaid, and is nervously experimenting with cloud AI, hoping not to break institutional rules or raise suspicions. As the Vice Chancellor has mentioned, we are at a crossroad, and we need to start thinking about how can we be able to bridge the gap between what are the global perspectives. And today I want you to wrestle with one question, and that is this: can universities, African universities, harness AI to leap forward in a responsible and ethical manner, or will be locked out of this new knowledge economy? And because the theme of this conference is about candid confrontation, I want us to confront this. And I want you to imagine this. Within a single prompt, in less than 2 minutes, AI not only provides a list of slogans, but it does that ranked, does the web research, develops a logo, builds a marketing and financial plan, and launches a demo website. What does this mean for business, marketing, and finance programs? And that's a question not just for academics, but also a question for students here. You should be asking yourself this: why am I in a classroom learning marketing, business, finance, if AI can do this in less than 2 minutes? Again, imagine this. In less than 6 seconds, it can create a script, write a CSV file, extract information, present that visually. What does that mean for research and analysis? I know at the moment, a lot of us still think about AI in terms of plagiarism, but my thesis is that we should go beyond that. Again, I want you to imagine this. I'll let you consider what's on the slide. The Nobel Prize last year was won by Hasabi. Hasabi is the one who's behind Google Mind, and they developed AlphaFold, which has accelerated the discovery of drugs. If you're a researcher and you're not using databases like AlphaFold, where does that leave you? Where does that absolutely leave you? And the absolute importance of databases like AlphaFold is that they have found out a way to be able to generate the proteins, the building blocks of life. And that's helping researchers in the global south to understand what individual proteins can do and how they can interact with other molecules. So a lot of the valuable time and resources can be directed into advancing research that could help solve society's biggest and environmental challenges. Across Africa, and I travel a lot, there's not even a single researcher who is using AlphaFold. And what this makes it so difficult for me as a Pan-Africanist to bear is that AlphaFold, take malaria for instance, which is the second only to tuberculosis in terms of devastating impact in Africa, a disease that kills 627,000 Africans, mostly children under 5. The challenge is that existing malaria vaccines only target the first stages of the malaria parasite life cycle, so has limited efficacy. What AlphaFold has done and helped Western researchers is to understand the full length structure of critical protein related to that particular disease. Why are we not in that space? And my topic today is about the global perspectives and the African realities. So my challenge is, let's start moving away from this notion that AI is about plagiarism, cheating, and let's start thinking and imagining a future where we can be able to take things like AlphaFold as African researchers and use those to be able to address some of our biggest medical and environmental challenges. One more imagination. A couple of months ago, there was a landmark ruling in the UK that allowed a company to set up a law firm that is using AI to provide legal advice. So that's legal. Again, the question is, what does it mean for any school of law and its curricula? Every time I talk to professors, what I hear is, let's change the curricula. And in the theme of this conference, in terms of confrontation, I want you to think about that. You're changing curricula at a time when even the notion of teaching law at a university is redundant. So what are you doing? The final imagination is this. My prediction is, under the next probably less than 2 years, if not 1 year, we will have an AI as an employee with login permissions, with employee IDs, whether they're lecturers or lawyers or scientists, will have that. What are we doing preparing students for a future where they'll be working with AI as collaborators, as co-workers in organizations? The sad reality is that I'm asking you to imagine this, but it's not about imagination, because this is happening already. This is absolutely happening. All across the Western global north, what you're starting to see is universities rethinking their role as universities. What value are they adding to the student life? There's a conversation that must be had, in the sense that we need to perhaps be thinking about, how do we move away from being a lecturer, a sage, a person who knows everything and stands in front of people, 500 students, and preaches to them. We need to think about, how do we move away from there? And the final imagine this from me is the next slide. This is an totally created advertisement for Volvo, created totally by AI. No human actors. If you press play, please. Mr. DJ, if you can please play, please. Oh, it's playing there. There's no sound though. The power of technology. It often amuses me that as human beings we're so reliant on technology, and yet it can fail at the drop of a hat. But having said that, I think it's important for us to be able to confront this. Yes, indeed, we have to be mindful that technology can fail, but then we need to make sure that we are not being left behind because of the fact that things will... I think we can skip it if you don't mind. Just go to the next slide. We're in the essence of time. But what I wanted to demonstrate to you really is this, that in the premise of confrontation, what exactly it is that we are doing as universities in terms of our curriculum. And I want to invite you to move away from, I am going to use AI to change my curricula, to think about rejigging your value. What's your new value proposition as a university? So in terms of global promise, what you see across the world is that universities are discovering that AI can democratize creativity, so students with elite backgrounds can generate prototypes, visualizations, and simulations. And they do that as a matter of course in classes. It can accelerate discovery. Researchers are using AI to read millions of papers in the afternoon, find patterns that humans might never notice. And it's redefining teaching in terms of adaptive learning paths. So in the US, for example, you're seeing AI being used across campuses to assist with grading, personalized learning analytics, and even predictive student success models that flags who's at the risk of drawing out. In the UK, at my university, we are building GPTs, training those GPTs on our policies and academic frameworks. Some work I've done at Oxford. We are also looking at integrating AI literacy across all disciplines, not as electives, but as graduate attributes. In China, we are seeing entire cities are experimenting with AI-driven learning systems, where citizens have learning passports that record micro-credentials throughout their lives. In the UAE, quite recently, they had this groundbreaking agreement with OpenAI, whereby every UAE citizen has ChatGPT Pro free of charge from the time you're a child to the time you go to universities. And you're seeing AI tutors being embedded in the national education platforms, scale to personalized support. In Finland and Singapore, AI is being used to research idea generation, literature synthesis, grant writing, and transforming how knowledge is produced. The question for us is, where are we as Africans? Where are we as Kenyans? Are we in that conversation? Are we in that space? And I would say this with a heavy heart, that we are not. We are absolutely not. And my argument is that this is not just about efficiency. This is about transformation. You can use AI to simulate economic systems. You can use AI to analyze genomes. You can use AI to design art and architecture. You can use AI to get students to learn through adaptive interfaces that adjust their learning styles. Where are we as a people? Again, with a heavy heart, I can say, we are not where we are meant to be. So as African scholars, I would suggest this, that we should not have a rejection towards this because of some of the things I will talk about our realities. I think for us, it's not to drown in the noise that is coming out from the West. I think for us, it's to do this and do it differently. I think for us, it is about looking at AI, not directly in competition with the global north, because we may not necessarily be, but guided by our own philosophies of knowledge. Clearly, the AI's power is undeniable, but its purpose remains to debate. The question, though, is this: in our search to look at AI and leverage AI, the question is, whose worldview will it encode? Because a lot of the large language models are large language models encoded in the Western language, and whose future will it serve? Let's come home in terms of the African realities. Africa has 1,600 universities. Fewer than 10% have institutional AI policies. Fewer than 5% are actively integrating AI into teaching, research, and governance. I'll repeat that. Africa has more than 1,600 universities, less than 10% have institutional AI policies, fewer than 5% actively integrating AI into teaching, research, and governance. If that doesn't make you think, I'm not sure what will. But that's our reality. That is absolutely our reality. And the reality is that it is, next slide please. It's also about context. What's driving our reality are a number of things. The first one is, of course, infrastructure gaps. Let's not shy away from this. We have no money. And therefore, most African campuses will struggle with unreliable internet, costly bandwidth, and erratic electricity. How do you teach machine learning when the machines keep going off? That's the reality, the African reality. The second African reality is data deserts. AI feeds on data, yet we contribute less than 1% of the world's digital repositories. What does that mean? Our stories, our discoveries, our epistemologies are largely absent from the global knowledge graph. So when our students query AI about African reality, what they get is something that is not reflective of Africa realities. And there's an example of this. I'm fond of this example. I was being interviewed once about using AI for mental health. And the interviewer, the journalist, asked me, would you trust AI as an African for mental health? And I said to the reporter, absolutely not. And I'll tell you why. Because large language models are trained on data. The data is data that has been collected, curated by Westerners, mostly frat boys in San Francisco. The data is what resides in the internet. And throughout history, our history as Africans has been written by white people. What that means is that, and I'll give you a specific example in terms of mental health. During the Kenyan fight for independence, the British sent renowned psychologists to Kenya to try and understand why these Africans were fighting against the British. They argued that, for goodness sake, we're giving them civilization. Why is it that they want us out of their countries? They sent Professor Karuthas from the Home Office to come and understand why it is that us Africans were telling them to leave our land. Professor Karuthas came, did an anthropographical study, and he concluded that the reason why us Africans were fighting against the British was because the British came and they gave us development too quickly. We became confused. And because we were seeing white people, we were seeing planes, we were just completely confused. They removed us from our villages, from our shambas, put us in towns, and that gave us shoes, and that confused us completely. And he said that the trouble with the African, and you can read this quote from Professor Karuda's report with the Home Office. The trouble with Africans is that they have mass hysteria, dealing with things that are civilizing for the Western, but to them, it's too much, too fast. His prescription, because of the fact that I've moved away from the tradition, what I would suggest as a renowned, prominent British psychologist is give them drums and let them go to the forest every Friday to play those drums. And then they will feel as if they are back to their own nature as primitive Africans. And their mental health will become better and they will accept the British. That is the reality of what's in the large language. When white people think that we don't want them in our country because you've got mental health issues, so they give us drums to play in the forest to become Africans, our native drums. Data deserts. We are not in this data, and therefore I would hazard to say that when we build our own AI systems, we tell our own stories, then we will be able to overcome that. The third one is policy and governance vacuums. Most African universities have no AI policies. I travel around the country, around the world, I speak at universities, and the reality is that most people don't have. So what happens is that caution replaces creativity. We become consumers of other people's pedagogical imagination, which is wrong. And the fourth one is cultural misalignments. Again, in the interest of confrontation, these are things we must address. Our education system rewards memorization over meaning, replication over reflection. That is what we are. We should not hesitate and be shy from asking that. Yet AI thrives on culture of curiosity and error and opportunities. And the final one for me is really the fact that the global models encode the biases of the global north. And in that, they silently marginalize our own African knowledge systems. And the question to ask ourselves is this: what happens when an algorithm cannot recognize wisdom expressed in proverbs, stories, or oral traditions? That's the reality of the things that we're dealing with when it comes to this. And as a Pan-Africanist, I will quote Chancellor under Diop, who reminded us this, that the history of Africa will remain suspended in air unless African scholars dare to connect it to the history of the world. And that's true with AI. Our models must be connected to our histories, languages, and realities. Otherwise, they'll forever misrepresent us. So, what do I suggest then? Next slide, please. So where we stand, where two roads meet. One road follows a global script, import tools, adapt the models, conform to standards. The other road is riskier, but I would hazard to say nobler. Builds African intelligence, both artificial and human, in our image and for our people. And to this, I want to finally suggest 4 shifts. And the first shift is this: let's not just use ChatGPT. Absolutely not. Again, in the interest of confrontation, my question to the audience is this: why are we using ChatGPT? Why are we not training our own large language models? Imagine an Egerton GPT, I'm looking at you, Director, trained on African research, Kenyan policy papers, indigenous agricultural knowledge, and our own African policy like Ubuntu. A model that does not only understand what we say, but why we say it in that particular way. It's not an impossible task. My team and I are building NRF AI, which is already proving this is possible. My second in the new pedagogy of self-definition is we need to move away from data poverty to data sovereignty. We must own our own data as a strategic asset. We must do that. I see no other way for us to progress in this if we don't do this. So universities can be able to establish what I would call federated data commons, ensuring that local knowledge remains accessible yet protected. Data is a new gold. Data is a new gold. There's a story I was told by someone from Kemri, I think, who said that he's the director of fisheries. The Kenyan director of fisheries is responsible for everything around fisheries. Yet when he went to Rome for a conference, some Mzungu stood up to present a paper that talked about Lake Victoria fisheries. And the director of fisheries in Kemri had no idea that research had taken place. Had absolutely no idea that research had taken place. To him, it was new. To him, it was new. So we need to think about making sure that our own data is a strategic asset. One of the things we've come across in our building NRF AI is that in German, there is a repository called Endangered Languages Repositories. Some German Wazungus went around the world a few years ago, grabbed the languages, trained their machines in those languages, and now, if you are an African and you want to use that machine, use that technology, you're being charged 500 euros per hour. Our data should be a strategic asset. And the second to last one is we need to move away from imported curricula to AI adaptive pedagogies. Let's teach with AI. And think about this. And again, Egerton is renowned for your agriculture. So imagine a student in Egerton's Faculty of Agriculture using AI to simulate responses, soil responses to climate stress. Imagine a teacher trainee designing adaptive lessons for marginalized learner. Imagine a linguist training models on Kalenjin, Kiswahili to preserve language diversity. For me, I think curriculum reform must mean contextual reform, education that breathes African air. And the final one is we need to think about this in terms of collaboration and not competition. White people have always made us divided and compete against each other. We need to move away from that because for me, I strongly believe that Africa's intellectual future lies in collaboration, not competition. Imagine an African, a Pan-African, not just a Pan-African academic cloud, linking universities, AI labs, repositories that could enable shared access to compute, content, and creativity. As Kwame Nkrumah once said, the forces that unite us are intrinsic and greater than the superimposed influences that keep us apart, And my final slide is about the shared realities. Whether you're in the global north or you're here, this is a shared reality for us in the coming days, that the looming disruption of HE across the globe. And we're starting to see that. For me, there are three things. Degrees are going to be devaluated. because AI can do most of the things that are being done, employers are going to start questioning and the trust in academic qualifications. And when that happens, then what will happen again is that as that trust is lost, we will start to see a reduction in enrollment. We're already starting to see that. In England, we have got some of the last couple of years, we've got some of the worst numbers in terms of enrollment. And with that, we'll have economic impact, financial instability, and I think to my mind, the most important thing is that we will end up with an erosion of thinking, critical thinking and creativity. The challenge for us as educators is this: how do we prevent students becoming overly dependent on AI tools for problem solving, reducing their ability to think critically and creatively? How do you do that? How do we stop the homogenization of thought? AI tools generate content based on existing patterns. And what that means is that there's a reduction in diverse perspectives on regional thought. And this will stifle intellectual diversity and innovation in academia. And the final one is this: ethics and challenges. All AI systems are biased. So how do we prevent our students from getting that existing biases, particularly if the tools are being used widely in education? And equity. AI tools are expensive, and therefore we will find that they are unevenly distributed, further widening the gap between the wealthy and underprivileged students. Those with better access to AI will definitely have a significant advantage. And that's the reality that that faces anyone from the West and anyone from Africa. Finally, I want to leave you with a couple of things that I'm doing myself, because I believe that you should always take something home. I've talked about AI. Nope. The other slide. Go back. AI, despite its many issues, is incredibly powerful and transformative. We need to be able to think about how we can be able to use it as academics to lessen our workload. A couple of things I've been doing myself as an academic. I use the AI for simulations, and you can see that I've done a Python simulation. I have zero knowledge of coding, and I'm looking at Mr. Director here to see if that Python code is okay. And I did this 2 seconds, took it, ran it, and then I had a simulation game that I gave to my students. And something else that I'm doing. Next slide, please. What I discovered, and the challenge for us academics, is that students don't have the attention span that we need them to have. It struck me that when I was a young man, I could recite the lyrics to all the songs that were played on KBC, Sundowner, if you remember, if you were that particular age. When I was wooing my first girlfriend, I sang Hello by Lionel Richie, and I think that worked well for me. So I'm taking that as a way that will help with my students. And what I've been doing is I no longer give my student textbooks. I compose song lists for them. So I've done this for a lot of my topics. So what I give them when they come to my class at the beginning of the semester is a Spotify list with songs that have been generated by AI addressing those things. It's very easy for me to do, takes me a few minutes, but the power of this is that I have walked down the corridors and had students rapping to game theory without knowing that they're learning. So, Mr. DJ, I hope the sound plays. And please reduce it a bit, because if it plays, it might although it's morning and you need a bit of a wake-up call. So if you're inclined to, you could start and dance if you want to. But Mr. DJ, if you can press play, and let's see if the whole session can remember game theory, and I will test you on game theory later on. I promise you, this worked in rehearsal. Press the blue bit. If you enroll in one of my classes, you'll get a Spotify song list that has all the concepts. The point I'm saying, and my final point is this, that AI is here. We need to think about how we can be able to use it, and use it creatively to help us as academics. Thank you very much for sitting patiently through my discussion, and I will hand over back to you.
Thank you very much, Professor. I think that clap is not enough for our speaker. Let's warm up and give him a hearty clap, please. Thank you very much. And I liked the lyrics. The generation today, if you ask them the lyrics, then you will be amazed. We wish to allow just one question to the speaker, because we are already break time and we need to take that tea. So just one question that is most pressing. Our speaker will be with us for the 3 days. Any question? Are you proving to him that the concentration span is also? Yes, please.
Thank you for the presentation, Prof. I think you have basically told us not to worry about AI, embrace it. And I would like to imagine that Elon Musk is creating Neuralink, which is going to be imprinted in somebody's brain, and probably have a biopic eye. So that means I can basically talk to you, read your emotions, so you don't need to sing to somebody. And that makes even learning harder. Somebody can simply look at your exam, generate automatically the answers. How do we move to that new disruptive era? Especially in the global south, where we have infrastructure limitations, we have fears, financial limitations again. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And you're absolutely right. Musk has something called Neuralink, and Neuralink now has got permission to start experimenting with humans, and the human trials are going now.
And about 6 weeks ago, there was one person who was paralyzed completely, and he was able to use a cursor by thinking and seeing, thinking about the movement, and that used the cursor. And Elon Musk's ambitions, apart from taking over the world, is that he is going to create the human AI, human-computer interface, what is the transhumanism philosophy. And for him, he wants us to reach a point where, like you're rightly saying, I don't need to be able to, I can communicate with you via thought. Now, the question as to how do we navigate that is a question that is fraught with ethics, moral, and other issues and structural issues. For me, I think one of the things that we can do as Africa is look at things like that and make it our own. We need to think about leapfrogging that. A good example, of course, is M-Pesa. M-Pesa, we took a technology within an environment that had very scarce resources and gave people who are unbanked access to bank the underserved. So we need to, when we look at technology like this, two things we need to bear in mind. It's a technology that was not developed with us in mind. And secondly, then we should look at that technology and make it our own, and address those things within our own African philosophies. Yeah. In terms of the AI, me being a gung-ho for AI, yes, I am. I'm a techno optimist, but I'm also mindful of the fact that there are incredible amount of danger that will come from the use of this technology. And we've got to navigate this era with quite some thought, And Egerton University, in 2-3 years' time, you're going to be having students enrolling in your first-year courses who don't know anything apart from AI, who absolutely don't know anything apart from AI. Already you've got students who don't know that there's a world existed before the internet. It's always a surprise to me when I tell students that before the internet, we had a library and we had to go and look at physical books. So the question is, how do we navigate a situation like that? Yeah? Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much. And Professor, the technical team has assured me that your song will be the welcoming song for the next session. It will play, so thank you very much. The director ICT, also on your shift number 4, requested me to inform you that we also have partners here. Other universities are with us here, so that is well catered for. And now I would like to allow the participants to just get out and attend to their break and also have tea. For all the speakers, our Deputy Vice Chancellor and directors will be walked to their place by the lady here, so that you take your tea in time and be ready for the next session. And now, in the next session, my co-MC, Mr. Kyoko Kivandi, will be taking you through. Thank you, and have a good break time. 15 minutes.
Egerton University is proud to host the inaugural AI in Higher Education Summit, a groundbreaking three-day event from the 14th to 16th of October 2025. Under the theme, Generative AI in Higher Education Teaching, Learning and Research, Candid Confrontations, this summit will be a powerful platform for academics, researchers and students to engage in open, honest dialogue about AI's role in higher education. From exploring global and African perspectives to confronting ethical challenges in teaching, learning and research, the summit will pave the way for actionable policy recommendation essential for universities.
Artificial intelligence has become the buzzword in every sector, but it appears that we do not want to be left behind. We need to understand it, and once we understand it, we are a major stakeholder in training high-level manpower for the country.
Participants will experience hands-on learning with AI as a personalized study partner, while also critically examining its limitations, including hallucinations and ethical dilemmas.
AI makes learning more personalized. It makes me understand difficult concepts more easier in a simpler way. It makes me access information faster.
What excites me the most about AI in my learning journey, it's the mobile library it provides to me as a learner, because I'm able to access a huge variety of information in any place at any time. And secondly, it also facilitates my revision, because AI is able to summarize a huge or a bulky information into a simpler and precise information, which helps me to actually understand information and revise during times when we are preparing for exams.
The program culminates in immersive sessions on AI in the workplace, where leading experts will highlight future-ready skills, practical AI applications, and ethical frontiers shaping tomorrow's workforce. A spirited debate on AI's impact on human thinking, a keynote on navigating the ethical horizon, and a spectacular showcase of generative AI creative performances will mark the grand finale.
It will give us an opportunity to have guidance. Policy is not necessarily restrictive. In our case, it is the one thing that we need in order to have clarity in the use of AI for teaching, learning and research.
As a researcher, I have several expectations for this summit. I want to get to know who have the expertise that use it. What do they use it for? And how I can advance it in my research, in my teaching, and my other works that are consultancy based.
I expect to interact with experts in the field of AI, and they'll be able to give me information on how I can further use AI in the classroom and also in my research.
The AI Summit has a lot of important information, a lot of important issues which are going to be discussed, and they're going to be beneficial to all of us.
I expect to learn from the experts in artificial intelligence how best we can apply artificial intelligence in improving the curriculum that we teach, which will be relevant not only in the present world but also for future.
With thought leaders from across disciplines, industry partners unveiling cutting-edge AI technologies, and distinguished alumni shaping the global AI landscape, this summit promises to inspire and empower. Join us as we move beyond fear and embrace AI as a transformative tool for academic, professional, and institutional advancement. Egerton University, leading the way in shaping the future of higher education in an AI-powered world.
Don't miss out.
Kazima na moto, fate mototo, keni chocho kwa chocho, joto kwa joto. Kazima na moto, nifate mototo, chocho kwa chocho. Make you dance to the shoko. Kazima na moto, fate mototo, keni chocho kwa chocho, joto kwa joto. Kazima na moto, nifate mototo, chocho kwa chocho. Make you dance to the shoko. Kazima na moto, fate mototo, keni chocho kwa chocho, joto kwa joto. Kazima na moto, nifate mototo, chocho kwa chocho. Make you dance to the shoko.
We are Coelim TV.
The future is youthful. The future is skillful. The future is you. Kama kijana, all you need is a chance and a place to apply your knowledge and skills to shape future yako. Technical and vocational education and training zinakupea the life skills zenye zitakuwezesha kushape future yako. Kwa kudevelop professional interest, talents na passion zako, una gain power ya create jobs, drive entrepreneurship na increase socio-economic prospects zako.
I came here to shine. The reason I don't want killing at my show.
Are you ready for the future?
Ujuzi
ni kazi.
It's buried in my soul. Najua mimi ndo next.
We hustle.
We go through.
Access granted.
We win.
We lose.
Access denied. Access denied. Access denied.
In everything, we dust ourselves.
We are the majority.
You want to tell me just what we're dealing with here?
If you haven't guessed by now, I'll tell you who we are.
It's me. Hi.
We are the empowered youth.
On air, underground.
And this is our podcast, the EY Podcast.
Turn it up. Let the speakers move. Go.
Kazima na moto, fate mototo, keni chocho kwa chocho, joto kwa joto. Kazima na moto, nifate mototo, chocho kwa chocho. Make you dance to the shoko. Kazima na moto, fate mototo, keni chocho kwa chocho, joto kwa joto. Kazima na moto, nifate mototo, chocho kwa chocho. Make you dance to the shoko.
We are Coelim TV.
The future is youthful. The future is skillful. The future is you. Kama kijana, all you need is a chance and a place to apply your knowledge and skills to shape future yako. Technical and vocational education and training zinakupea the life skills zenye zitakuwezesha kushape future yako. Kwa kudevelop professional interest, talents na passion zako, una gain power ya create jobs, drive entrepreneurship na increase socio-economic prospects zako.
I came here to shine. The reason I don't want killing at my show.
Are you ready for the future?
Ujuzi ni kazi.
It's buried in my soul. Najua mimi ndo next.
We hustle.
We go through.
Access granted.
We win.
We lose.
Access denied. Access denied. Access denied.
In everything, we dust ourselves.
We are the majority.
You want to tell me just what we're dealing with here?
If you haven't guessed by now, I'll tell you who we are.
It's me. Hi.
We are the empowered youth.
On air, underground.
And this is our podcast, the EY Podcast.
Turn it up. Let the speakers move.
Go!
We are Coelum TV.
Kazima na moto, fate mototo, keni chocho kwa chocho, joto kwa joto. Kazima na moto, nifate mototo, chocho kwa chocho. Make you dance to the shoko.
We are Coelum TV.
We hustle.
We go through.
Access granted.
We win.
We lose.
Access denied. Access denied. Access denied.
In everything, we dust ourselves.
We are the majority.
You want to tell me just what we're dealing with here?
If you haven't guessed by now, I'll tell you who we are.
It's me. Hi.
We are the empowered youth.
On air, underground.
And this is our podcast, the EY Podcast.
Turn it up. Let the speakers move.
Go!
The future is youthful. The future is skillful. The future is you. Kama kijana, all you need is a chance and a place to apply your knowledge and skills to shape future yako. Technical and vocational education and training zinakupea the life skills zenye zitakuwezesha kushape future yako. Kwa kudevelop professional interest, talents na passion zako, una gain power ya create jobs, drive entrepreneurship na increase socio-economic prospects zako.
I came here to shine. The reason I don't want killing at my shows.
Are you ready for the future? Ujuzi ni kazi.
It's buried in my soul. Najua mimi ndo next.
Coelum TV. Empowering the youth.
Kazima na moto, fate mototo, keni chocho kwa chocho, joto kwa joto. Kazima na moto, nifate mototo, chocho kwa chocho. Make you dance to the shoko.
Egerton University is proud to host the inaugural AI in Higher Education Summit, a groundbreaking 3-day event from the 14th to 16th of October 2025. Under the theme, Generative AI in Higher Education Teaching, Learning and Research, Candid confrontations, this summit will be a powerful platform for academics, researchers and students to engage in open, honest dialogue about AI's role in higher education. From exploring global and African perspectives to confronting ethical challenges in teaching, learning and research, the summit will pave the way for actionable policy recommendation essential for universities.
Artificial intelligence has become the buzzword in every sector, but it appears that we do not want to be left behind. We need to understand it, and once we understand it, we are a major stakeholder in training high-level manpower for the country.
Participants will experience hands-on learning with AI as a personalized study partner, while also critically examining its limitations, including hallucinations and ethical dilemmas.
AI makes learning more personalized. It makes me understand difficult concepts more easier in a simpler way. It makes me access information faster.
What excites me the most about AI in my learning journey, it's the mobile library it provides to me as a learner, because I'm able to access a huge variety of information in any place at any time. And secondly, it also facilitates my revision, because AI is able to summarize a huge or a bulky information into a simpler and precise information, which helps me to actually understand information and revise during times when we are preparing for exams.
The program culminates in immersive sessions on AI in the workplace, where leading experts will highlight future-ready skills, practical AI applications, and ethical frontiers shaping tomorrow's workforce. A spirited debate on AI's impact on human thinking, a keynote on navigating the ethical horizon, and a spectacular showcase of generative AI creative performances will mark the grand finale.
It will give us an opportunity to have guidance. Policy is not necessarily restrictive. In our case, it is the one thing that we need in order to have clarity in the use of AI for teaching, learning, and research.
As a researcher, I have several expectations for this summit. I want to get to know who have the expertise that use it. What do they use it for? And how I can advance it in my research, in my teaching, and my other works that are consultancy based.
I expect to interact with experts in the field of AI, and they'll be able to give me information on how I can further use AI in the classroom and also in my research.
The AI Summit has a lot of important information, a lot of important issues which are going to be discussed, and they're going to be beneficial to all of us.
I expect to learn from the experts in artificial intelligence how best we can apply artificial intelligence in improving the curriculum that we teach, which will be relevant not only in the present world but also for future.
With thought leaders from across disciplines, industry partners unveiling cutting-edge AI technologies, and distinguished alumni shaping the global AI landscape. This summit promises to inspire and empower, fear, and embrace AI as a transformative.
Can we also confirm whether we have Professor Patricia Wambugu, Director Quality Assurance, Egerton University? All right. And then Dr. Mark Matunga, as well as Dr. James Njogu. So, since these are keynote addresses for each of you, maybe I will be inviting you to the podium, and once you make your presentation, then you can have a seat over here. So, where are we moving from? In the morning session, some of the questions that were raised were whether AI is overhyped, and how do we deploy generative AI effectively, and there was a call on the need to rethink how we package knowledge, and that was from the Vice Chancellor, and telling us that we need to ask hard questions and seek guidance on quite a number of things. And then from the keynote address, there were questions on quite a number of things, including the 4 shifts for this continent that we love, Africa, from consumers to co-creators, from data poverty to data sovereignty, from imported curricula to AI adaptive pedagogies, and from isolated universities to interconnected ecosystems. So that's where we are moving from to this next session on keynote sessions that will address this subtopic on the AI reckoning, hard truths and bold visions for higher education. We are going to have reflections on whether AI has redefined human intelligence and our purpose, on whether AI is making traditional academia obsolete, and whether algorithmic transparency is a moral imperative or merely a tool for human control, as well as on navigating the minefield of AI bias, privacy, and accountability in the global south. So, before we get into that, technical team, we had agreed that we will listen to that a cappella, the collection by Professor there. So is it ready? Technical team, let's hope that this time we will not be let down. So if it is ready, we could just listen to it and then we move on to the presentations. Professor Aduda, your friend from Kiswahili department has not told you that AI is called Akili Unde. I know you think I'm making that up. I'm not. That's it. Okay, technical team. Is that the a cappella, Prof? Okay, just a preview of it, please. And when we were younger than this, baby don't, even when the ball is high, never give up, baby don't cry. I don't know how many listen to that. All right, anyway, let's get to business now. Can we have the first speaker? And that's Dr. Devin Deritu, who is a lecturer, Department of Philosophy, Egerton University, and is going to lead us on a reflection on whether has AI redefined human intelligence and our purpose. In 20 minutes or so, karibu.
Thank you. All protocols observed. When I was told to prepare this reflection, but I realized when you are given such a topic which has got to touch. Now, this is one of the most significant questions of the 21st century. But not just significant, but one of the most challenging. Has artificial intelligence redefined human intelligence and our purpose? I have to assure you that I'm not going to give you an answer to this question. I'm just going to lead you in a reflection about whether this is something that is real. And as I read this question, I underline three main concepts. One of them is human intelligence. The second one is, the first one is artificial intelligence. The second one is human intelligence. And the third one is human purpose. And I also have to make a disclaimer that I am not a technology expert. I'm just a philosopher from the Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences. And I might not give you so much about artificial intelligence, but I will have a lot of speculation about what a human being is, what human intelligence is, and what human purpose is, and then we see what AI does to this. Since time immemorial, people from all civilizations and culture have made a lot of effort to define a human person and also to determine the purpose of human beings. And you'll find that most of these dialogues are within the circles of philosophers and other scholars. I will attempt to give you some of the ideas by some renowned philosophers throughout history, beginning with ancient Greek philosophers, who are very popular to most of you. I'll start with Plato. Plato defined a human being as a soul imprisoned in a body. And this one creates the implication of dualistic human nature, having a body and a soul. And this soul is now the mind. Aristotle, his student, also stated that man, and by man he means a human being, is a rational animal. What he means by this is that what distinguishes humans from other beings is the unique capacity to reason. Coming to the medieval times, the Middle Ages, we find philosophers like Boethius and Thomas Aquinas, who tried to define a human person as an individual substance of rational nature. In the modern and contemporary times, philosophers like René Descartes from France viewed the human person as a thinking being or a thinking thing. And actually there is a popular saying associated with him, cogito ergo sum, I think therefore I am. So a man is defined by what he thinks. Jean-Paul Sartre, a philosopher who is from the existentialist point of view, says that a human being is nothing but what he or she makes of himself. Confucius focused on the social nature of humans. He stressed the innate morality and the importance of ethical conduct and roles within society. We also have other modern thinkers like Karl Marx and Lao Tzu, who emphasize that human nature is shaped by experiences and societies, and Marx specifically viewed society, like capitalism, as a potential hindrance to human progress. How can we say all this without mentioning our own epistemologies as Africans? One of the most basic philosophy that marks the African thinking is Ubuntu. And every aspect of African thinking tends towards Ubuntu. And Africans have got a perception of a human being in that line. And Africans define a person as a person through other persons, meaning that individuality and humanity are realized in community. And in fact, it's in human community relationship and mutual care. And one of the biggest scholars in this area, who is from Kenya, John Samuel Mbiti, summarized the Ubuntu philosophy very well by saying that I am because we are, and since we are, therefore I am. Now, if you look at all these definitions of a human person, you realize one thing, that human beings have always tended to look at themselves as the measure of intelligence. And in this sense, they think that they are the only beings who've got rational faculty and they have the capacity to reason compared to other beings. So, intelligence here is portrayed to be marked by human unique ability to reason, to imagine, and to reflect. But sometimes this notion propagates a fallacy of anthropocentrism, where human beings believe that they are the only beings who have this capacity, and any aspect of value is centered upon them, and the other beings are means to humans' end. Now, going back to these intrinsic human abilities, which are related to reasoning, they inspire human purpose, which is often linked to specific capacities, like capacity to learn, capacity to create, capacity to innovate, capacity to shape the world around them. And this is in line with the existential idea that I talked about, where human beings are free to create the world that they want for them, for themselves. And this denotes concepts of human freedom, self-determination, and human agency. But this is not so anymore. Why? The advent of artificial intelligence is changing all this. As we've been told since morning, machines can do things which were purported to be reserves of intelligent beings. They do all those things that we've talked about. They drive vehicles. They do fashion and product design. They play chess. They compose music. I guess also they can conduct, maybe experts can tell us, they can conduct literature review and generate course outlines and course content, and we are told that they're becoming teaching assistants. They do all that. And now the human being is left to wonder, what about them? So these developments raise uncomfortable but necessary questions. If machines can do all this, if they can replicate many of the intellectual tasks that were associated with human beings, so what remains distinctively human? And that is the most fundamental question that we need to reflect about. It has been said over and over again that AI is disruptive technology. Some people seems to be throwing human life into disarray. Like people wonder where we are going with this. But is it necessarily so? There is a scholar called Yaron Barzilay, and he presents two schools of thought regarding the uptake or acceptability of AI. One of the school of thought holds that artificial intelligence opens up a new world of possibilities in every field into which it's integrated. And Professor Christopher declared himself on this, being the optimist about the potential of AI. But we also have another school of thought which thinks that AI presents grave concerns about its various dangerous implications. From massive unemployment, which is a very big worry for some of us who are employed, serious ethical consequences which will be discussed in due course within this summit, like mainly biasness and inequality, and other aspects like political manipulations. But perhaps the greatest concern for those who dread AI is that it presents an existential threat to human race. And they think that it opens the door to real dangers of loss of control and destruction, and perhaps changes the meaning of human intelligence and the purpose of human life, which is the fundamental question that I'm going to address. It has been termed as a disruptor, as I said, and it disrupts human life. It challenges the notion of what it means to be human. It's now reshaping the way we think, the way we communicate, and it alters the way we understand our purpose in life, and it compels us to define our identity in this rapidly transforming world. But we go back to the fundamental question: has AI redefined human intelligence? AI is challenging us in so many ways, and one of the biggest challenges that it's giving us as human beings, it is forcing us to rethink intelligence, not just as a single aspect, but a spectrum of abilities. It's not just a monolithic human trait. We have traditionally equated intelligence with logical reasoning, external and internal sense perceptions like imagination and memory, and also calculations. But now, AI is demonstrating that these skills can be automated and even be surpassed by algorithms. So, if that is the case, what remains of us as human beings? Is human intelligence only about solving problems? No, it's not just about that. It's also about making meaning, exercising judgment, showing empathy, imagining futures. And AI may simulate some of these aspects of intelligence, but it may not necessarily, for example, experience them. And it does not have the ability. Okay, maybe it will sometimes show as if it has these abilities, but there are some abilities which are very uniquely human, like loving, hoping, wondering, being empathetic. Sometimes it appears to do these things, but even when it appears to do that, it's not on its own autonomy and innate intention, but it's in accordance to what it has been trained by a human person. So, rather than redefining intelligence entirely, AI has revealed its multiple dimensions, some of which are machines excel perfectly, but others remain deeply and uniquely human. So philosophers and other scholars and psychologists have tried to toss themselves in the middle of such discourses, particularly regarding intelligence. And they have come up with different theoretical models and various important components of intelligence. You'll hear scholars talking about concepts like analytical intelligence, creative intelligence, practical intelligence, linguistic intelligence, logical, mathematical intelligence, spatial intelligence, musical intelligence, and also refer to terms like cognitive abilities, creativity, and emotional intelligence. But now, what implication does this one have on human beings? And to go back to the other question, what is the human purpose? This is a very fundamental question, and the answer to this question is not rightly definitive. There may not be any one meaning or purpose in life. Sometimes purpose in life is so individualistic. It's sometimes deemed to be a personal reflection more than a general disposition. Human purpose can be looked at from different fundamental and experiential point of view. And prominent philosophers have underlined the importance of reflecting about human life. And in particular, Socrates observed that the unexamined life is not worth living. And what he means by this phrase is that self-reflection is the first step towards discovering the purpose of life. And his student, Aristotle, reiterated that the most fundamental purpose of human life is human flourishing or good life. And this is something that has been pursued by so many people in so many cultures and so many civilizations. A modern scholar, Viktor Frankl, who is an Austrian psychiatrist and also a Holocaust survivor, writes that human meaning and purpose can be discovered in three ways. One, it is through work, meaning that we create or accomplish something significant. The second one is through relationships, where we experience love and connection with others. And the third one is through suffering, where we find purpose even in pain and hardship. And for many people, and most of us here, and anybody who has aspired to follow an academic career or scholarship, we find that work has been so central to our identity. What we do defines what we are. But AI is increasingly automating tasks that are supposed to be performed by human beings. And this is something that we have to confront. The fundamental question that we should ask ourselves regarding this is, are we merely what we produce? Or is our purpose something broader? Perhaps this is the biggest challenge that AI is giving us, and it's inviting us to redefine the purpose away from repetitive productivity and towards creativity, compassion, collaboration, and stewardship. And you realize that this is the hallmark of the Ubuntu-based values that we treasure as Africans, like collaboration, friendship, being there for each other. And it challenges us to reclaim aspects of life and that machine cannot touch. The richness of relationships, the moral weight of our choices, the wonder of discovery, and the capacity to imagine a better world. We should not see AI as our rival, and it has been reiterated here. If we do this one, it's like we are living in denial. It's an idea that whose time has come, and it's a very powerful tool. It has been reiterated here. It's so transformative, but there is always a but. It can also be dangerous if it's misused. So our responsibility is not only to regulate AI ethically, but also to ask, what kind of feature do we want to create with it? If we use AI wisely, it could free us from so many things. From toiling, it can extend our human knowledge and open new frontiers of exploration. But of course, if we use it recklessly, it could deepen the inequalities that we're talking about. It can displace livelihoods, erode human dignity. But who is in control? Or whose choice is it? It's our choice as human beings. We can make AI what we want it to become. So, we ought to leverage the usefulness of AI, and including in higher education, in order to enhance our duties and optimize our output. So, going back to the question, we always ask questions in philosophy, we don't give answers. Has AI redefined human intelligence and our purpose? There is no definitive answer to that. I can say yes and no. Yes, why yes? It has redefined the boundaries of our intelligence, and it's forcing us to see it as more than a computation. And yes, it has challenged us to rethink our purpose in a world where machines can do so much. But at the same time, no. Why no? Because it has not replaced the essence of human intelligence. Our consciousness, our creativity, our moral imagination. So, our task then will be not to compete with this machine, but to complement these machines. We should not fear their rise, but we should rise ourselves. We should flourish. We should embrace the parts of our humanity that cannot be replicated, and ensure that AI becomes not a rival, but a partner in the unfolding story of what it means to be human. We need to rise above the Cartesian notion of I think, therefore I am, and integrate the notion of I am datified, therefore I am, or I'm datified, therefore I thrive. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Daktari. That is how philosophers think and talk. Cogito ergo sum. I am, therefore, or I think, therefore I am, right? By René Descartes. Self-reflection is the first step towards discovering the purpose of life. Maybe as you sit there, one of the questions you will later on or further reflect on is whether do machines think, or they merely regurgitate? And that's within the context of AI. But let's move on now to Professor Patricia Wambugu, Director Quality Assurance here at Egerton University, who will be coming to make a presentation to us on is AI making traditional academia obsolete? And perhaps as she takes the mic, you want to also reflect about a certain video that usually does rounds on WhatsApp, or if you just Google, there's a certain young man who on his graduation was asked, who would you like to thank? And you know what he said? Who would you like to? And he did not say, I would like to thank, my dean, or my COD. He said, I would like to thank ChatGPT. You have seen it, right? Okay, Prof, over to you.
Thank you so much, and all protocol observed. Good morning. It's very exciting to stand before the Gen Zs, experts of technology, and my own very encourager, Professor Christopher. I think I'm studying here because of the confidence that you gave me when we met in Naivasha. And I'm going now to defend that I'm not going to be obsolete. So that's how I'm going to do it. And I want to say that if you see me standing here, any academia who is here or prospective academia, we are not going to be obsolete as long as you see me. So as long as you see me around, know that we shall not be obsolete. So that is the confidence, and that's why I put my picture there, so that whenever you see me, you know that we are not going to be obsolete. The first thing you see there is that there is a note professor with books and what have you. And as Christopher, you were saying, I was trying to go to ChatGPT and all that, but I could not be able to get. I was telling it, can you make it at least African? Struggled to make an African professor, it couldn't get. And so that is why you see that one, because as he said, we don't have the data. And this is the challenge now we have, that we must have our own as we ask ChatGPT. And then the other thing, before I go even to the professor, I have my grandchild. They are given an assignment, and we are working with that assignment. It was actually posted, and we are going through the assignment, and the question is, then we ask the question, and I say, let's discuss it. And he says, sure, wait. And then goes to AI. I said, no, he said, just wait. And then says, talks to AI and asks the question, and the AI answers. And then the grandchild asked me, is that what was in your mind? I look at him, and then I ask him, before I answer that, he said, is it correct? Then before I answer that, he says, can we put it down? And these are the children we have. And I remember back sometimes when we were being trained on how to integrate technology here in this university, I think in this hall, some of us were saying 2029 is very far, I will have retired. Unfortunately for you, you are still there, so we must do something. So, so this is what AI generated, and I was asking my own children to help me. Last night I wanted one of my sons I wanted to do a rehearsal on Zoom. He said, Mom, I've given you Copilot, I've given you Gemini, you have ChatGPT. Go tomorrow and present. I've sent them the link. They said, we'll be watching to see what you're saying. Now, so that's how serious it is. So we can't be obsolete because many are watching us and we are not dying, so we must go on. So that is what they got. And what we are trying to say, when we say we are going to be obsolete the traditional way, we are trying to say we push it. So, and we cancel that. But what we are trying to say today is that this technology is actually a tool and it is a collaborator. So from what I got from Naivasha, go to the next slide. I decided I'm going to embrace myself and defend that. Next slide. What I'm saying here is that it is three things. It's either AI transforms, it either replaces you, or it rejuvenates. So you can classify yourself as we move on, whether you are going to be done what? Transformed, replaced, or rejuvenated. I think we shall discuss that as we go on for the 3 days. And this is because at all levels, universities are embracing and accepting AI, but at different levels. You know, when we were in Naivasha, we had different universities, and we could rate ourselves where we were. And it is also increasingly being integrated in higher education, and we are also having AI also influencing various aspects of teaching and learning and research, as we are going to see now. So we cannot undermine its impact. We cannot just bury our heads in the sand and say, this is something that is passing. And these processes are really going to help us. Next slide. So let's go back and think about the traditional role of that academia, that professor that you saw. And I want us to look at its strengths. Now, one of the things is that we as academia, at our level, in the universities, we are supposed to be at the level of knowledge creation. And even if you look at our mission, it's actually talking about knowledge creation, preserving that knowledge, and dissemination. And that is what academia is supposed to do, at human inquiry. So we are at that level. And actually AI cannot replace us, but we can use it as a collaborator. Then there is something that we also do as academia. There is that human mentorship. When we are arguing with my grandchild, so the argument is I am defeated because that is what was in my mind, it is correct, and we can put it down. But then I was asking him, now, if you answer this, if you don't have AI, can you answer this question? Then he keeps quiet and then he says, I will think like AI. And now I can't answer that. Then I asked him, now let's see, if I'm not there, I mean, my presence here, is it making a difference? My presence being here, he says, yes, you're encouraging me. You're encouraging me. So, and I was telling him the next question, you can go with your AI. He said, no, stay here because you're also confirming that it is correct. So we cannot be, he wants me to be there because I am a mentor. At my level, I'm a mentor. And also I'm helping. Because of that, he's actually going to a level of critical thinking. Because I'm asking him now, we are doing something in inertia, Form 3 physics. And then I asked him, okay, AI can answer that. And how do you apply it? AI has answered. But I was asking him here, now, where we are seated, how is it going to apply? He said, okay, let me think about it. And he thinks and comes out with an answer and says, that is why I'm able to sit where I'm sitting, because action and reaction is equal and opposite. So that is what. And then there is that peer review. We can be able to peer review one another. And the third thing is the social aspect. Now, I can be able to read your mood when I'm here, but with a machine, it cannot be able to read our mood. And you know that whenever we have meetings in Zoom, you can put it on and go do your work and come back. And it records you are there. So there is that human touch that is there. Last week, we were somewhere in Embu, and we had a very heated argument about AI and the teaching using this technology. And one person was saying, we have to remove this one completely, because where will you get your wife? Where will you get your husband? It is actually in this interaction that we are able to meet ourselves, and we are human. So, and then he asked, where did you get your husband? He said, he was my colleague. He said, mine was also a colleague. So we need that human interaction, but we cannot actually put it away. Next slide. Before you go to the next slide, I want to say about the limitation. One of the things is the cost. We keep on saying the cost of books, the cost of, like now, the issue of accommodation and so forth. So there are the limitation of the traditional role of academia. And then the next slide, I was really tough. I asked AI. So the issue here is there is the rise of AI, and you cannot denounce that. He said that in education and research. So we cannot deny that. It's there. There is the issue of AI helping us in personalized learning. In fact, somebody was saying that it is now the people who are working, AI can be able to help them. That is that technology. There is also, we have platforms where we have, the tailored instructions, and where we can be able to, the next thing is there is that issue of the natural language processing tools. One time I had a problem with a vehicle, and I didn't know how to, I had the tool, but I could not be able to remove the wheel. And this same Gen Z told me on the dashboard, there are some instructions there. Just go to AI, get the language, and be able to change that Japanese language to English, and you understand. True to it, it succeeded. Imagine how I would have spent the whole day looking for somebody, a mechanic, to do that. It was just a minute. So this issue of language, it's very interesting. Right now I am running French using Duolingo, and I'm doing well. I can do a few things. And when I don't, like the last 2 weeks I'm not there, I get a message, it says, Patricia, we are looking for you. What happened? So that's about language. And then the issue of real-time feedback. We are able to get feedback in real time. There is also the issue of adaptive learning and all that. Next slide. So that is in education. Let's go to now research. Now, AI, in research. And you are going to agree with me. The AI technologies are actually reshaping research methods. It's really doing that. And some of us here, we are talking about machine learning. We are talking about the deep learning and use of, all these networks and all those languages. So I just want to mention that we are able to it is able to get data for us within a very short time, and we can be able to get that. Unfortunately, as Christopher said, when you really need real African data, you can't get it. The issue of you really want to have something Africanized. You go to ChatGPT and says, is it possible to get this particular data from sub-Saharan Africa? Of course it doesn't say I can't. Jabos around and gives you around, and if you're not very careful, you'll just take it, but it has been generated somewhere in a database somewhere else. Now the question is, next slide, is academia at risk of obsolescence? Now, what is happening, our status quo must be disrupted, whether you like it or not. Some of us refused M-Pesa and this paying money through that, said you're going to carry your 1,000 shillings. Today you're taken by a motorbike person and you give him 1,000. He tells you, tuma kwa M-Pesa. They don't have the change because our status quo has to be disrupted. So the issue is, somebody was talking about Socrates. We have those methods, the Socratic methods where we ask the student a question. The answer, AI gets a comprehensive answer within seconds. You give a student's assignment. I'm struggling, I was giving them an assignment and I told them, this one, it has to be handwritten. And you bring it to my office. Because you go, okay, search AI, but you must write it down, at least to see whether I can succeed. The question, last night, one of them told me, it is okay, but why don't we upload it in the e-portfolio? And you mark it there. If you have no idea of an e-portfolio, my friend. So again, there is the research paper challenge, An AI like that of one of my son, is the traditional research paper obsolete when AI can generate? He has just shown us that it can generate and analyze data. So there is that traditional academia and there is AI-driven. Now, where is the way forward? First of all, let me get on that encouragement. Next slide. The encouragement is AI can't easily replace us. It lacks that mentorship, creativity, and debate. We are able to have the debate. It cannot, as our philosopher said, it cannot replace human judgment and ethics. And therefore, we still retain our role as critical thinkers and our role as facilitators. We have to move out of lecturing. You have your phone there. When you go to WhatsApp, AI is there. It's asking you. You have seen that? It's there. And they are teaching students, as he said, and you are talking here. They go to WhatsApp. They ask the AI, what do you do with a boring lecture? Get an answer. And gives it and says, I asked one day, I was seated, and they can ask her, what do you do? And then it tells you, whatever it tells you, and then you see students laughing, you think it's because of nothing. So what is the future? Next slide. The future is it partnership? It is partnership and not replacement. So AI is as a collaborator to enhance, not erase, our human thinking. It is a collaborator. And I'm so excited because I'm in quality assurance and it's really helping us. When I joined quality assurance, I used to use many reams, between 500 reams of paper to have it. These days, we are out of paper, and that has really saved us. So the other thing is that in the future is that we need a policy. There is need for policy. And the other thing is that we must put it that there is need for ethics. There is that value. And so that we are not going to demonize AI, but we are going to have ethical and values that are going to help us so that we are not going to use it for plagiarism, we are not going to use it for stealing and all that. It is going to help us. And then, my friends, all those who are in higher education, we must redesign our pedagogy. The pedagogical practices we have, we are not saying you remove them, but we must redefine them. So we can have a hybrid model where human insight plus AI power will create an academic excellence. So we need that. And then we also need to integrate AI into the curriculum. I think Christopher said it. In our curriculum, I am a curriculum expert, so when we are designing our curriculum, then we need to also integrate AI in the same. Let's teach our students to use AI as a tool for research and problem solving, not just a shortcut. And I've been telling my students that it's not a shortcut. You know, when I ask them, give me a topic of a seminar paper, and then they go to AI, AI gives them something that it doesn't really exist. I told them, you have gone for teaching practice. You saw some of the challenges in the schools. Is it possible to come up with a topic we can research on? So we can do that. Conclusion, let's go to the next slide, please. I'm just about to finish. Oh, go on. Go on. Yes, there's another one. Another one? Yes. So this is a conclusion, and this is actually what you're going to discuss. So let us discuss on how we can proactively shape this new era of AI so that I am not going to be relevant as my grandchildren are there. AI is not a threat to the existence of academia, but a catalyst for its evolution. Next. Thank you.
I don't want to say that your presentation came to an abrupt end, but we were enjoying your presentation. A round of applause, please, to her. Thank you so much. And you all agree that there is no way AI can replace academia. If you want to know that, you see the way we have tried coming up with the Google Maps. What usually happens at our homes, rural homes, when there is a barrier, there is a certain Google map that has refused to go away. You know it, eh? The one we do with the choka. Do you know that's a Google map, by the way? I'm not saying that the choka is Google map. I mean the choka is academia and Google map is AI. No. But that one has just refused to go, and you will always see people struggling to mark. This is the direction, anakuja na choka, and you have to follow it. Because at some point, the Google map will fail. But we also hear you. There is need for policy. Is it policy at the institutional level, national level? What level? By the way, Kenya does not have a policy on AI. The only country in this region that has a policy on AI is Rwanda. Kenya has a national strategy on AI. Sometimes you want to ask yourself, what should have come first? Is it the strategy or the policy? There are also questions on different sectors coming up with their own policy. The sector I belong to, which is media, has tried to come up with something. They are calling them guidelines on the use of AI in the media sector in Kenya. Unfortunately, it is heavily borrowed from the UNESCO guidelines. But sitaongea hivyo sana. I have journalists here watanisema kwa MCK. Let's move on. There's something called the AI black box, which is about transparency, data sovereignty, and so on. I want to believe that these are some of the things that Dr. Mark Matunga, the president of the Africa Center for Advanced Technology and founder of Simba AI, is coming forward to lead us in trying to reflect about them. Daktari, karibu.
You can
Good afternoon, everyone. There's something I saw in our logo, ours, because I'm here now. Sick Donek. What does that mean? Anybody knows what that means? And I know I'm between you and lunch. I think one more person and lunch. Are you going to put up my presentation? My name is Mark Matunga. I am a fisherman from Lake Victoria, Island. That's where I was born. In Mfungano Island, you learn how to swim before what is this, a piece of AI?
It's another AI microphone.
You learn how to swim before you learn how to walk. And I want to associate myself with the speakers that have gone before me. But in my introduction, I always say that I have 3 children who call me daddy, and 1 wife who is my roommate, and I'm privileged to have a 4-year-old grandson. I'm still waiting for that slide. I only have 1 slide. To Chiromo Club, Chiromo Faculty Club. That's where we eat lunch at the University of Nairobi. And there's a table in that club of very prominent, well-read professors. So just one table there. I think it sits about 13 people. And that is partly where he sits when he's not here, when he's in Nairobi. And that table is made of people that I think will one day be replaced by AI. And he knows why I'm saying that. I worked with Microsoft for 10 years. I also had a chance to work with Intel Corporation for 5 years. And then 8 years ago, I did set up the Africa Center for Advanced Technology, looking at issues of emerging technologies across the planet. And one of the technologies that is clear today is AI. And I sit here in Kenya. I work from Kenya. There is a friend of ours who will be presenting here, Daisy. Where is Daisy? Daisy is visiting us from North Carolina. I was there 3 weeks ago. We just met. And I don't know where Thiga has gone to. Thiga is a member of my committee, a task force that was tasked by the responsibility of developing regulations on cyber crimes at the office of the president. And he's still a member of that task force, which I chair. And I think that's partly the reason he invited me here, because at least he knows me. So he used that opportunity to reach out to me. And he's a very useful member of that committee, or that task force. In that task force, I think we're the only 2, no. Now I'm the only one who is not in government. The rest of them, including Thiga here, works for government. So we have members from the DCI, from NIS, from the Attorney General, all of those guys, about 13 key security agencies. And we look at issues of cyber security and emerging technologies. And I've always told them that, guys, in today's world, with issues cybersecurity, which revolves around encryption, there is what we call a disruptive technology that is at play. And if we can't look at artificial intelligence as a key player in this domain, then we are late. And in fact, I was even telling them, and Professor Dr. Thiga is here, that by the time we're thinking about artificial intelligence and getting to that domain, we will be dealing with quantum computing. And Chris here will tell you that that's the conversation. At Oxford, in the UK, the conversation is now quantum computing. And if we are still in an institution where we are saying ChatGPT 4, actually it's now 5, is not allowed, then you know the conversation I'm going to have with Professor Duda at Chiromo Club when we next meet there. But here's the reality. I would like this slide to be here, because I've been given a topic which I will not address. And I'm asking permission from Professor Aduda to allow you to go to that link and ask that question. You ask the question of what is algorithmic transparency? You will get your answer, you will interact with it, and figure out what you need to do. And I think that that is important. I'm telling you that it is possible that as Africans, as Kenyans, it is possible that actually we can develop LLMs that can rival existing large language models. And that is part of what I can say today, standing here as a fisherman from Lake Victoria, that we've been able to do in the last 18 months. And I want to congratulate Egerton University, whoever came up with this idea. For me, I think that Thiga had something to do with it. And I want to congratulate you for that. And also challenge you, building on what other speakers have said, that the reality is that AI is here to stay. There is no shortcut. There is no reverse gear. Unfortunately, I can't tell you about any reverse gear on this. It is the only way forward. How that is going to actually disrupt the traditional teaching and learning that we are all aware of, I don't know. But because I am transformed myself, because I'm a technology evangelist, because I am a co-creator, such that instead of me sitting there and lamenting that, AI has come, it's taken over our businesses, it's taken over opportunities, I decided to invest time and other resources, including funds, to actually build a large language model. It might not give you certain things that you may need now because of the limitations of the infrastructure we are using, but I can tell you, go onto it and ask if Simba knows you. I know Simba knows Professor Duda because I already asked Simba. I know Simba knows Chris here because I already, so go on there and ask. Play with it while it's still free in the next few days. So you can go on, register, sign up and ask some questions. And then when I leave the gate, as it could be the policy of the university, I probably maybe shut it down for you so that you don't have to use it. But my request is that you consider using it. But here is my challenge to the university. I'm not running away from the topic. I'll touch just a little bit of that topic, but here's my challenge to the university and an opportunity, and I'm willing to actually work with the teams here, that Egerton University can develop its own brain. Okay. Egerton University can develop its own brain. You can develop your own large language model. You can use existing frameworks, take a tabularizer, an empty brain, ingest your data, your local data here. So please don't run away from AI. Ingest your local data here, all your data, and it will be a source of your truth as Egerton University. So it's not time to cry about data that we don't have in Africa. Do something about it. Just do something about it. You are the premier university of agricultural technology to the extent that I know. You are also a trailblazer in a host of areas to the extent that I know. Where is that data sitting? Where is that information sitting today? We can talk of algorithmic transparency or challenges or black box. It is your opportunity to develop your own brain and develop your own black box and infuse your own algorithms using your own code. Group, a team to develop a brain. Some computer science students coming together as a team to develop a brain for Egerton University. Your own large language model. It can be done and using multimodal technology today, because yes, you guys are talking of ChatGPT-4, we're talking of 5. Na tunaendelea huko mbele. So you can play in the same league. And that's my challenge to Africa, not just Kenya. I appreciate Ruto, President Ruto. Yesterday he enrolled into a master's program on AI. Anybody had that? Yes. Because you cannot lead the country today when you don't actually appreciate the nuances of this disruptive technology. That's the truth. That is the reality. Because yes, we're talking of creative economy. We're talking of helping our youth get into jobs. But then here in Nakuru, where I actually draw most of my team members, my engineers, my developers, mostly are from here, Nakuru, at Lish Labs, which I had the opportunity to actually help put together. And I just want to actually give you this scenario, because this scenario is very important, especially to students here. And then I'll come to how you can work with the brain, the process of actually developing a large language model very briefly, and that will help you appreciate the issues of algorithmic bias that we need to actually deal with. But let me see from a show of hands, how many have been able to actually sign on Simba AI and ask a question? Please clap for yourselves. I want to see, did anyone get a response on the question of algorithmic transparency. Anyone? Please give him a microphone. I'm about to finish. I know I had 30 minutes, but you chewed my 10 minutes. So please just read part of it. Are you a student here?
Yes, I am.
You're a student of?
Of Egerton University.
Studying what?
We study.
Of course, everyone knows what we're laughing at. Go ahead.
So, I'm a second year.
Yeah, so please go ahead and introduce yourself.
I'm Chris Sunday. I'm a second year stroke 24, taking Bachelor of Science in Electrical and Electronics Engineering. Yes. And this is what Simba has given me. Definition. Algorithmic transparency is the practice of making how an algorithmic system works understandable and open to logic, scrutiny, covering its purpose, data, logic, performance, and impact. Then, why it matters. Fairness and bias detection, accountability and auditability, safety and reliability.
Leave it at that. Leave it at that. Somebody asked, who is Professor Bernard Aduda? Anybody ask Simba? Anybody ask Simba who Professor Bernard Aduda is? Now, as we do that, I would also want those who are on other platforms, you can also ask those platforms that question. The reason I no longer give my profile when I go to presentations and I don't do slides anymore is because that information is already available. It is available to you. As I was going for tea, someone stopped me. Oh, are you Mark Matunga? I said, yes, but I saw you in Jamaica the other day. And of course, that's true. I was in Jamaica 2 weeks ago. And I posted that on Facebook. So that person happens to be my friend on Facebook. So I don't need to actually come and tell you, oh, you know, I was in Jamaica, or I was in New York, I was in North Carolina. No, because that is already information that is available. And maybe you can even ask, because there's a technology called RAG that AI uses. And that is the technology that enables AI not only to collect, to synthesize information from data that was basically deposited or it trained on, but it uses RAG to fetch new information and makes it available when you actually post a query or a prompt. Anyone on Professor Aduda? Yes, please give her a microphone. Introduce yourself.
I'm Roslyn Chelangat, an MSc Agricultural Engineering student at Egerton University. My Simba AI says Professor Bernard O.C. Aduda is a distinguished Kenyan physicist specializing in material science.
Are you talking about the same guy? This Aduda here?
Yes.
You agree with that? Read some more.
Since February 2022, he has been serving as the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs at Egerton University.
So I'm not, thank you. Please clap for her and clap for him too. All I'm saying is that I'm not standing here to tell you theories. I'm talking to you about the things that we are doing or that I am doing with a team of Kenyans sitting here in Nakuru and Nairobi. And it can be done. Of course, we have limitations, and all those limitations that Professor Christopher shared are realities that I've been facing. And we continue to face them. And in the next few weeks, we want to actually be able to roll out training to everybody. AI for youth, AI for higher ed, AI for students, AI for lawyers, AI for pretty much everyone. Truth be told, there are certain things that AI will not necessarily replace. There's a reason I told you that I'm a husband of one, a father of three, and a grandfather of one. We probably will get there. There are ways you can actually, use science to create embryos and all of that kind of stuff. But there are processes that lead up to having a child that maybe AI might not replace. I know I'm talking to adults. Did I say anything? Did you hear me? So let's not be worried. In academics, things will change. Days when myself and a host of others used to extract truth from a textbook and used to extract truth from a professor, those days are behind us. And so, as Patricia boldly said here, you are a facilitator for the educationists who are here. As a student, you are exposed to a lot of information. You have a lot of information at your fingertips, on your palms. All you need to do is to deploy your capacity of critical thinking, of innovation, to actually convert that into something that you know can be useful to you and useful to humanity. So my quick item that I wanted to share with you, here in Nakuru at Leash Labs, we started by getting jobs from overseas, digital jobs, doing those jobs on a computer and posting those jobs back to those who gave them to us. And these were basically computer jobs, data annotation, and a host of digital jobs. And that is not too long ago that actually most of those jobs dried up. About 9 months ago, we no longer had contracts coming from companies from abroad for us to actually do those kinds of jobs for them. Why? Because most of those jobs, most of those companies from the UK, from the US, automated those tasks and were able to actually use AI to accomplish them. So what happened? Our 900 young people who are working here 24 hours on 3 shifts didn't have jobs. And most of them are out of jobs. When AI basically caught up quite rapidly, we started thinking of doing data work, scraping data, organizing that data, and tokenizing it so that actually it can be put in formats that can train a brain, or can train a model, or can train an empty model. And so we actually employed about 56 young people to be doing that as we were training parts of our model, or some of our models. And within not too long, 6 months into that exercise, the RAG technology came about, which then we can now actually use AI to scrape data, to organize that data, to tokenize that data, and be made available to any brain to train on and be used. So live, 56 guys were no longer useful to our exercise. And that is the reality. So just this morning, one of the things that I discussed with about 70 young people at Leash AI Labs here in Nakuru, I came from Nairobi very early in the morning, I woke up very early. I slept in Nairobi, and this is a message to Gen Zs. I slept in Nairobi, and I drove myself. I wasn't driven, I drove myself to Nakuru. I had a meeting at Leash AI Labs with about 70 young people and told them what we are going to do next. Because there are young people across the country that actually require training on AI, we have agreed that we're going to actually train these young people. But then the other thing that these young people are going to do, especially the engineers that lost their jobs, is to develop small models, to develop AI agents to individual entrepreneurs for their businesses. That is a job opportunity that exists today. So if you're here as a young student who is wondering what future holds for you, we will be developing models for all these professors that are sitting here, because they no longer need to worry about attending all these classes. They can actually clone themselves using AI with the way they think, each one of them, and be able to infuse or ingest their data based on what they know on that subject and deploy that agent to a class or online for you to actually go and learn from. That is an opportunity that young people can actually do. We can develop agents for these professors. And even the professors themselves can be able to develop their own agents. Computer science students, of course you guys now know that AI writes code for us. True or false? AI writes code. So if you're sitting there as a developer who actually prides in writing code, you know the story that AI can write code. Simba can spit out for you a Python code based on the instruction you've given them. You've given it in less than a few seconds. A code that you'd sit for maybe 18 months to write. Simba will spit it out for you in just seconds. So what is it that you're doing as a computer science student who is coming up as a developer? You then need to figure out how quickly can you master that sort of knowledge. And so if you're here, and I know I'm at a university, so I can say controversial things, because this is a platform of knowledge. If you're here and you don't have access to AI platforms, that is criminal today in the industry. It is criminal. And I want to try and behave like a professor and say something like a professor. That is an academic abuse of gigantic proportion. I don't know if I've said anything. And so please think of how you can integrate. As I finish, because I know the MC is now on my case, we have one more speaker, correct? Before lunch. What time is it now? 25 to 1. So I only have 5 minutes because you took my 10 minutes. So as I finish, it is possible that you can actually develop an AI model, a large language model from scratch. You can develop that as an individual, as a technologist, as a developer. You can develop that. And you'll be developing what we call a brain. Once you develop that empty brain, you then look for data to train it on. There are trillions and trillions of data sets available for free that actually you can train your brain on, because the brain has to be trained on understanding what you need it to do. So let's say you've developed a specific brain or a specific model that needs to be doing some work. Can I put this down now? Now that I'm static here? This from a media house. Oh, okay. Which radio station? Oh, Nation Media Group. Ah, okay. So you can decide that we are developing a brain for Nation Media Group, which is a media house, and we wanted to ingest. We wanted to train on all the data that Nation Media Group has ever had for donkey years. You can also train a brain that you want it to actually just be able to read what do you call it? Those MRI, what do you call those? X-ray scans and things like that. So you can train a brain, you can develop a brain that just basically does that. This is partly where algorithms come in, because then you can actually tune it, fine-tune it, and write an algorithm that just basically does that. You can develop a brain to actually mimic a lawyer and really just hone in on what lawyering of that particular lawyer does. By the way, this evening I will be having a fireside chat which I'll be hosting as part of this conference. From what time? From 7 p.m. We're supposed to actually have a scholar who's written books on AI, was in the US Army, and he is from Jamaica, just to confirm to you that I was there. So I met him there, and we agreed that actually he could come on. And he will be talking about the ancient intelligence as human beings and intelligence, or what we call Africa intelligence or Africa AI. And we'll have, I'm expecting him to also join because he's currently in Botswana, but I'm expecting him to join virtually, Professor Pielo Lumumba, to see how he can use his big language on AI, and we'll put him in his place. We'll also have a professor from Dartmouth College. About a month ago I was at Dartmouth College in the US. You know, it's one of the Ivy League schools. And I was sitting with about 6 professors, and we were discussing the same thing. The same issue of what is the future of education in the context of AI. Professor Christopher would tell you that that is the discussion that they also have even in the UK. So don't worry. Don't think that the conversation you're having today or you're having here is out of place, and you're not too late, because professors at Dartmouth are dealing with this. I had a math professor, I had a physics professor, I had a computer science professor who is also a musician, and then I had a psychologist who will be joining. Her name is Professor Karen Blackwan. So they'll join the fire chat tonight, and we'll be having a robust conversation. And I hope, Chris, you'll also be there. It is possible that actually you can also develop a brain that just focuses on brain science. During the UN General Assembly, on the sidelines of UN General Assembly, just this past one, and on anyone knows the Brain Day, the Day of the Brain? So we were having a conversation, there was a conference on brain health, which some of you here call mental health. And so you can actually develop a brain that just focuses on mental health or dealing with that particular area of health. So it is possible, once you've developed that brain, what will help it function is the data. You must get specific data that you need for that particular brain. On large language models like Simba, we get general data, all sorts of data. So that's why I would have information on Professor Duda and Professor Chris here on this large language model. Why? Because there is a lot of their information that is readily available on digital format. And so that is how we take all that information and ingest it. And it's taken us quite some time to actually train our brain. So once you have actually have honed in on the data that you want, that data must be organized, classified. And then the next thing is that that data is then tokenized, broken into small consumable pieces in a digital format, in zeros and ones. And then it is fed to the brain to train on. So the brain must learn, must try to memorize and remember that information. Remember, somebody talked about hallucinations, that the models also forget. I think it's Professor Duda. The models also forget. It is in that same process, because they train, and so it's possible to actually also forget. And that is partly why they continually train and we continually update them. Once it is trained, then it can be made available for your use. And that is what the Geminis of this world do. That is what ChatGPT of this world do. That is what Copilot do. That is what Claude do, and all of those other general brains that you know. But individual LLMs are also there that are specific to a discipline, specific to an area, and you can develop one that is specific to agriculture. Imagine all the disciplines developing a specific brain for that particular discipline. That's an enormous amount of opportunities. And you're talking of no jobs? No. You can pick a subject or a topic in physics and go deeper into it and develop a brain for it, or develop a model for it, and be able to monetize it and sell it and make money. And it is possible to actually make money that way. I want to leave it at that. Please clap for me as I say thank you.
Thank you so much.
You can still use Simba, so don't worry. I'll not shut it down. When the university says don't use it, don't transport.
Thank you so much, Daktari. You called yourself technological evangelist. Knowledge? Yeah, technology evangelist, yes. Thank you so much. So you are like Paul, eh? There's already a Titus here who is leading the Church of Corinth. This one. We already have a community here called AI Community. We hope to get very good results out of it. Thank you so much. Did we give him a round of applause? All right. Technical team, let's see whether we have the next speaker, because he's making his presentation online. Once we have him, then we just go straight to him. He's on, eh? So let's test. Daktari, can you get us? Okay, once we get his audio on, then we'll be ready to go. Daktari, we are ready if you are ready. Check your sound. Yeah, let's see whether our technical team will get him. Niche AI is very big, eh? We visited there with the government spokesperson a while back. Ni vile unacheza chini tu hapa, but it's a very big thing. Daktari, you can get us? Okay, kidogo tu tupate sound. think it's just a connection over there. Hebu ongea kidogo tuone. Okay, not yet, not yet. We had been brought to your labs by the government spokesperson so that we see the concept of Taptengele in action. And we saw it. Do you guys know Taptengele? Taptengele, yes. It's a serious concept in government. It was not for the sake of it that the president said it. It's happening there. It's also happening at Rift Valley. We used to call it Harvest. It's not Harvest, and it's National Polytechnic, right? So we went to your lab and then went to Harvest to see Taptengele in action. Very big. Okay. Daktari?
You can hear me?
Okay, go ahead now.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. James Anjabu, Acting Secretary General and CEO, Kenya National Commission for UNESCO. And I want to stand on the already established protocols. And also, having listened to the previous speakers, I must say I have been really educated very much about creating the brains and so on. My topic is about navigating the minefield of artificial intelligence, bias, privacy, and accountability in the global south. And I want to be very brief to highlight key areas, and especially in context of UNESCO, because UNESCO is the champion of the ethics of AI, how we are using it, how we are developing it, and the myriad of data that is being used. Just like my predecessor said, there are thousands and hundreds of trillions of data available. But the biggest question would be even, whose data? Why is it that when you chat with the ChatGPT, the images you ask, you will see certain images and not others? So we'll be delving into these to see then where are these biasness among other issues. So my talk is about now the ethical challenges and opportunities in the global south, higher education and public sector. And number two, focus on AI empowerment, emphasizing that AI should empower communities rather than marginalize.
Daktari, just a minute. We have lost sound here. Kidogo tu. We will. Okay, try now.
Am I okay? You can hear?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, maybe I won't repeat what I've said. The three areas I want to focus on: the AI ethical challenges and opportunities in global south, and then the empowerment of communities rather than marginalizing them in the developing region, and lastly, examine implication of AI deployment on equity, privacy, and governance in developing countries. Basically, let me quickly talk about opportunities and risk of AI in the global south. Certainly, opportunities are there, and my predecessor speakers have really talked about opportunity, especially the immediate one. I listened so carefully, and I talked about the myriad of opportunities. Of course, there are risks to do with it. Now, let me highlight three key issues. One, transformative opportunities. AI can revolutionize many sectors, and here we are focusing on name it healthcare, agriculture, finance, medical, everything. So really, this is an opportunity to transform ourselves, including how we are delivering such conferences, so that we don't have technological hiccup as much as we talk about technology evangelists. I think we have really to talk more to enhance our ability to uptake technology. Second is about significant risk. AI development risks include global inequalities, technological colonialism, and loss of local data sovereignty. We have had cases of issues of data. I think even within our country, you have heard about it. But today we have systems to protect data. But still, as you know, some of these data can be penetrated. Then technological colonialism. Maybe this when we talk about neocolonialism, among others, we must be careful to ensure that these inequalities are not taken advantage to colonize our minds, to colonize our thoughts in terms of what data and what we are receiving from this AI application. And the need then to develop our own, that becomes critical. So the need for balanced approach is for sure certain. Maximizing AI benefits we must, for us to benefit maximally, we must do inclusive designs. And in our education system, that is the beginning. Then policy interventions, and also address infrastructure gaps. The other item I wanted to speak about is the ethical challenges in AI deployment. There are quite a number of ethical challenges, and I think this is my topic, about biasness, privacy, accountability, especially within the Global South as my topic. Nature of AI bias. What is this biasness we've been talking about? AI bias arises from biased training data. What data are we using? And of course, the Western-centric design, which some of our professors and ourselves as Kenyans, we tend to think highly of the Western than thinking about ourselves highly. We must value ourselves so that this biased training data, we don't use from the West. We use our own data that is not Western-centric in terms of design, which quite often causes unfair discrimination in AI outputs. What we are talking about here is what also UNESCO really talks about, the ethics of AI. That inequality must not be seen, but it also depends on the Global South. How do we participate in the data development, data capture, and our training so that then we bridge the bias gap? The next point is about impacts in the Global South. For example, facial recognition and language models often fail to accurately represent African population and the indigenous languages. Why? Maybe it is obvious that our data and how our data has been used, capturing the African context, is based on the colonial data, and moving forward, where then we are Western-centric. So going forward, if we are to develop these brains, we must make them think in our own culture. In other words, contextualize the AI in our situations so that even the AI can help us solve some of the problems we have. It has to understand, and that for it to understand, it's based on the data. But quite often, since the biasness, the long historical biasness, is what is contained in the data we are using today. The third point is about inclusive AI development. Inclusive design and local data sets are really essential to address bias and reflect regional diversity in AI. even within the global south, there can
Daktari, that's on your side. Okay. It's technology. We seem to... So as we look for him, I think we can start getting ready for an interaction with our panelists for this session. All of them were keynote addresses. Let's hope that we will get him so that he can finish his presentation. All right, go on, Daktari. We have you now. Unmute. Unmute on your side.
Sorry, I had lost, we had a problem with the network. You can hear me, moderator?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
I believe that I'm still audible.
Yes, you are.
And if I'm audible, then I was talking about inclusive AI development, where inclusive design and local data sets are essential to address biasness. Then the next point is about call for investment. So invest in culturally relevant AI research and inclusion of marginalized voices is very critical for AI development. I want to believe you are still hearing me. Then about privacy, and privacy especially in this age of AI, we're talking about privacy risk. AI development raises serious privacy concern in the areas with weak data protection laws. I know for Kenya we have enhanced our law, but the question is, as a global south, are we at the same level in terms of data protection laws? The second point about privacy and during the age of AI, in the age of AI, is about ethical challenges. Use of biometrics, for example, use of biometric data and surveillance without informed consent poses ethical challenges, among others, which means therefore ethical challenges must be addressed for us to embrace AI strongly and protect our population. Legal and digital literacy needs. This is another area that regards privacy. Stronger legal framework and increased digital literacy are essential for data protection. We need to understand when we are using these gadgets, to understand the implication of the data we provide, among others, and these then need to be protected through a legal arrangement. The last point on this is about empowering community. Community here includes literally everybody. It is actually the society. If it is a community within a university, they need to be empowered. We are not just talking about local communities because that's the context we have been focusing on when we talk about community-led data governance. This we are saying, talking about inclusive community data-led governance that empowers individuals to control their personal data. And so capacity building here is really very essential. We need not only within the university level for people who understand AI, but also the whole population. So this becomes actually for any country a national issue to ensure data protection. And that leads me to the other point about accountability and governance. Accountability and governance is very critical. Challenges in AI accountability. AI development faces quite a number of challenges like regulatory gaps, lack of transparency, and insufficient readiness in the global south. So that being a challenge, then it needs to be addressed. We may also look at what are the international frameworks, because we know quite a number of areas we have international frameworks to guide the various behavior at global level. For instance, when we talk about Convention on Climate Change, Convention on ABCD and ABCD, and UNESCO as a standard setter institution, we really need to talk very much about international framework. Frameworks like OECD, AI principles, the African Union data policy guide, AI governance. We need local enforcement and domestication as we speak the global language. These need to be trickled down to the level of our countries within the global south. Then that brings, of course, to the local governance initiative. From international, then, let's talk about the local governance. National AI ethics boards may be created, or create bodies that are able to watch over national AI ethics. And of course, the public-private partnership being key to building this effective AI governance locally. So again, this is a huge gap that needs to be addressed. Then, of course, ensuring public good, because basically AI is much of a public good. And if it's a public good, then accountability mechanism must ensure that it serves the public's interests and protects the vulnerable groups. That again is very key when we talk about accountability. Then lastly, as I finalize my talk, it's about institutional roles and recommendations. We have roles from academia, the civil society, the government, maybe interdisciplinary approach, but let me highlight on academic leadership in AI ethics, especially because this conference is organized by Egerton University. So universities drive research, and to drive that should be on culturally relevant AI application and integrate ethics into higher education curricula. So we're talking about the curricula because certainly we'll be using this so much. For those who are doing research, for instance, you're very much aware about issues of plagiarism. What are the chances? How shall we authenticate innovation, individual innovations, when we are writing our dissertation and so on? So the academic leadership really requires serious emphasis and serious work to ensure that university or it is properly used. Maybe among the civil society engagement, this is very critical. Civil organization promote transparency. We are aware about that. They engage citizens in tech policy and hold AIA stakeholder accountability. So again, we may need to empower the civil society, and the civil society has to get itself empowered to understand the circumstances and really engage the citizens in tech policy, engage in knowledge, capacity building, among others. Then lastly, under this topic, the role of academia, we may talk about interdisciplinary collaboration. We need to really collaborate. This is between the academia and the civil society, the governments, to integrate ethics and local values into AI development and deployment. We might not want, say, for instance, using AIs to do what is not ethical. So really that requires our attention. Lastly, the strategic recommendation. The strategic recommendation from my keynote is that let us ensure inclusive AI policies. Policy makers should create AI strategies that focus on equity and uphold human rights in the global south. Open source collaboration, equally key. Technologists must promote open source innovation and engage with local communities or local institutions for ethical AI development. And especially for the global south, open source collaboration is very key so that no one is left behind. The ethics of AI, and in particular here, it's AI ethics education. So again, educational institutions should incorporate AI ethics into curricula to prepare the future leaders' responsibility. As much as technology is changing very fast, we might not be able, or we are not batching, then we need to move even faster in terms of developing or incorporating AI ethics into the curricula so that again, our society is properly educated and our students. And on this strategic recommendation, then the global partnership, this again is key. We may not walk alone in this journey, and therefore, I would really recommend regional and international partnership, which are very, very essential for knowledge sharing and best practice, especially in management of AI. And in conclusion, let me just highlight maybe 1 or 2 points. In conclusion is that AI reflects creator value. AI system embody the value and intention of the creators, making ethical designs essential for fairness. My predecessor, the speaker who spoke before me, talked about developing. That might not be a problem. The data is there. But will that system embody the value and the intention of the intention of all of us, of humanity? Because we are talking about AI system embody the value and the intention of the creator, making ethical designs essential for fairness. Point number 2 is that inclusive global South participation. Active participation by the global South ensures AI technologies are inclusive, ethical, non-biased, they are accountable, and equity or equality is seen. Addressing biasness and privacy, we would say about mitigating bias and protecting privacy. These are critical steps to harness AI for social good and equity. And lastly, fostering dialogue and innovation is very key. Just like this conference is so useful as part of the ongoing dialogue, as part of collaboration, because we have different people invited to speak and make presentation. This dialogue is very healthy, is very critical, and would even enhance innovation to build an empowering AI future for communities. I think with this, I want to thank the Egerton University, the organizers, and everyone. I think we are getting empowered, and this conference is very useful. And thank you very much. Back to you, moderator.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much, Daktari. Now, it's true we have ended our discussions at exactly 1 p.m., which is what is in the program. But honestly, these were keynote addresses under the sub-theme of the AI reckoning hard truths and bold visions for higher education. If we just walk out without some interaction with the speakers, we'll not have done a lot of justice to their presentation. So I seek your indulgence that we take about 10-15 minutes to have any responses, any questions, and then after that we head for lunch. I think Dr. Matunga, there is already a concern that has been presented to you by Dr. Njogu on the ethics of Simba AI. That should be the first one. So I'm going to request all the speakers for that session to now move forward as we start getting questions. So any question? Speakers, please, kindly let me have you here. Dr. Devin Deritu, Professor Wambugu, Dr. Mark Matunga, and Dr. James Njogu, who we are having online. So any question, any question? All right, can we have a microphone taken to Dr. Nyamweya? If I go to, did I see the Dean, Faculty of Health Sciences? If I was to go to a medic now and they instruct a machine to do, you know, a procedure on me, who takes the credit? And it's an AI, it's AI powered. It's both there? So that's part of the ethics question. So do you have the microphone?
You have it.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is David Ngatia from University of Kabianga, and I'm happy to be here. Thank you for the presentation. My question goes to Mark, Dr. Mark. I was very much excited about the Simba AI, and I would want to know how much does it take to establish a good data training center, so that because I think that could be the inhibiting factor. How much does it cost, and what can we do? What is your recommendation? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, next question to Dr. Anya. Oh, all right.
Thank you very much. I'm Dr. Gesare Magdalene from the Institute of Gender and Development Studies. Now, most of us here, you are either on Facebook or any of those social media platforms. And you will interact with very beautiful pictures of people you know, but when you meet them in person, it's a different person. And you're looking at her, or mostly her. Let me use her because we all agree that my gender likes to look good and feel good. How then is AI influencing how we look, and what is the effect of that? Because there is me on camera, I will take a photo, edit it until I almost look completely different. My age is reduced by about 20 years. And then there is me in person, the real me. How is that even influencing who I really am? And in regard to that, you also have things to do with issues of mental health, for example. I have just asked Meta AI, I just commented on my WhatsApp that, hi Meta, today I feel low. What do I do? And then it gave me a number of statements. It says, hey, tough day, let's shake it off. Sometimes you just need a distraction or someone to talk to. Would you like to, 1, talk about what's bothering you, get some mood-boosting suggestions, play a game or have some fun? Just vent and I'll listen. So Meta asks me to vent. Are we losing connection with fellow humans if I have to go to Meta and vent? Will I feel better if I make all that noise on, to AI, or will I lose that? Finally, I agree that as much as we are here to embrace AI, there are certain things that we may never really have to leave to technology. For example, physical fitness. How will it really help me to feel physically fit, or to actually be physically fit? See, I must get up, I must walk, I must run, I must work out if I have to be physically fit. Or are we also going to lose that to AI in the next few years? Thank you, Prof.
Thank you so much. Daktari, can you tell Meta to send you something on M-Pesa, because that's your problem.
I would love to do that.
And then you see, on a serious note,
on a serious
tell
note.
Meta, send me something on M-Pesa, and so that you are asking about human connection,
Yes.
Because M-Pesa is human connection. Let me just bring this microphone to Dr. Nyamoya.
And it has typed immediately.
What has it said?
It says, I'm here to help with information and support. If you're looking to send money via M-Pesa, I'll be happy to guide you, blah, blah, blah. So it's not, it's not sending me the money.
Dr. Mark and our other colleague online, I have serious concerns of data privacy, and I'm happy you mentioned it. I was asking you, Simba here, about a colleague I know, and it was telling me the husband's name, the children's names, and that one called so-and-so has died. I felt a bit embarrassed that somebody can easily get some of this personal information like that. And then your own Simba, where did you actually get the information that you put in the machine? Did you get Google like anyone else? And then what's the difference between Simba and ChatGPT and anything else? Are we trying to duplicate several AIs? You even advised us to get another AI for Egerton. Will it, will the information there be different from the information that other people get about Egerton from elsewhere? Are we getting more confused with the AI or getting better? But very much, please address the data privacy and how you got the information that we can get here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Robert Rutich from the Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences. I would like to make an observation from the 4 presentations. My perception is that we began with FAST, and FAST was more or less to do with gloom or doom about AI. Then when we went to Professor Wambuku's presentation, it was more about hope. I would presume Dr. Maranga's was more about selling fear. And the last presentation seemed to have combined all the 3. Well, the impression I'm getting is because from what Dr. Nderito presented, his main argument was basically that AI has a lot of gloom in terms of education. Now, the question that came to my mind is, when you open a document on PDF, for example, it could be 2,000 pages, there is an AI that comes immediately to inform you that it can make a summary out of it. In other words, it is asking you that you cannot read the document. The impression I'm getting is, it is asking you that you can get a summary as opposed to doing what? Reading the document. It is usually on PDF. So the question then to Dr. Nderito is, can we think around the fact that integrated AI, particularly to educational platforms like PDF, if AI is there and it is telling me that this document is too large, make a summary. What happens to the actual human action of reading page by page to read the 2,000 pages? To Dr. Maranga, on the same account, Matunga, sorry, towards your closing speech, you gave opportunities for those who may want to create AI technologies. And I get the feeling that the whole question about creating is also the aspect of capitalism, that we may want to make money out of the entire process. So is it, for example, how about my thinking that the creation of those AI platforms is basically motivated by money factor, which of course there is nothing wrong, but how about the human factor? Finally, to Professor Wambugu, you did say that education, or rather, me as a lecturer here, my job is preserved. But of course, there was an immediate contrast from Dr. Matunga, who basically said that we are going to lose our work. But in terms of history, if you reflect on work, those who have been working in tea plantations, there was a time when machines came, and of course, we may have refused at that time, but machines were able to replace human knowledge. So my question to you then, based on what Dr. Matunga has said, is it possible then that you can redefine your thinking that perhaps in 20 years, some of us may not be working because a machine has taken over? The same way some of these machines have taken over in hotels, is it possible that in universities, 20 years, some of us may have to go home because the machine is standing right here teaching a couple of students? Thank you very much.
All right. Are you, gentlemen over there, the one who had a burning question? Okay. Are you a student? Okay. Just that, because you are an outlier of being a student. I think all the others were not students, and then we get the responses. You have the microphone?
Thank you.
Short, please.
My question goes to Professor Wambugu. Professor, you talked of transformation, rejuvenation, and replacement. You said that artificial intelligence can't easily replace us. Yet, Harvard University is moving towards the direction of forming a faculty mostly centered on artificial intelligence. In 2026, they're going to be having some courses taught by artificial intelligence. For me, basically, I need some assurance, since your job is quality assurance. Could we ever have artificial intelligence as a teacher in Egerton University? Does this serve as a threat? Should we be scared, or where are we moving as an institution on this? Thank you.
Thank you so much. That is, your worries are true, and they are real. I remember when we started teaching, especially during COVID, and we were using Zoom, there was a lot of questions that were coming on the chat from the students that they were asking me, when will we see you as a person? When are we going to see you? Because they were only seeing an image and a voice. I truly believe the way technology is going, that fear is real. But what I said is this: it is something that God has given us, which is the machines or technology cannot take, the power of choice. And it is a matter of us deciding whether we are going to get replaced. Even when the technology came and people in the banks were being replaced and others, there are some people who refuse to be irrelevant. So I'm sure in that Harvard University, there are specific people who will not be replaced. So I think the way I can see it, it's a matter of, if you can't beat them, what do? You join them. I think we need to keep on moving up and equipping ourselves. And actually, there is something that is really coming up, that technology, AI is moving very fast. The way it's really generating so fast, even beyond the humans who actually came up with it. So your fears are correct, and my fears are also the same. And I think at the end of it all, what we need to do is we move with the pace. And we don't have to fear, because these are machines, and we have the power of choice, and we can be able to do it. So the fears are true. I have also my fears, and you can see they are real, because if I was not having any fear, I would not bother myself to go up and upgrade myself and try to become a Gen Z and so forth. So they are true. I don't know whether I have answered, but my colleagues will add on to that. And then I think that goes to the same question which was asked about, are machines going to replace us? Machines are supposed to make work easier. That is the basic of physics. Right from when we started teaching physics early in secondary schools, machines are supposed to make our work easier, not to replace us. And this is a basic rule in physics. We don't believe that machines can replace us. They're supposed to make our work easier. Now, I want also to say something about how AI is influencing how we look, especially for ladies. This is not strange, my friend. Before AI, tulikuwa tunajipodoa. Isn't it true? We were using all kinds of makeups to make ourselves different. What AI has done is making our work easier. Then, my friends are going to add to that the issue of mental health. This one is very, very serious. And human touch is very critical. And this is something that we should worry about, all of us. If there's anything that we should worry about, is mental health. Because human beings were not made as animals. We have an element that is beyond an animal. That one is about socialization. We were created by God even to have fellowship with God himself and have fellowship with one another. This cannot be replaced. And this is one of the worries. If the medics are here, I wish that one should be addressed, because this is something that is inbuilt in us, in our spirits. We cannot replace that one. There is that thing. And I'm worried about the generation that is coming up because of losing that human touch, and it is really affecting them. When it comes to physical fitness, the other day I used to pay some money to go for gym, 4,000 so that I go to a gym. These days I don't need that 4,000. What I have done is to have strong internet in my house, and then I go to, and one of the days I was looking at something that was really helping me to do the exercise. I looked at it and finally I realized it was a robot. It was not a human being. So we are not going to lose our physical fitness. What is worrying so much is actually the social, the fellowship aspect that we need. And this should be our worrying as academia. We should really go on research and see how we can maintain that fellowship with ourselves, with our people, and finally with God. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll address myself to two questions. I'll start with Dr. Esare, same issue that Prof was talking about, whether the emergence of AI has come to deceive us, especially when it comes to physical beauty. Of course, in every aspect of reality, we have perception and reality. And we always want also to be perceived in a certain way. And that's why we want our image to be seen outside there, being that way. And as Prof has said, it's not just something that has come with technology, but it has always been there, even in our traditional cultures. But I think the best way to approach this is to ask yourself, what is your aesthetic appreciation of human beings? Are you just stuck on the physical beauty, or you also go beyond the physical beauty? So you might find a very handsome man, and he's handsome naturally. But when you add other values that you might want to look for from a man, you find that the physical beauty is not all. So it's also about how you perceive value. I mean, you appreciate value and aesthetic appreciation. I'll address myself now to Rotich, who had a direct question for me. And I know that when I set the tone, when I began, it's like I brought that aspect of gloom about AI. But if you're confronted with such an issue that I was tasked with, whether artificial intelligence redefined human intelligence and our purpose, you'll be tempted to not give a definite answer. That's why maybe the concept of gloom is coming in. But my message was very simple, that AI cannot replace every aspect of human capacity. There are some aspects where AI has taken over, and we should appreciate that and take advantage of that. Use that on a stepping stone. But we should also enhance those aspects that are critical to human nature, like critical thinking, empathy, and all that. And for example, if you are to go out and maybe you are searching for an information, and AI forces you to take the summarized information, then it's upon you to make a decision on whether you are satisfied with the summary or you want to do what a human being does better than the machine. Thank you.
Thank you. How many people here have a Gmail? Just raise your hand. Thank you. Everyone has a Gmail, which means that if you're sending me a message now, that message will go to another server somewhere and then come to me. Some of you have Yahoo accounts, and that just means that all your information is already sitting in another server. So I need you to know that so long as you are connected to the internet, one way or the other, you are naked digitally before the world. That's the truth. And that is the naked truth. The question about information and data that was picked up about someone who died,
all of you today, when someone dies, you quickly go onto Facebook and you type, oh, so-and-so, rest in peace. You even put their photos there. That's already publicly available information. All of you do that. In fact, even the bereaved family, the whole eulogy or everything is posted on the website. And they even do a YouTube channel to connect the funeral service in Mfangano Island so that my brother who is in Canada can watch. That is public information. That's already, you're already out there. So that is not even information that you should worry about, because you yourself, you're the one who has put it there. How many here are guests who came to Egerton today for this function? Guests, including Christopher. At the gate, didn't you have to actually leave your name and your phone number and your ID? Dr. Thega and I are champions of cybersecurity. The first level of vulnerability is there. Because all of you, even going to offices in Nairobi, you write your name, you write your phone number, and you write your ID. 3 most important items for anyone to basically break into your digital life. True or false? And you willingly give it. Even me today, I had to give it. And of course, with the phone number, I usually change one of the digits. And even ID, I change one of the digits. But all this information is publicly available. Do you know who I'm giving? I'm giving those guys at the gate. I didn't even vet them. But they already have my name, my phone number, and my ID. And then you wonder why someone is calling you from committee and says, Safaricom, why did you even get my number? But you've spread your number all over the place. That is the reality when you're talking about personal data. When you're talking about where did you get this data. For Simba AI, we trained Simba AI on already publicly available data. That is what we trained Simba AI on. And it is that family that already gave that name online and attached it to their profile. I didn't ask Professor Christopher here for his information. His information is on his website, and is on his profile, and it is on his university's website. Is that not public information? And then you're still asking me, how did you get my information? Wacheni yo mabwana. You know, so it's you to actually protect your data. And the data laws will protect you, but if you don't protect your data, if you're not smart about your data, then that's the problem. I want to join my colleagues as I conclude that AI will not replace you. AI basically mimics what you do as a human person and tries to actually help you achieve better results in a more efficient, faster way. And if you refuse that cannot happen, that is the part that it will replace. It will not replace activities between you and your wife. Those are the activities. Those you'll continue to do. I always tell politicians, this coming election, anyone who is here and wants to run in 2027, that you will not be running against any of your opponents. You'll be running against AI. Why? Because of deepfake. And that is what ties to part of what Daktari there was saying. From Kabianga, correct? Did you say you're from Kabianga? Yeah. And my sister also said that. What will happen with the deep fake now, it takes your photo and it generates your photo, generates your voice, because my voice as we speak today is already in the public domain because this meeting is on YouTube. So the systems have already captured my voice. The systems have already captured how I look publicly. Because if I don't want that to happen, I should be sitting in my house, not coming to these conferences. So once I'm here as a person, my voice is already there. All the politicians will be running against artificial intelligence. That is what they need to know. And that is partly what Ruto discovered, that they're going to run against AI. Because you wake up in the morning, you go and campaign, in the evening, you go to your house, you sleep, tomorrow you want to go and vote. By the time you wake up, somebody has already pushed a video of you saying that you have withdrawn and all your votes should go to so and so. That will happen. It will happen here. And watch this space. It will happen here. And then you start seeing so many people have called you. They are calling you left and right. Bwana nini imefanyika? Sasa kwa nini umewacha? Nimewacha nini? There's a video of you saying that you have now withdrawn. And by the time you actually attempt to correct that, kura imehesabiwa. Yule asubuhi na mapema. So just know that there are the dangers of AI, but there are also the beautiful parts of AI. That usually happens. Because today, if Kioko here appeared in this room with a knife, that would be a problem. It would be called a weapon, because he's misusing the knife. If you find Kioko in his kitchen with a knife, you would not even worry, because you know he's going to cook for himself. Siku hizi hata hana bibi ya kumpikia, anajipikia. So you know he's actually using a knife to cut vegetables and everything. Everything that we have, every tool that you have can be used for good and or bad. And that is why even those of us who promote technology, we always caution you on the negative side of technology. But you know what? For this one, there's no reverse gear. May God bless you.
Dr. Njogu, please.
Yes, thank you very much. Most questions have been handled, but let me, I can see we are running late. Just one statement also. I want to give an example of Henry Ford. Henry Ford, majority of us know him. He manufactured these Ford vehicles, those all day. And in 1913, he introduced a moving assembly line. And everybody criticized him that he's cutting labor and so on. But the bigger achievement here in 1913 is that vehicle production and sales and use was democratized. People could buy vehicles cheaply and vehicles numbers increased. I want to relate this with AI. AI will make work easy. We need it despite the ethical issues. And this is where we need now to put caution. How a politician can concord that the other one has withdrawn. The example that was given last. We have to set ethical issues in the next election. Otherwise, we will see trouble, as a Prof indicated in his presentation. And therefore, let me say this, that I do not think AI will replace people. It will replace in some areas. And I'll give an example. If a teacher can use AI to personalize learning, then it will be freeing more time for mentorship. AI will not do mentorship. And what do you need more? In fact, in the society today, we are talking about we need more mentorship, not training, not reading, reading for the student who can read, especially at university level. Doctors can rely on AI for diagnostic. Then the same doctor should now focus more on patient care. And so to me, AI is that, like that example of Henry Ford when he introduced moving assembly line, and there were more production, which benefited the society. So let us benefit from AI. Let us not be scared. Let us reposition ourselves. Let's reposition our country. Let us reposition our universities. And everywhere we reposition, even in politics. I wouldn't be scared by that person who would want to concoct A, B, C, D. Because I believe going forward, we must talk about setting the ethical standards for the election and the use of AI in the election. If the IEBC doesn't do that, perhaps we'll be in trouble. Thank you very much. I didn't want to take much time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Njogu. Thank you so much, Dr. Matunga, Dr. Nderito, and Professor Wambugu for leading us in that session. Asanteni sana. Okay, so now we want to take exactly 30 minutes for lunch, because the first speaker in the session we are going to have after lunch is going to speak to us in the next 30 minutes. In fact, she's already online. So this is what we are going to do. You already have meal cards. If you don't have meal cards, please remain here so that we sort you out. For our guests, Dr. Thiga will be leading you to the right space where you will be served. And for staff now, every other person now who has cards, meal cards, for the staff, once we exit, there is a serving point on my right. Then for the students, you will go and be served under the tent. Please, let's do that and be back in the next 30 minutes. Bon appetit.
Egerton University is proud to host the inaugural AI in Higher Education Summit, a groundbreaking 3-day event from the 14th to 16th of October 2025. Under the theme, Generative AI in Higher Education Teaching, Learning and Research, Candid Confrontations, this summit will be a powerful platform for academics, researchers and students to engage in open, honest dialogue about AI's role in higher education. From exploring global and African perspectives to confronting ethical challenges in teaching, learning and research, the summit will pave the way for actionable policy recommendation essential for universities.
Artificial intelligence has become the buzzword in every sector, but it appears that we do not want to be left behind. We need to understand it, and once we understand it, we are a major stakeholder in training high-level manpower for the country.
Participants will experience hands-on learning with AI as a personalized study partner, while also critically examining its limitations, including hallucinations and ethical dilemmas.
AI makes learning more personalized. It makes me understand difficult concepts more easier in a simpler way. It makes me access information faster.
What excites me the most about AI in my learning journey, it's the mobile library it provides to me as a learner, because I'm able to
Egerton University is proud to host the inaugural AI in Higher Education Summit, a groundbreaking 3-day event from the 14th to 16th of October 2025. Under the theme, Generative AI in Higher Education Teaching, Learning and Research, Candid Confrontations, this summit will be a powerful platform for academics, researchers and students to engage in open, honest dialogue about AI's role in higher education. From exploring global and African perspectives to confronting ethical challenges in teaching, learning and research, the summit will pave the way for actionable policy recommendation essential for universities.
Artificial intelligence has become the buzzword in every sector, but it appears that we do not want to be left behind. We need to understand it, and once we understand it, we are a major stakeholder in training high-level manpower for the country.
Participants will experience hands-on learning with AI as a personalized study partner, while also critically examining its limitations, including hallucinations and ethical dilemmas.
AI makes learning more personalized. It makes me understand difficult concepts more easier in a simpler way. It makes me access information faster.
What excites me the most about AI in my learning journey, it's the mobile library it provides to me as a learner, because I'm able to access a huge variety of information in any place at any time. And secondly, it also facilitates my revision, because AI is able to summarize a huge or a bulky information into a simpler and precise information, which helps me to actually understand information and revise during times when we are preparing for exams.
The program culminates in immersive sessions on AI in the workplace, where leading experts will highlight future-ready skills, practical AI applications, and ethical frontiers shaping tomorrow's workforce. A spirited debate on AI's impact on human thinking, a keynote on navigating the ethical horizon, and a spectacular showcase of generative AI creative performances will mark the grand finale.
It will give us an opportunity to have guidance. Policy is not necessarily restrictive. In our case, it is the one thing that we need in order to have clarity in the use of AI for teaching, learning, and research.
As a researcher, I have several expectations for this summit. I want to get to know who have the expertise that use it, what do they use it for, and how I can advance it in my research, in my teaching, and my other works that are consultancy based.
I expect to interact with experts in the field of AI, and they'll be able to give me information on how I can further use AI in the classroom and also in my research.
The AI Summit has a lot of important information, a lot of important issues which are going to be discussed, and they're going to be beneficial to all of us.
I expect to learn from the experts in artificial intelligence how best we can apply artificial intelligence in improving the curriculum that we teach, which will be relevant not only in the present world but also for future.
With thought leaders from across disciplines, industry partners unveiling cutting-edge AI technologies, and distinguished alumni shaping the global AI landscape, this summit promises to inspire and empower. Join us as we move beyond fear and embrace AI as a transformative tool for academic, professional, and institutional advancement. Egerton University, leading the way in shaping the future of higher education in an AI-powered world.
Don't miss out.
Coalim TV, empowering the youth.
Egerton University is proud to host the inaugural AI in Higher Education Summit, a groundbreaking 3-day event from the 14th to 16th of October 2025. Under the theme, Generative AI in Higher Education Teaching, Learning and Research, Candid Confrontations, this summit will be a powerful platform for academics, researchers and students to engage in open, honest dialogue about AI's role in higher education. From exploring global and African perspectives to confronting ethical challenges in teaching, learning and research, the summit will pave the way for actionable policy recommendation essential for universities.
Artificial intelligence has become the buzzword in every sector, but it appears that we do not want to be left behind. We need to understand it, and once we understand it, we are a major stakeholder in training high-level manpower for the country.
Participants will experience hands-on learning with AI as a personalized study partner, while also critically examining its limitations, including hallucinations and ethical dilemmas.
AI makes learning more personalized. It makes me understand difficult concepts more easier in a simpler way. It makes me access information faster.
What excites me the most about AI in my learning journey, it's the mobile library it provides to me as a learner, because I'm able to access a huge variety of information in any place at any time. And secondly, it also facilitates my revision, because AI is able to summarize a huge or a bulky information into a simpler and precise information, which helps me to actually understand information and revise during times when we are preparing for exams.
The program culminates in immersive sessions on AI in the workplace, where leading experts will highlight future-ready skills, practical AI applications, and ethical frontiers shaping tomorrow's workforce. A spirited debate on AI's impact on human thinking, a keynote on navigating the ethical horizon, and a spectacular showcase of generative AI creative performances will mark the grand finale.
It will give us an opportunity to have guidance. Policy is not necessarily restrictive. In our case, it is the one thing that we need in order to have clarity in the use of AI for teaching, learning and research.
As a researcher, I have several expectations for this summit. I want to get to know who have the expertise that use it. What do they use it for? And how I can advance it in my research, in my teaching, and my other works that are consultancy based.
I expect to interact with experts in the field of AI, and they'll be able to give me information on how I can further use AI in the classroom and also in my research.
The AI Summit has a lot of important information, a lot of important issues which are going to be discussed, and they're going to be beneficial to all of us.
I expect to learn from the experts in artificial intelligence how best we can apply artificial intelligence in improving the curriculum that we teach, which will be relevant not only in the present world but also for future.
With thought leaders from across disciplines, industry partners unveiling cutting-edge AI technologies, and distinguished alumni shaping the global AI landscape, this summit promises to inspire and empower. Join us as we move beyond fear and embrace AI as a transformative tool for academic, professional, and institutional advancement. Egerton University, leading the way in shaping the future of higher education in an AI-powered world.
Don't miss out.
Coelim TV, empowering the youth.
Egerton University is proud to host the inaugural AI in Higher Education Summit, a groundbreaking 3-day event from the 14th to 16th of October 2025. Under the theme, Generative AI in Higher Education Teaching, Learning and Research, Candid Confrontations, this summit will be a powerful platform for academics, researchers and students to engage in open, honest dialogue about AI's role in higher education. From exploring global and African perspectives to confronting ethical challenges in teaching, learning and research, the summit will pave the way for actionable policy recommendation essential for universities.
Artificial intelligence has become the buzzword in every sector, but it appears that we do not want to be left behind. We need to understand it, and once we understand it, we are a major stakeholder in training high-level manpower for the country.
Participants will experience hands-on learning with AI as a personalized study partner, while also critically examining its limitations, including hallucinations and ethical dilemmas.
AI makes learning more personalized. It makes me understand difficult concepts more easier in a simpler way. It makes me access information faster.
What excites me the most about AI in my learning journey, it's the mobile library it provides to me as a learner, because I'm able to access a huge variety of information in any place at any time. And secondly, it also facilitates my revision, because AI is able to summarize a huge or a bulky information into a simpler and precise information, which helps me to actually understand information and revise during times when we are preparing for exams.
The program culminates in immersive sessions on AI in the workplace, where leading experts will highlight future-ready skills, practical AI applications, and ethical frontiers shaping tomorrow's workforce. A spirited debate on AI's impact on human thinking, a keynote on navigating the ethical horizon, and a spectacular showcase of generative AI creative performances will mark the grand finale.
It will give us an opportunity to have guidance. Policy is not necessarily restrictive. In our case, it is the one thing that we need in order to have clarity in the use of AI for teaching, learning and research.
As a researcher, I have several expectations for this summit. I want to get to know who have the expertise that use it. What do they use it for? And how I can advance it in my research, in my teaching, and my other works that are consultancy based.
I expect to interact with experts in the field of AI, and they'll be able to give me information on how I can further use AI in the classroom and also in my research.
The AI Summit has a lot of important information, a lot of important issues which are going to be discussed, and they're going to be beneficial to all of us.
I expect to learn from the experts in artificial intelligence how best we can apply artificial intelligence in improving the curriculum that we teach, which will be relevant not only in the present world but also for future.
With thought leaders from across disciplines, industry partners unveiling cutting-edge AI technologies, and distinguished alumni shaping the global AI landscape, this summit promises to inspire and empower. Join us as we move beyond fear and embrace AI as a transformative tool for academic, professional, and institutional advancement. Egerton University, leading the way in shaping the future of higher education in an AI-powered world.
Don't miss out.
Coelim TV, empowering the youth.
Egerton University is proud to host the inaugural AI in Higher Education Summit, a groundbreaking 3-day event from the 14th to 16th of October 2025. Under the theme, Generative AI in Higher Education Teaching, Learning and Research, Candid Confrontations, this summit will be a powerful platform for academics, researchers and students to engage in open, honest dialogue about AI's role in higher education. From exploring global and African perspectives to confronting ethical challenges in teaching, learning and research, the summit will pave the way for actionable policy recommendation essential for universities.
Artificial intelligence has become the buzzword in every sector, but it appears that we do not want to be left behind. We need to understand it, and once we understand it, we are a major stakeholder in training high-level manpower for the country.
Participants will experience hands-on learning with AI as a personalized study partner, while also critically examining its limitations, including hallucinations and ethical dilemmas.
AI makes learning more personalized. It makes me understand difficult concepts more easier in a simpler way. It makes me access information faster.
What excites me the most about AI in my learning journey, it's the mobile library it provides to me as a learner, because I'm able to access a huge variety of information in any place at any time. And secondly, it also facilitates my revision, because AI is able to summarize a huge or a bulky information into a simpler and precise information, which helps me to actually understand information and revise during times when we are preparing for exams.
The program culminates in immersive sessions on AI in the workplace, where leading experts will highlight future-ready skills, practical AI applications, and ethical frontiers shaping tomorrow's workforce. A spirited debate on AI's impact on human thinking, a keynote on navigating the ethical horizon, and a spectacular showcase of generative AI creative performances will mark the grand finale.
It will give us an opportunity to have guidance. Policy is not necessarily restrictive. In our case, it is the one thing that we need in order to have clarity in the use of AI for teaching, learning and research.
As a researcher, I have several expectations for this summit. I want to get to know who have the expertise that use it, what do they use it for, and how I can advance it in my research, in my teaching, and my other works that are consultancy based.
I expect to interact with experts in the field of AI, and they'll be able to give me information on how I can further use AI in the classroom and also in my research.
The AI Summit has a lot of important information, a lot of important issues which are going to be discussed, and they're going to be beneficial to all of us.
I expect to learn from the experts in artificial intelligence how best we can apply artificial intelligence in improving the curriculum that we teach, which will be relevant not only in the present world but also for future.
With thought leaders from across disciplines, industry partners unveiling cutting-edge AI technologies, and distinguished alumni shaping the global AI landscape, this summit promises to inspire and empower. Join us as we move beyond fear and embrace AI as a transformative tool for academic, professional, and institutional advancement. Egerton University, leading the way in shaping the future of higher education in an AI-powered world.
Don't miss out.
Coelim TV, empowering the youth.
Egerton University is proud to host the inaugural AI in Higher Education Summit, a groundbreaking 3-day event from the 14th to 16th of October 2025. Under the theme, Generative AI in Higher Education Teaching, Learning and Research, Candid Confrontations, this summit will be a powerful platform for academics, researchers and students to engage in open, honest dialogue about AI's role in higher education. From exploring global and African perspectives to confronting ethical challenges in teaching, learning and research, the summit will pave the way for actionable policy recommendation essential for universities.
Artificial intelligence has become the buzzword in every sector, but it appears that we do not want to be left behind. We need to understand it, and once we understand it, we are a major stakeholder in training high-level manpower for the country.
Participants will experience hands-on learning with AI as a personalized study partner, while also critically examining its limitations, including hallucinations and ethical dilemmas.
AI makes learning more personalized. It makes me understand difficult concepts more easier in a simpler way. It makes me access information faster.
What excites me the most about AI in my learning journey, it's the mobile library it provides to me as a learner, because I'm able to access a huge variety of information in any place at any time. And secondly, it also facilitates my revision, because AI is able to summarize a huge or a bulky information into a simpler and precise information, which helps me to actually understand information and revise during times when we are preparing for exams.
The program culminates in immersive sessions on AI in the workplace, where leading experts will highlight future-ready skills, practical AI applications, and ethical frontiers shaping tomorrow's workforce. A spirited debate on AI's impact on human thinking, a keynote on navigating the ethical horizon, and a spectacular showcase of generative AI creative performances will mark the grand finale.
It will give us an opportunity to have guidance. Policy is not necessarily restrictive. In our case, it is the one thing that we need in order to have clarity in the use of AI for teaching, learning and research.
As a researcher, I have several expectations for this summit. I want to get to know who have the expertise that use it. What do they use it for? And how I can advance it in my research, in my teaching, and my other works that are consultancy based.
I expect to interact with experts in the field of AI, and they'll be able to give me information on how I can further use AI in the classroom and also in my research.
The AI Summit has a lot of important information, a lot of important issues which are going to be discussed, and they're going to be beneficial to all of us.
I expect to learn from the experts in artificial intelligence how best we can apply artificial intelligence in improving the curriculum that we teach, which will be relevant not only in the present world but also for future.
With thought leaders from across disciplines, industry partners unveiling cutting-edge AI technologies, and distinguished alumni shaping the global AI landscape, this summit promises to inspire and empower. Join us as we move beyond fear and embrace AI as a transformative tool for academic, professional, and institutional advancement. Egerton University, leading the way in shaping the future of higher education in an AI-powered world.
Don't miss out.
Coelim TV, empowering the youth.
Egerton University is proud to host the inaugural AI in Higher Education Summit, a groundbreaking 3-day event from the 14th to 16th of October 2025. Under the theme, Generative AI in Higher Education Teaching, Learning and Research, Candid Confrontations, this summit will be a powerful platform for academics, researchers and students to engage in open, honest dialogue about AI's role in higher education. From exploring global and African perspectives to confronting ethical challenges in teaching, learning and research, the summit will pave the way for actionable policy recommendation essential for universities.
Artificial intelligence has become the buzzword in every sector, but it appears that we do not want to be left behind. We need to understand it, and once we understand it, we are a major stakeholder in training high-level manpower for the country.
Participants will experience hands-on learning with AI as a personalized study partner, while also critically examining its limitations, including hallucinations and ethical dilemmas.
AI makes learning more personalized. It makes me understand difficult concepts more easier in a simpler way. It makes me access information faster.
What excites me the most about AI in my learning journey, it's the mobile library it provides to me as a learner, because I'm able to access a huge variety of information in any place at any time. And secondly, it also facilitates my revision, because AI is able to summarize a huge or a bulky information into a simpler and precise information, which helps me to actually understand information and revise during times when we are preparing for exam.
The program culminates in immersive sessions on AI in the workplace, where leading experts will highlight future-ready skills, practical AI applications, and ethical frontiers shaping tomorrow's workforce. A spirited debate on AI's impact on human thinking, a keynote on navigating the ethical horizon, and a spectacular showcase of generative AI creative performances will mark the grand finale.
It will give us an opportunity to have guidance. Policy is not necessarily restrictive. In our case, it is the one thing that we need in order to have clarity in the use of AI for teaching, learning, and research.
As a researcher, I have several expectations for this summit. I want to get to know who have the expertise that use it. What do they use it for? And how I can advance it in my research, in my teaching, and my other works that are consultancy based.
I expect to interact with experts in the field of AI, and they'll be able to give me information on how I can further use AI in the classroom and also in my research.
The AI Summit has a lot of important information, a lot of important issues which are going to be discussed, and they're going to be beneficial to all of us.
I expect to learn from the experts in artificial intelligence how best we can apply artificial intelligence in improving the curriculum that we teach, which will be relevant not only in the present world but also for future.
With thought leaders from across disciplines, industry partners unveiling cutting-edge AI technologies, and distinguished alumni shaping the global AI landscape, this summit promises to inspire and empower. Join us as we move beyond fear and embrace AI as a transformative tool for academic, professional, and institutional advancement. Egerton University, leading the way in shaping the future of higher education in an AI-powered world.
Don't miss out.
Coelim TV, empowering the youth.
Egerton University is proud to host the inaugural AI in Higher Education Summit, a groundbreaking 3-day event from the 14th to 16th of October 2025. Under the theme, Generative AI in Higher Education Teaching, Learning and Research, Candid Confrontations, this summit will be a powerful platform for academics, researchers and students to engage in open, honest dialogue about AI's role in higher education. From exploring global and African perspectives to confronting ethical challenges in teaching, learning and research, the summit will pave the way for actionable policy recommendation essential for universities.
Artificial intelligence has become the buzzword in every sector, but it appears that we do not want to be left behind. We need to understand it, and once we understand it, we are a major stakeholder in training high-level manpower for the country.
Participants will experience hands-on learning with AI as a personalized study partner, while also critically examining its limitations, including hallucinations and ethical dilemmas.
AI makes learning more personalized. It makes me understand difficult concepts more easier in a simpler way. It makes me access information faster.
What excites me the most about AI in my learning journey, it's the mobile library it provides to me as a learner, because I'm able to access a huge variety of information in any place at any time. And secondly, it also facilitates my revision, because AI is able to summarize a huge or a bulky information into a simpler and precise information, which helps me to actually understand information and revise during times when we are preparing for exams.
The program culminates in immersive sessions on AI in the workplace, where leading experts will highlight future-ready skills, practical AI applications, and ethical frontiers shaping tomorrow's workforce. A spirited debate on AI's impact on human thinking, a keynote on navigating the ethical horizon, and a spectacular showcase of generative AI creative performances will mark the grand finale.
It will give us an opportunity to have guidance. Policy is not necessarily restrictive. In our case, it is the one thing that we need in order to have clarity in the use of AI for teaching, learning and research.
As a researcher, I have several expectations for this summit. I want to get to know who have the expertise that use it, what do they use it for, and how I can advance it in my research, in my teaching, and my other works that are consultancy based.
I expect to interact with experts in the field of AI, and they'll be able to give me information.
Good afternoon. So thank you very much for enjoying the sumptuous meal that you have had. And in the interest of time, we request that we be seated so that we can start this session. And I request our technical team to confirm to us that the next speaker is online. And once we are sure that she is online, we will be ready to kick off. Any of the guests who came after we recognized our guests, please feel welcome. We are happy to have this conversation ongoing. You are part of the big conversation, and indeed, we are having the candid confrontations. I was listening to Professor Patricia and wondering after this session, what will you tell the grandson? Those who are very kind questions. So thank you very much. We have 2 sessions in the afternoon, and one will be a panel discussion. I can see the discussants are with us here. So karibuni sana. Technical team, is the presenter online? Okay. So good afternoon, Eleonora. Can you hear us? Eleonora Simeon. Are you able to hear us? Are you able to continue with the conversation? So as we wait for that conversation, and as we continue preparing ourselves for the panel discussion session, if you really have a question that you would want the discussants to respond to based on the conversations that we have had here, you will have a few of your minutes. So, Eleonora Simeon, good afternoon. Are you able to hear us?
Yes, thank you. I'm able to hear you.
Thank you very much. We are ready for you to continue with the conversation with us, and please pick it up from here. Thank you and most welcome.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you to everyone who is attending to this summit. I want also to thank you, Egerton University, for allowing our participation. We are very excited and very glad to be here today with you. So allow me to share my screen. Everyone can see my screen?
Yes, it's okay. We can see.
Thank you very much. So, again, good morning, everyone. My name is Eleonora Simeone. I'm the higher education specialist at Google for Education. I'm in charge for the project management strategy in higher ed, and also for every strategy, including artificial intelligence development across Middle East, Africa, and Europe. So I will present you what is our value propositions, what are we currently doing in this sector, and then we will ultimate this presentation with a hands-on laboratory that I've created for you, which will showcase some examples on how higher education institutions are using AI. So as I said, I work with many universities across Middle East, Africa, and Europe, and what we usually encounter and the questions that usually raise the point are, what we're gonna do now with the AI advancement? How can we include this in our student curricula? What are the advantages and disadvantages? I heard many of your presentation stories, and I do agree with many points that you've been mentioning before. So I hope we can gather some attention to this very crucial moment, and I will be happy to also accommodate your questions after this presentation. So at Google, as you know, we are not just working in the pedagogical side. We are not uniquely supporting the education sector, but we are working across different sectors, especially when it comes to innovation, how that impacts on society. AI has been representing a very crucial time. So many of our projects are across environment, health, transportation, safety, housing, but the mission still remains only one, right? How can we truly generate knowledge through educational exemplary training to society for national global development? So our mission is truly the one to support a world-class university, a world-class technology that can support different sectors at scale. As many of you already know, we've been working since many years on how AI can truly empower different type of experiences, especially when it comes to the user approach. So many of our models that we've been developing in the recent times, as the one you can see on this screen, are multimodal AI assistants. What does it mean? Of course, we are empowering each user to give the flexibility, to have the flexibility to adapt content from written content to an audio content and vice versa? How can I directly talk to the AI assistant and help me to support, increase my knowledge about the topic, but also to support me through redacting like a written content. So this is the multimodality that we're giving everyone the freedom to have. And then how this technology is also supporting the customer experience. As I mentioned before, when it comes to education, we truly focus on the pedagogical aspect of this technology, but also when it comes to other sector, these tools are of incredible, crucial strategical use. And then how do we see through the lenses of AI? Of course, many of you have already been the lens, and we know that this is a specific also solution that can help everyone to interact in real time with information technology. So just very briefly on here, as we've been developing AI, we have been one of the forefront agency, one of the forefront providers. The main objectives that we had were especially focused on healthcare. Many of you that might have heard, of course, in the past, AlphaFold is a special LLM model that has been developed to understand the protein structure and how the protein structures they are the block of our life. How are we able to cure diseases, accelerate drug discovery, and also how AlphaFold as a model can help to fight and look and find antibiotic resistance. So the technology has been developed since the very beginning, since their inceptions, for needs that can truly empower human society and respond to social and healthcare challenges. So we truly been committed to this cause with our Department of Science, which is DeepMind, which has been mapping out specific tools as AlphaFold that now can count for researchers, especially many researchers in the university field, to understand how protein synthesizations can support in understanding what could be the future aspect of technology applied through scientific discoveries, and also how these discoveries can be applied to find new cures to disease. And then again, we have many applications towards healthcare, and when it comes as well to eye screening, how to understand how eye disease can be cured across the scientific approach. AI can support drastically, okay, on understanding through a vast number of data sets, okay, that have been analyzed every day, every month, every year, just to understand how we can bring value in the next year, and how can we detect, okay, patient in clinics all around the globe. And again, we have these measures that we're activating towards the acceleration of AI infrastructure. We know the sustainability that this goes beyond the activation of AI, all the data centers, and we are collaborating drastically on how can we enhance measure to optimize the data center operation and develop clean energy solutions. When it comes to education, learning is our forefront. Okay, we've been supporting university now since more than 15 years, and especially this year, we are crucially very attentive on how can we co-present, co-create with the university leaders. How can technology can truly bring a positive impact through the pedagogical, administrative, and through especially enhancing the skills of future students. So that's why we are here today, and I want to reiterate this message. For us, it's extremely important to co-create and co-create with you this technology in order to understand how can really bring a sustainable and positive impact across the next years. So we've been developing also programs as, of course, like Grow with Google for students and for young learners to have these tools in their hands, okay? How can you start to upskill yourself? How can you start to learn, get those valuable certifications, right? To be sustainable for your future, but also to be at the forefront of this technology. How can you empower yourself and how can you empower the people around you? This is a strategically important, is of strategical importance to us and to you. And it comes also to how do we bring this information university accessible? How do we democratize information? Through the learning aspect, through the teaching, through the training. So for us, this is a strategical area. When it comes to higher education, so this is my what I do in my role, in my position. I connect with multiple universities almost every day just to understand how they're using technology. I learn from this university, and I think that this is the most important part. How do we put these pieces of the puzzle together? How do we co-create this technology to be useful to everyone? And how do we consecutively how do we promote this technology to transform this this changing environment? With the advance of AI, everything is changing very fast. So how do we adapt to these changes together? First of all, very important to note, okay, when previous to everything that we are seeing right now, to the big momentum of AI, we were already operating to understand what could have been the principle of AI. The training principles, that these principles were developed more than 10 years ago, and they consisted in innovation, responsible development, deployment, and collaborative process. Okay, AI is an emerging technology, as we all know, and but it plays, as we know, complexities and risk time over time. So for us, the forefront strategy was to develop these principles, okay? And these principles, again, they are evolving as the same speed as this technology is also evolving. So in 2018, when we firstly adopt the Google AI principles, that you can also check online, I will share the links at the end of this presentation, we have tried to balance out, check how those products could be designed for social benefit, okay? Because they are your tips. The innovation, how also Google has been developing AI in the way that it needs to inspire people, but it needs to have the human endeavor, okay? How can we drive economic progress? How can we improve lives? It is absolutely important for us to understand these challenges, but knowing which solutions we are making available to the general public. So the responsibility beyond the deployment and is strategic development. This development, of course, and the way how we strategically create these solutions is through the co-participations of our main university stakeholders. This is a project that is ongoing, and we and what I would like to gather also from today is your attention on this point. How can we support you, and how can we collaborate on this still emerging transformative technology? We have this principle already alive, but how can we progressively, bring value to those, together with your commitment, with your knowledge, with your feedback? Okay, it's a continuous feedback loop that we're trying to nurture in order to make this technology as good, as valid, as realistic as possible. When it comes also to the what technology are we providing, is very important. I heard someone said before, when you input your information, when you create a personal account, when you put your email on when you create your first email, then of course there are some information that you have to collect in order to create your personal account. How much does it count to you, in this case, having an infrastructure that is reliable and secure? Well, as you know, our AI models have been developed in-house, right? We do not rely on third parties operators. So all our technological stack, starting from the infrastructure to the models to the software, including the device, is something that we own directly. So we do not rely on third parties. How does this translate on the security and on the ownership of these tools? Well, this is logical, right? When you don't rely on other operators, you can assume responsibility, 100% of responsibility on your own. There is less risk of lacking data outside of our servers. So this help us to retain and help us and all of us to retain those information in a secure environment. As compared to other tools also that are available right now, and that we know that many students, many faculty professors are using. So this is how, in few words, how does it compares across the market. There are many information here, but the ones that I want you to note is the contrast that we own towards other competitor, right? When it comes to third-party providers. Having a secure infrastructure, having your own LLM models directly built in-house is a competitive advantage. It's a very strategic competitive advantage, right? And here, when it comes to pedagogy, we're getting close to our conversational AI pedagogical use of Gen AI tools. When it comes to pedagogy, we are a learning company. We've always been a learning company. The models that we have been creating are specifically developed for the learning strategic use of students and faculty lead. The models that we provided, which we will see today during the hands-on lab sessions, are two models. Two models that are built for standard use, and some models that are built for mathematical algebraic use for understand data sequencing in a very most deep dive way. So you have different models at your hands, at your fingerprint, that you can use depending on the use case. So these models have they own the pedagogical principle, okay? How to manage the cognitive load, inspire the creative learning. These tools, they don't give you a direct answer to your question, but they help you to redirect through, understand which, let's say, which knowledge you should gather before getting to the next step. So they're built with those guardrails in place in order for you to get through the metacognitive knowledge, understanding which solutions you have to use, what is the subject about, what is the topic, and to question yourself more rather than just assuming that you already know the subject that you are consulting. So it also helps to stimulate your curiosity. It is adapted to every learner. So when talking about this model, which is called the LearnLM is our specific pedagogical models, which is infused in our LLM machine learning models. This is very important for you to understand that across different tools, across Gemini, which is our AI-powered assistants, Google Search, YouTube, Cloud Workspace, and Classroom, you will find as a baseline, as a foundational model, the LearnLM, okay, which helps educator in the learning process and helps students to develop those essential skills. This model has been already used at large scale. It has, as I say, it's the world's most pedagogical AI model, and has been used by the most prominent universities as well in the United States, and has been developed in co-participation with them. Because again, as I stated before, We are we are a learning company, and we need your support. We need university stakeholder support to understand how to give you the best experience. I will share with you after all also a report, the report that has been drafted by pedagogical experts that have been using LearnLM across GPT and Claude. This should help you to understand as well what have been the crucial area of evaluation through the learning process, through the pedagogical assets. So this is a report that has been developed not long time ago. Actually, this was less than two years ago, and where this model has been rigorously evaluated, okay, against the other models. But the scenario that provides, and where we truly place attention towards, is how can we support students to stimulate learning interaction, focusing on the factual accuracy, okay? How can we reduce the risk of bias, hallucination? So these are all crucial elements that, as you know, as you are all experts in the room, you know how important it is when it comes to guide this tool towards the practical, reliable use. And then something that has been discussed a lot over here, and I was really paying attention to the presenters that were before me. So we all know that right now, with the advent of AI, it is an imperative need to learn how to use this tool in higher education. We are providing tools to students that will be the future leader of society. We cannot reject AI, because AI, like rejecting AI, would mean that as we were rejecting the internet more than 50 years plus ago. So any institution that chooses to ignore AI will likely find itself struggling, okay, for relevance in the next decade. So this is extremely important, and our mission here at Google is truly to empower each person from one-to-one approach, empower everyone to have these tools at their disposal, but to learn how to leverage these solutions, okay? Technology is advancing, it's advancing very quick, very fast. There's no way back. There's only a way forward. So how do we together, how do we improve, how can we support each of us to understand the strategical use of this solution is of our basic foundational scope. This is a report from the World Economic Forum, very important. When I usually speak to my university stakeholders, when it comes into mind, how also, how fast, okay, there are growing and declining jobs. This is a report from 2025, but which address the needs already from 2030. What are the new jobs? What are the skills that we need to develop, okay? Like, were we more focusing on hard skills? Should we focus ourselves on soft skills? Yes. Do we have to preserve both areas? Of course we do. But the jobs are increasingly shifting, right? The top growing jobs that we will see are big data specialists, fintech engineers, AI machine learning specialists. Here there is not one that has been mentioned, but also when it comes to prompt designing, prompt designing techniques, there will be jobs also addressing this area. So how do we truly check the boxes towards professions that are not here yet, but they will be in the next coming years? So how do we truly empower you and the future students to develop these skills? So this is actual. This is something that we need to take considerations for, and this is something that is a prerogative to us all, including especially from providers such as Google. So there are also these are macro trends that are impacting jobs and necessary skills. The core skills in 2025, and now we are also almost about to the end of this year, still remains soft skills. But again, there are new areas that have been growing exponentially. Technological literacy, of course, to this is part AI literacy. What it takes to get that an essential AI literacy. So it takes people that can help during this process, knowledge acquisitions, right? But through the practical skills. So it's not just gathering a lot of knowledge, it's acquiring the skills on how to use this knowledge from a practical perspective. These are some other reports that we've been developing with Times Higher Education, which is a very strategic organization in Egerton on the global scale. We've been collaborating with universities from other countries as well, from Poland, Italy, Spain, and from UK, on how we are reinventing higher education in the age of AI. I truly suggest you to have a reading through this white paper report that I will share you likely at the end of this presentation. But for you, this is an aspect on, hey, we are here today and we truly have to gather this time together to understand how can we address the employer demand for AI skills, because the demand is overwhelming, but how can we truly create, the step-by-step guide, to put these skills in place and to support you through this development. And as I said before, as the collaboration is becoming a crucial aspect, we are collaborating day to day with higher education stakeholders. We've been also interviewing students through this last month, okay, on how is evolving the university experience. We want to hear from everyone, but we want to hear not only what they think technology is becoming and how their learning experience is shifting. We want to learn as well how they are deploying this technology right now. All right, so this is, if you can scan this QR code, you will access a website that there are a lot of interviews that have been taken with different university stakeholders, where they show different examples, use cases, and best practices, coming also from different faculty. Okay, how they're developing chatbot, how they're developing personalized tutor, how are they analyzing data sequencing to understand the DNA or the RNA for medical purposes. So you will find a lot of this example over here, and in the future, I also would love to have you attending with me one of these episodes, because I think they are truly empowering other people like you, other professors, to transfer the knowledge, okay? And what are we without transferring this knowledge between us, right? We are the main resource of knowledge. We need to transfer this knowledge in order to be, in order to, to advance, like from a societal aspect. This is what we have in Google for Education, very briefly. For the ones that are not familiar with our solutions, everything that we have, from simple Gmail, when you access it to your Gmail, and when you find the suite of tools, as docs, slides, forms, and sites, everything is powered by AI, okay? Everything. But it was already before we announced our Gen AI tools. Okay, the smart composing tool was something that has been enabled there for more than 10 years, 15 years, it's always been there. So that was the small announcement of AI coming into place. Now has been expanding dramatically, now has been empowering the whole suite of tools. But just for you to let you know, like the whole environment, it consists of many other solutions that are critical for faculty, are critical for students, critical for researchers, and also administratives. Right? So what we're going to focus on today are the ones that are mainly based on conversational AI, which are NotebookLM and Gemini. But then you find much more that are also solutions that power the Google Cloud environment, okay? These are built with enterprise data protection. These solutions are built for the educational ecosystem, right? So the informations that you retrieve in this when using Google for Education are information that are retained in your institutions. They are not spread across other outside of your institutions. Why? Because we place a major focus on educational solutions. We place a major focus on how the data are retained and reviewed. Data are not reviewed by any AI human. Sorry, data are not reviewed by any human. There are no human behind this data AI models to be reviewed, and those data are not. Your data are not trained to develop the AI models. This is strictly clear. And data are not shared outside of your institution. So once you enable Gemini, once you enable Notebook LM, or simply once you enable your Gmail account, you can rest assured that this data will remain inside of your organization. These are all the Gemini for Workspace, but also same criteria they apply on the Google for Education tools. These are all the certification, compliance, and regulation certificates that we have approved. So when you are using Google for Education tools, you know that you can rely on a wide list of regulation and policies that have been already approved, detailed, and which appeared also on the web that I will share you later on at the end of this presentation. But super important for you to understand which type of environment where you are working, like operating in. And again, when it comes to students, here we go. This will be the final outcome of this hands-on lab. When it comes to students, we truly are empowering the students to learn the skill-based pathways to support every student enrolling, every student learning of foundational skills in AI, same as for the professor. This is a very lucky year for us because we've been we've been developing many certifications that are currently available and ready to be used, okay? Those certifications that can also count towards your curricula, which is which is the most crucial aspect. Okay, when you will apply for a job, when you will exit the university, when you will be officially graduated. For a professor that wants to learn how to leverage his skills in the classroom setting, or just for personal, or just for personal use, for personal knowledge, then here we go. We have a lot of certification coming through. And for the students especially, lucky the students cohort that is today attending to the summit, there is a special possibility to upgrade to Gemini for 15 months for free. Okay, this is something that we are doing for the students uniquely, and it gives them the possibility to utilize Gemini Live. Gemini Live is the interactions that you have with Gemini, okay, through the speech to text. Notebook LM is one of our major tools. It's a RAG tool which is developed to consult only your resources that are belonging to you, only the set of resources that you choose to operate within. Gemini Workspace, so Gemini deployed across Gmail, Docs, Google Sheet, and all the other tools. The audio overview generation, so for example, for someone who has a transcript of notes from a Google Meet, will be able to generate an audio overview. Deep research, this is solutions that we're going to see now, we're going to check now through the hands-on lab. And the video generation on VO2. This is a beautiful as well solutions. Through a simple prompt, you can generate a video presentation for your courses, or you can work with your creativity to understand what you can do. But the usage are multiple, okay? So these solutions have been made now available from an international perspective to all students. They can apply for it. There is a specific process to follow. I will share that in the details later on. And these are all the other certifications that we made available. I'll share them the short link for you in order to access if you're also connected from your phone. We have developed a new higher education hub, which will be available to you. But when you scroll down this link, you will be able to access Gemini certification for university students, exams guide on foundational AI literacy, AI training and tool for students, essential course. There is an help center as well if you want to understand what's the best course of action for me, which course I should be following based on my previous knowledge on AI. They all gather by Google AI security and availability. As I mentioned before, the tools we're going to check today, they all belong to the Google for Education ecosystems. So you can rest assured you can use them in complete tranquility that these tools are best to be used, and they're developed and tailored for the educational purposes. So, and when it comes to what you have the possibility to use right now is, what is our value proposition, right? So you will have Gemini. Now, I don't know if I can ask questions because I'm not able to see you, but I would like to understand, maybe from the public, from the audience, who has been using Gemini, the Gemini as a chat assistant, as an AI assistant.
I can be in a position to respond on your behalf. How many by show of hands? Probably. Yeah, quite a number have been using it.
I'm glad. Thank you very much. That means that we are very confident with what we're presenting today. So they can be accessed from everywhere. So not only from your browser, on your web, is one of the best productivity tools that we have now on the market. And then, this, if you think about it, the reason why I wanted to show you today is because this is the new, this is the future. I mean, as a student is approaching his classroom, his class today, he might be checking through his phone, the notes, might be checking through, articulating his questions on answer directly from his phone, and accessing Gemini on your phone. Accessing Gemini from everywhere is the future of the new learner, but it's the future also of the new worker, of everyone, because we need to have this sort of flexibility, democratization of information, accessibility from everywhere. This is our strategic purpose here at Google, right? And the information should be accessible from everywhere at any time, whenever you need to have them at your palm. It's free. We made it free for everyone, so you can use it. What we're gonna see today, it's free to you. Okay, so this is a huge. This is a very huge aspect of it. Has added data protection if you use it with your internal to your institutional domain. Okay, at the Egerton University, every student and faculty having access to Gemini with the Egerton account can access to enterprise data protection. And it's available globally in 40 languages. We primarily use it in English, but okay, it is accessible in many ways. What we're gonna see today is also, this is the GEMS. I'm not gonna ask how many people have been using GEMS, because I expect, as you've been using Gemini, you've been also having the possibility to use the pre-configured, pre-tuned GEMS. What are these GEMS? To me, these GEMS are extremely important. How can you customize the output of a fine-tuned GEM? I need this GEM to be interacting with me in a conversational way that applies to certain principles. If it's pedagogical principles, I might be definitely using the learning GEM, okay? Because that has been fine-tuned with specific pedagogical principles. But then if I need to access any type of information, if I want to be a writing editor, I might be using the GEM. If I'm a journalist, use the writing editor to get the proper layout and structure down my article in the best way. So this is how we get to simple seeing Gemini as AI powerful assistants. We want to see Gemini even more in customized setting, right? And this is something that I will show you today. So it can be your researcher assistant, be used as an administrator or communication streamlined. You will have the possibility right now to input your automated task, right? I want to automate my my Gmail's talking point for tomorrow's meeting. okay? What emails I received from my colleague? What are the actionable items? Can you help me to automate this workflow? Can you automate to input directly in my calendar the 3 upcoming meetings with Egerton University? You'll be able to do that in an automated way. So this is like when we talk about reducing the workload, of course, from an administrative way, but then when it comes to pedagogical, the usage are multiple, and very interesting. Notebook LM is our key is our cherry on the cake. Honestly, I think Notebook LM is our blossom tool. Beyond Gemini usage, Notebook LM has been surprisingly the one best tool that we had so far that has been used by many of our university. It's grounded in your own knowledge. The notebooks can be shared across your institutions, can be people can access to the chat, people can just access to the resources, okay? But they can the dialogue, the conversational aspect is still the base core pillar part of it. And then Notebook LM has been expanding dramatically. You will see today through the hands-on lab. What else did we add to Notebook LM? Before you could consult Google Docs, web URL, slides, and MP4 audio, and then we slightly also input videos, direct text, PDF, images. This is all in there. What we've been adding to Notebook LM is the possibility to build mind maps, audio review, briefing docs, study guides, and also video overview. And apologize on me because I didn't add it on this slide. Now we also have the possibility to generate video overview, okay, and flashcards, which is extremely important for your personal grounded knowledge. You want to test yourself on your knowledge? Perfect. You have the tools. Deep research is the possibility to, starting from a single prompt, understanding which resources are you looking for, customize your research in deeper, to understand as well what kind of resources am I going to use to build up my report, which is something that we're going to see. So it's super important to understand that these tools, if used in the appropriate way, like they need to serve as a conversational tool, as a supportive. Those are assistants to you. So I always need to check the veracity of each information. If these informations are grounded into real knowledge, if these resources are seated, is an extremely important part of your learning structure, on your learning journey with these tools. And finally, we also have included Gemini Canvas. When it comes to coding creation, website creation, Canvas is a master tool. Okay, it's really powerful. Also, when it comes to video gaming creation. Okay, it can reconstruct the interface also of an operating system. It can be used in many different ways. Super tactical, and I've been using this to create study guides with some professors, multiple choice questionnaire, interactive questionnaires, which is the strategical impact of it. And finally, now we can go to the demo. So the demo that I built today is for, the objectives are the following. And I based this on some areas that have been evaluated with professors that we work with, to understand, are we tackling the right boxes? Are we tackling the right objectives? So how conversational AI can make learning more interactive in a way? How can be brought into student curricula? And the benefit of conversational AI in Gemini app and Notebook LM, which we're going to see shortly. And what is the role that AI can play in providing, analyzing, and comparing insights, right, on a major world issue, societal challenge. I've been choosing a topic. So what we're going to see is a hands-on lab session for blended learning. We believe that using these tools in a classroom setting, as many university professors are doing, they are assigning the work to their students and then what they discussed in the classroom environment. The blended learning can really help as a professor to leverage the skills for the student that the student needs to acquire, to critically analyze the skills and give feedback, okay, and on how they're using these tools in the most appropriate way. So something that I wanted to show you is, what if students have been given a report to build on the carbon footprint reduction guide, right? So how can they access this information and generate a report by using these AI tools to optimize their strategy, analyzing their findings, okay? How can AI support the students during this report creation, okay, to evaluate some critical areas? So today we're going to explore during this journey from a simple query, how can we generate a real actionable insights, right? So it's very important as well, like that we note that we don't want to use Gen AI just to finding generic tips online. We want to actuate, and we want to use the personal student knowledge also to understand if these resources are real, they have been cited clearly, cited clearly, sorry. So we really want to place a focus on the reliability, okay, of the resources that have been used. And the tools that we're going to see today are what we can also define, of course, conversational AI tools, as we said. Gemini, Notebook LM, and Learn LM is what powers the foundational aspect, okay, and what powers the foundational output of these tools, okay. So it's the base of the pedagogical increased pedagogical support for students and for any type of learners on the education, on the Gemini for Education tools. So if the project submissions, and then here you can actually use your creativity. Our ones was to create a project submission on a practical guide to carbon footprint reduction, okay? So if you could assign a work to your students, how they can create an evidence-based practical guide for a specific audience, students and local business on carbon footprint reduction, which are aligned with the European 2030 climate targets. So they can use these tools to create a guide which is that must be cited credibly with credible data and policy. They have to analyze the EU regulation, critically evaluate the content that they gather, okay, from Gemini when it comes to summary and also visualizations. Okay, everything must be integrated in the final report. And the final submissions will be a multimedia project, okay? They can show video presentations, they need to discuss their findings in the classroom environment. This is very important when it comes to blended learning, okay? So how do we make the work, how do we leverage these tools, but to keep learning as well with the professor? Because let's not forget about the professor, because the professor is assuming a role that is even more important than before, the way how we see it. I mean, the professor is the catalyzer, the professor is mobilizer, the person that should support their students on how to leverage these tools in the most proficient way, right? So it's not just transferring knowledge from a simple textbook, but how do we interpret it? How do we interpret those resources? How can we leverage the search that we do in the most critical way? And some critical authenticity now comes from also the prompt designing, okay, which I'll show you in a few minutes. But first of all, now just to put you in the context, in this journey we're going to take the role of a faculty member responsible for agriculture and faculty of environment. I hope I could tackle some of at least a faculty or two faculty at Egerton University. I've tried to be more meticulous, but I wanted to address one of the faculty at the university. So as a faculty member that using Gemini, something that a professor would have done directly before without the use of AI, is to create a syllabus without the use of Gemini, without the use of any other tools. But right now, as AI is becoming so powerful and can be support also the professor from laying out from the layout of a syllabus, how can I use Gemini in the most proficient way to help me to develop a syllabus? So this is how we normally do and how our professors are using these tools. So this is coming from real reference from other university. So I will switch now to Gemini, okay, and I will go back and forward on this presentation because I want these informations to be clear. But I want you to understand, is there any questions at the moment you would like to ask before I start?
Amy? I think they are ready to continue.
Okay. All right. I will switch now on Gemini. So what I want to get from this syllabus creation is how can I create? See you. Of course, like for the meaning of this demo, I have been doing all my project beforehand, okay? But I will show you the step-by-step process because I just wanted to have everything ready for this demo. Let's start from the beginning. So what I wanted to develop, first of all, excuse me, let me go back. Right, here we go. What I wanted to develop from the beginning, a syllabus creation is something that you could do also without the use of Gemini, of GenAI tools. But when it comes to draft a proper syllabus that also contains the support on developing AI skills, it is important to use AI to understand as well which critical areas of evaluation I want to assess for my students, right? So when it comes to this part, what I did is using framework that I developed for professors. This framework are based on how to create a syllabus that contains those those skills that needs to be evaluated as critical areas. So I never start from scratch, right? I mean, I can start from a single prompt, but as a professor, what I really want to articulate, what are the criteria of evaluating critical thinking in my syllabus. I own the topic. I will own the topic that I want to be used, but I need to establish the guidelines for evaluating, for assessing this my students' areas of knowledge on a format. So the best way how we do that normally is through assessing different frameworks that the professor can create. How do we address misinformation, source evaluation, data literacy? So I will adapt my prompt by consulting as well different resources. In this case, as I said, I created the syllabus review criteria, and I added on my prompt. Okay, but these areas, they needs to be contained into this framework, needs to be contained in my syllabus creation. So, and then I have given a prompt. The prompt is very detailed because I've been following specific strategy, okay, a framework for the prompt as well. We know that the prompt has never be lower than 21 words. A real prompt that goes through a proper structure should be above 40 words, right? Okay, because I need to give a structure, need to give instructions, the specific area of knowledge, I have to assume a role, and in order to give such detailed instructions, the prompt needs to be well articulated, right? And I will show you how I did it. But the way how I assess my my syllabus creation is by inputting the syllabus creation, the syllabus framework, right? You can input even more than one resource, and then by generating my by generating the prompt. And the prompt, as I said, I give it a role: instructional design consultants, create a structure, high-level review of the syllabus. The course I give, it's something that comes from my own head, something that I wanted to test my students' ability on, okay? And in this case, I've chosen the carbon footprint reduction guide. Okay, so by giving clear instructions through the prompt engineering, from the prompt deployment, like the model that you're using in Gemini is able to articulate the response in the most appropriate way. Sometimes I work with professors that they don't dedicate enough time to the prompting, to the prompt engineering, and unfortunately the results are not, they lack sometimes of context, and there is a little bit of scarcity in the information. So how do we go beyond like the simple prompt to something that is way more detailed? I'm using, I'm also adding the part of methodologies, the way how I want my students to be tested, okay? So the practical approach, how the students will be gathered in the classrooms and how they will be assessed on those criteria. So I really want to go beyond the simple prompt creation, and I really want to bring way more aspect to be considered. And when I do this, what I also do is going back to this presentation, I also do use a syllabus on critical syllabus on review criteria and an annex on responsible and critical use of AI. Why do I do that? Well, it is important that, as there is a lot of miscontinuity on AI, how to use it responsibly, and I really want to have in my hands and my fingerprint something that is useful to have as a framework on the responsible use. So if the resources have to be cited, please, the students should provide the author expertise. Who's the author? What's their credential, affiliation, the publication venue, evidence and citation, objective and so on. So I really want to build up on my syllabus creation, because I truly want to support my students on evaluating the specific area. Then, as a professor, you have the whole ability to do it in the classroom environment, but meanwhile, when the student is not in the classroom setting, he will be using these tools on his own. So he needs to have proper guidance, same when assessing the syllabus, and I will show you something more that I've done for you. So when assessing this course, these guides, this framework that I will share at the end, what I want to do is input them directly into the into Gemini. And when I input them into Gemini, you can, as I said, just input 1 or 2. This is when Gemini has started to generate the high-level overview of the syllabus. And then I went through the details. I wanted to see if it respected all my criteria, misinformation, source evaluation. I go into each area to see if it has been consulted from the files that I have been inputting, the data literacy, critical analysis. You should never rely directly on the first version that Gemini has been giving you. I strongly suggest you to go deeper, okay? Especially when you input cited sources, okay? Maybe you want to build up on top of it. And the conversational outcome goal, it comes when, the most refined work, it comes when you conversate with Gemini. And that's why I really love the topic of today, because you truly have to go deeper, right? On just the basic first result that you get out of it. So what I did is input other prompt, because I want to go deeper on what I'm truly looking, find out what I'm really trying to create. Okay, so what I did here, just because I want to be conscious about the time, I did the whole syllabus creation. I just wanted to understand if I input something more, but the suggestion that I'm giving you is to always keep prompting until you don't get the a version that you think is suitable to your needs. You can what you can do is transfer this syllabus directly on a Google document, or what you can do is well, you can transfer on the Google document and you could share with your students on Google Classrooms. But what I did is, now going back, what I did is I stopped there because something else I wanted to develop for my students. Okay, I created a documented custom gem. I created a gem based directly on the Faculty of Environment with some of my resources. For example, as a professor, I will have my own reports, and I want my students to compare their report against my own findings. How this comes available to a student and to a professor. Okay, this was the syllable creation. So, as I said before, on the syllabus, super important for the planning structure to understand what are you using from the perspective of how do I initially prompt and how do I create a chain prompt. Okay, so apologize, I haven't paid attention to this. This is super important. As I showed you before, initial prompt and chain prompt. It's what a skill we use in order to get the most out of it. And then I want to create, as I mentioned before, a personal tutor, one-to-one approach. This is a gem on Faculty of Environment. I have created a gem that my students can use outside of the classroom, right? This is when it comes when the students is working on the report. How do I do that? Okay. And what is important is that you can share now this gem with your students and they can interact with your own resources. Okay. You can share directly through a simple Google Drive link. They can have access direct and they can consult it. I also prompt engineer the gem to act as a Socratic tutor, grounded in my own knowledge. Okay, and in order to do so, I use the learning model of Gemini. So now I'll switch back. As I said before, you can transfer directly these you can transfer copy response. You can share and export the syllabus directly in the Google Docs just to have it reusable for you. But now, and this will load just on the back screen. Right. So I will just use it here. I will keep it on the side. Now, I want to go on the pre-made gems. When it comes to pre-made gems, you already have available some of the gems over here, right? But what brings incredible advantage is for you to create your own. So that's why I went one step deeper, right? So I went and already created one. And this is the pre-made one. But I want to show you the steps how I did it, okay? Just for you to have an overview. When it comes to the gem, I gave it the name, a description. Well, when it comes to the instructions, what really comes into place is to have the right prompt, okay? So what I did is I input in my own resources from the file. I gave the core objectives that I want my gem to follow. And based on the review objectives that I input into the gem, I wanted the gem to be extremely considerable of the ethical consideration, help me to create a oh, sorry, this was the wrong one. Apologize, I go on the other prompt. I also generated the prompt to create the gem. I did almost everything. So just give me one moment. Let me see if it was here. You can also create the, actually, what you can do, you can create the prompt directly from the gem, or you can generate a prompt directly from the Gemini interface. So you have two ways to go for, okay? So in this case, I will show you the easier way, which is directly from a gem. So apologies if I misleading you on this. Here we go. I will go back on the gem that I created. Right. If you have to create a gem, this is how it will appear, right? You will have to go through creating a new gem instruction. You can give the instructions that you want. This was a prompt that I used to generate the prompt, but for creating the gem. But remember that you have the possibility to rewrite your instructions, right? And then the most important aspect is that as it is grounded in your own information, what I really want to do here is to add my own resources. And when I add my own resources as a professor, I know that I have all the grounded material to operate with. So when I add my own files, the resource will be grounded in my own knowledge. Now let's see the final product that it comes to it, which is the gems that I refined. This is the one that I created as a final work, right? So if I input now, this gem will be based on not only the framework that I provided, but also my personal resources. So as a student, I might just want to start off, imagine that this is a personal AI tutor that you can have outside of your classroom. So okay, excuse me for the misspelled. What Gemini will start to consult is not only adopting the framework that you've been inputting, but also the resources that the professor has been cited in. So that from their own report, and also will access the guideline of the syllabus that I've been adding in the GEM, right? So we know that we are responsibly supporting the students to use the guideline from the syllabus and the content that we have available there. So this is how normally you will converse with Gemini and how you will use it attentively just to get the simple guidance, okay? So imagine your students having this fingerprint just to have, and assuming that it has the guidance outside of the classroom setting. So these are the areas that it needs to evaluate. It needs to consult the report, connecting to the HEU, ethical and societal considerations. It's very important that the students has the right knowledge, but the right, it's assertive on the resources that it's using. So, and this is based on just on your findings. Then, as a next step, what I'll do, after you have created this personalized one-to-one tutor, what you can do is going through research that has been done on deep research. I already done this just because I know that we're running out short of time, And then I've been consulting these resources on Notebook LM and Gemini app, okay, when it comes to EU regulation. So what I got as a final result is the following. Went back on Gemini. What you can do is this, create a deep research planning based on the subject that you have to consult. And what I did is also create a web page. So now I go back on the research that I did, first of all, because this is 2 steps. This was based on the prompt on help me to refine European regulations and also how to adapt them to the South African strategy on carbon reduction. And what I got is not only the initial summary, but what I got is the resources, comparing between the key provisions, legislative targets, and a framework. Well, if you have been using deep research, you will see that, here we go, this is what it appears at the end of the page. You have a list of resources. Doesn't mean that you have to use them all, but I want just to articulate some of the main resources to be examined then finally in Notebook LM. So what I did, first of all, is I transferred this on a Google Doc. And then from the Google document, what I wanted to have is just not simply the report itself. What I wanted to have is just consult few of the resources that I had available. So this is what I did. I transferred them directly on Notebook LM. And on Notebook LM, once you open Notebook LM, this is how you see the interface. So you can transfer many resources that you have, and you can start dialogating with them, of course. And super important here when it comes to conversational, because it's not just written conversational. What I want to have as well is like an audio overview. As a student, I want to start analyzing the resources, but get through the methodology of how I will expose them in the classroom. So what I did is creating more than one Notebook LM. This is one where I'm interacting with these resources. These are some of the audio overview that I got, and also the mind map. What I did was, now I'm going back, and here we go. This is how Notebook LM generates an audio overview that actually gives you also the possibility to interact with it. And I will close my hands on up with this because I know we're running short of time, but I just want to show you this as an ultimate outlook.
Okay, so, you know, we're diving into the EU and their efforts against climate change, right? It feels like everywhere you look, there's just tons of information about what they're doing.
Oh yeah, it can definitely feel overwhelming trying to keep up with everything.
Right. But you know, that's kind of why we're here today, to really kind of distill it down and figure out, you know, like what are the core policies? What are those big milestones? And, you know, where are they actually going with all this? We've got some great sources too, some really in-depth articles, you know, all about the EU strategy.
And we'll be looking.
And now when it comes to interact with it, what you will see is this directly. I want to interact with my own resources, and this is a video that
Salve, oggi ci tufferemo in un argomento
Sorry, this is in Italian, so I have to switch down to the other one. Here we go.
And we'll be looking at the Paris Agreement itself.
Here we go. The interactive mode of it.
Okay, so, you know, we're diving into the EU and their efforts against climate change, right? It feels like everywhere you look, there's just tons of information about...
Oh, wait. Someone wants to join. Hey, go for it.
Thank you. Could you articulate, just to start off, what are the main principles of the EU climate law, as I have to build a report for my classroom, and I have to discuss this with my other fellow students.
Well, that is a fantastic question and a great topic for a report.
That's right in our wheelhouse. We'd love to articulate that for you.
Okay, let's unpack this for your class.
The European Climate Law is actually the foundational legal framework for the whole European Green Deal.
Here's where it gets really interesting for your report.
Its main goal is to make the EU climate neutral by 2050.
And it makes that goal legally binding, which is crucial.
It also sets a more ambitious, legally binding interim target for 2030.
That 2030 target is a commitment to reduce net greenhouse gas emissions by at least 55% compared to 1990 levels.
And this commitment has to be met across all sectors of the economy and society.
The law also ensures that all EU policies contribute to...
So this is an overview when it comes to use these tools in a conversational way, how you can get them not only from a written text, you can actually use them in order to get an overview of what you will be exposing verbally as well, like in a Google class, in a classroom setting. So this is how we consider to evolve the blending learning strategy on how the students can also support themselves on articulate in the most appropriate way the learning that they and the findings they have the experience during their own syllabus and assignment that they get from you as a professor. So we use this tool in the most appropriate way to leverage the tools to learn the skills. Okay, from a conversational can be written, but also from an audio conversational view, and also given the possibility for students to be interactive on real time, okay, with these findings. So this is actually like super powerful ways on how you can reconstruct a proper journey on the proper learner journey for your students. So I don't know how much time we have left, and probably I will be only able to share the last slide where I would like everyone to tackle on to get on the Google form. So if someone can tell me how much we have left, then I will be able to understand.
Thank you very much. We are already out of time, so maybe we can allow you 1 or just 2 minutes at most, so that we are able to continue.
Oh, thank you, absolutely, thank you very much. So, as I said before, we just scroll down very easily here. There are 5 things you should take away from this demo, right? And I'll be happy to support you in your classroom setting or developing such an activity as the one that I've been showing you. So learning can be more interactive through the audio podcast overview that can be used in a collaborative way in the student project deployment. The professor needs to remain in the loop in the classroom to teach their students how to guide them in the proper assessment strategy. But the student that also is an international student, for example, can really master these skills by using these tools in a most appropriate way. AI can be brought in the curriculum, okay, through prompting designing, through understanding how to evaluate the critical aspect of these resources, how to see if they're being critically cited. This is very important. It's skills that the students can acquire along the way together with the professor. And this is something that we do together with our university every time. Streamline workload. Yes, when it comes from a simple idea, also from the syllabus creation, you need the support of some tools in order to approach this meaningful creation of the syllabus, but also the critical skills that the student needs to acquire. And to guide the students through the usage of tools as NotebookLM and Deep Search, as a learning coach, it is extremely important as well. And then here we go. It is important, and we all know, I mean, now we have multiple information settings that we need to access every day, but how do we critically evaluate them, okay? So this is something that it is also streamlined across these resources. But imagine that I have to consider my own idea, build up my own idea on the social, economical, cultural trends. I still need my own critical thinking to operate within this setting. And I need a professor to be overseeing this activity and to be critically analyzing these resources. So the blending learning experience is what we see tactically, strategically, an operating environment in the classroom setting. And as we give the students the tool to appropriate, assess them in the classroom, but we also give the students the tool outside of the classroom environment, as I showed you with the GEM tutor, the one-to-one. So thank you for this presentation. I wanted to share one last feedback on this. Is like, I will share this presentation, but there is a link over here where you can get in touch with my colleague, head of education, Benson, and also with me to, of course, get the most advantage of our best practice in the use cases. So thank you again for your time today. And please feel free to reuse any of the resources that we made available to you through the training certifications and all the helpful resources that we have now in our head. Thank you very much, everyone. And thank you, Moses and Benson.
Thank you very much, Eleonora Simeon, for that presentation. And I'm very sure that the participants would want to practice with the tools that are there, and for sure they will do that. So thank you very much, and we will invite later on Mr. Benson Keynote to say a word. But participants, as we transit from that presentation to the next presentation, which will be our last presentation for the day, I was looking at those tools and basing on the 3 principles that we were given: bold and innovative, responsible use and dissemination, and collaboration. I asked one of those tools what I should do with participants in a summit who have been sitting for a long time, and this is the answer that I was given: that request your participants to stand, so kindly stand. So after the participants stand, request them to pluck a blank piece of paper from their writing notes. So kindly, very fast, a blank piece of paper. That is not me, it is the Gemini tools. Just pluck it off and have it. Then return your notebook on your seat. Have a pen on you, with you. You don't need your notebook. Just have the piece of paper, the pen. Then the next stage is to request the participants to look at their colleagues standing next to them. So kindly. Then the next stage is each of the participants to put the piece of paper on top of his head. Put the piece of paper. Then when the piece of paper is on your head, draw the face of your participant while your piece of paper is on the head. Yeah, draw the face. If every participant has drawn their face, put the eyes. Now put the ears. Put the mouth. Then put some hair on that face. And then show your colleague how he looks or how she looks like. So if that is the kind of information that we will be feeding into these machines, then you can see what we will be having. So thank you very much. You may be seated for that activity. So our technical team, and please keep safe that piece of paper. It is very valuable. Yeah? So we request in 3 minutes the technical team to allow Mr. Benson Keynote to just say a word to us. Mr. Benson Kinoti is the head of education, Google Sub-Saharan Africa. Mr. Benson Kinoti, if you can hear us, please confirm to us that you can hear us.
Yes, I can. Can you guys hear me?
Please, in the next 3, at most 4 minutes, to say a word, kindly.
Great. I'm Jambo. Let me start there. Can you guys hear me? Maybe I need to know it.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Great. Good. So, thank you so much. I'm not taking much of your time. As you've been told, my name is Benson Kinoti. I lead the education team at Google. Thank you so much for inviting us to share part of what Google for Education has in terms of AI and the space that we play in higher education. Eleonora, my colleague, I have just managed to catch your session, always exciting, and I'm happy to have caught the last bits of it. I will be taking, I think, the team through another session tomorrow, online session, so I'm looking out to interact further with you. But mine is very simple. One, to first thank the management of the university and everyone who's been part of this organizing committee for the AI Summit for taking such bold moves. Right now, I'm in South Africa interacting with UNISA, University of South Africa. You guys are really doing well, and I hope you can, take these bold steps of elevating AI usage for classroom delivery, especially in higher education, and build cases that we can share across the continent and across the globe as well. So thank you, Dr. Moses. Thank you, the entire organizing committee for this summit. We hope that this engagement does not end here. We hope that we are able to also partner. Let's talk about policies in AI for education. Let's talk about the right tools for introducing AI in education. Clearly, AI is here to stay. We are experiencing, if not one of the most transformative technologies in this region, I think one of the most impactful technologies for our generation. And we are happy to be alive and partner and even be able to work with experts across companies such as Google to actually bring this. One thing you can actually try is you can continue with the presentation that Eleonora has done with Gemini and Notebook LM. Try even make it more interesting. We have it in Kiswahili as a translation. Have your entire classes in Kiswahili to make it more interactive and interesting. So from my team and myself, we want to pledge that we will continue supporting the higher education ecosystem across AI and other technology areas that Google will be delivering. So I'll leave it at that for now. And thank you so much for your time as well. Bye.
Thank you very much, Benson, and those are very good insights. Thank you for the encouraging words. And of course, we would want to take the lead in this conversation, not just in Kenya, but across Africa. So thank you very much for agreeing to even partner with us. And the mention of Swahili makes it even juicier. So thank you very much. Now, participants, we would wish to invite our discussants for the panel discussion, starting with Professor Patricia Wambugo. Kindly come forward and take your seat. We would also want to invite Dr. John Oredo, Lecturer, Department of Information Science, University of Nairobi. Please join the other discussant here. Welcome Dr. Joel Ngeno, the Head of Department, Curriculum, Instruction and Education Management here at Egerton University. And of course, we have the fourth discussant, Professor Paul Kamweru, the Dean, Faculty of Science and Technology, Chuka University, who is joining the other discussants online. So thank you very much. I welcome my colleague here who will be moderating that session. So kindly, the time is yours. Thank you very
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this session. My name is Makini Egerton, lecturer of educational technology and also head of learner and tutor support at the e-campus. Without much ado, we have the, I don't know whether to call it honor, to be the last presenters today, that we are coming to the end of this session. For today, AI in education, particularly higher education. I will welcome you to pay attention. Thereafter, you can keep your questions. You will interact with the participants. I just want them to move quickly to them already, to just give us their perspectives. And the person who is online, I think Professor Kamweru, is he ready? We'll be giving him an opportunity to also speak to the audience. We had 1 hour. I hope we still have it. Yeah, I think I'm well advised. I think I better sit down. It feels much better. I want to ask the panelists, starting from Professor Patricia, what are your perspectives about AI in higher education? Just a quick perspective before we get to the specific questions.
Good afternoon, everybody, once again. I think I had already, for those who are here in the morning, I had already mentioned my perspective in the presentation in the morning. And as a teacher, educator, I truly believe that AI is going to be part of us in the classroom. It is going to rejuvenate us and transform us as teacher educators. But one thing I want to stand for is that we have to move from being teachers to facilitators. And also we need to remove the phobia of this new technology. We accept the disruption and try to align ourselves so that we can be able to work with the AI. I think the presentation that was done this afternoon was actually stamping on what has been said throughout the day. So I am an advocate of the use of AI. Thank you.
Hello, yes, sorry. Patricia has been here with us since morning, and she assured that AI will not replace the teacher. So we are moving on to Dr. Oredo John to give us his general perspectives and perhaps also introduce himself and what he does. He comes from the University of Nairobi.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't know whether it's on. Is it on? Okay. Thank you very much. And first of all, let me thank the conveners of this summit, AI in Higher Education, for this wonderful job, which has given us a platform to discuss various issues around AI and its use in higher education. I'm John Oredo. I'm based at the University of Nairobi in the Department of Information Science, and I am also an AI researcher. If you go to Google, you'll find some of my work on AI. Into the subject matter of today, I think allow me just to give a small perspective, or rather a small background on which we will anchor the discussion. If you look across history, technologies have always emerged. Whether you start with windmills in the 17th century, you go to steam engines, if you go to the Industrial Revolution, all these were major phases of technological breakthroughs. And these technologies started as being elite technology, where only few people were able to access them and use them. But these technologies grow and then they start transforming the society. And when they start transforming the society, then they find their way into the education sector. Why? Because education is a reflection of society, and furthermore, education is embedded in the society. So nothing really happens in society which doesn't find its way into education. Having said that, let me pick very quickly from the internet, which emerged around the 1960s. For us, some time it was just being used by very few people. It was still elitist in the 70s, in the 80s, and late 80s and early 90s, the World Wide Web came and it opened the internet to everybody. We are able to see the transformative nature of the internet because of the World Wide Web, which was introduced around 1993 based on hyperlinks. After that, we started struggling with Google in education. Should we allow students to Google their work and present it? So the question started arising, what will be the role of internet in education? Again now, we are at another phase, which seems to be better than just the Google or the search engines. And again, it follows the same trend in history. AI started long way in the 1950s. But we never heard of it, or most of us never heard of it, because it was still at elitist stage. Just some few people had access. But then another breakthrough comes in. The availability of these tools in the form of generative AI, which is just a chatbot, which made it very accessible to you and me. And therefore, it starts now transforming society. And if it's transforming society, as I said, it finds its way in education. And again, we start asking, what should we do in education with this new technology that is AI? I want to summarize by saying we will do the same thing we have done in the previous years. We will want to understand what it is as educators and see to what extent it can facilitate education. But more importantly, we will be concerned on what is education. And I was very happy when the conveners also invited a philosopher to give a philosophical perspective onto this, because this is a discussion we have missed. And maybe in future we go specifically and look for educational philosophy first. Those who understand philosophy from the education perspective. Where are the sociologists of education to tell us that education is not just about learning, but there's a social role of education? And if we just go AI full from, are we going to miss the social angle of education? And I would say that as educators, we'll be more focused and being faithful to the role of education in society. And from that perspective, we should be able to sieve and discern and decide which technologies will support our goals in education. And this goes to the goals of the society. Generative AI focuses mainly on intellectual intelligence. But how about intuitive intelligence? How about emotional intelligence? How about situational intelligence? And the philosopher talked about body, soul, the dualism. How about spiritual intelligence? All these are things that we must understand. And we must always be wary of technologists, those techno-optimists. Sometimes they hype a lot, but for us educators, we must reflect, we must discern, and we must select. Thank you very much.
Dr. Ngeno? Thank you, Oredo, for those sentiments. Your general perspectives about AI.
Good afternoon, everyone. AI is here with us. How do we use them in the classroom? How do we adapt them? We need to see, our students are already using it, but are they using it ethically? Are they using it in a way that they are not cheating, but actually using it as a tool? And as teachers, how do we use AI to improve our instruction? So basically, as we bring in AI into the classroom, we start thinking about making it a tool, so that we start with human inquiry, use AI as a tool, and then use the knowledge that we have obtained to have what we call human empowerment. Human inquiry, AI as a tool, human empowerment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Ngeno. Do we have Professor Kameru online? Professor Kameru.
You can confirm if you can hear me?
Yes, very well. Go ahead. Your general perspectives about AI in the classroom, and you may do a brief introduction of yourself.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm happy to join this conversation, and I'm very grateful for the organizers and also my alma mater to host such an important discussion. My name is Paul Kuria Kamweru. I'm a professor of physics and alumnus of Egerton University, for both my undergraduate and my master's. Currently, I'm serving as the Dean of the Faculty of Science and Technology at Chuka University, and I'm one of the enthusiasts when it comes to embracing the potential that AI is presenting to us. In my role as the Dean, I spend a lot of hours working with other lecturers and also students in the faculty, and I'm witnessing firsthand how AI is bringing a revolution to how we teach and also how students learn. I've also witnessed firsthand both extremes of acceptability. I've seen learners who have been very quick to embrace AI, most of the times not ethically. I've also seen educators, my fellow and my colleagues in the faculty, who have embraced AI in their day-to-day activities that involves either class preparations, preparation of assessment tests, or even exams, etc. On the extreme end, I've also seen colleagues and also students equally who are on the end that is fearful or they are pessimistic about integrating AI in whatever they are doing. I've also heard many sentiments, both locally and also outside Kenya, where people are arguing and some of the view that AI is here to replace workers. In this case, as educators, now I refer to teachers. But for me, my perspective is different. I believe that AI is here not to replace me as an educator, but actually to make me redefine my role in the teaching learning process. It is going to redefine how we teach. It's going to redefine how students learn. It is also going to redefine how we prepare future generations, because in this case, we need to prepare learners who are ready for an AI-driven world. I believe that we have a fundamental choice, a choice that we must make. It's either we look at it as a disruptive threat, or we embrace it as it is, and as the most powerful tool for implementing personalized learning, for example, and many other benefits that it brings along, as has been demonstrated, and also look at it as the most helpful tool that we have to assist in teaching learning processes. For example, there are many tasks we do as educators, and this is my perspective. There are many tasks we do as educators that are repetitive, that are boring, that can easily be done by AI. And when you delegate those roles, they are done now by a tool, then you can free your time as a lecturer or a teacher to what only a human being can. Because there are things that AI will not do, as has been said. We need to maintain our role as educators, as people who do inspire, who do mentor, and who cultivate critical thinking in the best humane possible. So my perspective is that there need to be a balance that needs to be struck. We must use AI as to enhance creativity, to bring critical thinking, to bring in benefits like personalized learning. While we are doing that simultaneously, we must safeguard of the downfall that may come with it. We need to look at the ethics, we need to look at the ethical standards, data privacy, and the irreplaceable human connection between the learner and the teacher. So, and I hope that this is the kind of balance that we'll continue discussing in this very important discussion, and also with my most respected panelists today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Kamwero. Those are your perspectives, very good ones, that technology is here to stay with us. I want to go back to the educational perspective, particularly in the classroom. Educators know a person called Bloom, the Bloom taxonomy, where learning begins from a particular point and ends in another, where the highest point now is creation. So when we start at the knowledge level, go to the comprehension level, go to the application level, go to the analysis, synthesis, and finally evaluation. If you're an educationist, you know these steps. And all of us should know them in higher education anyway. And thereafter, students must learn or acquire knowledge, attitudes, skills, and more recently, we are talking about values, particularly in the CBE curriculum. Now, Patricia, you'll be the first to come in. What kind of educator are you, particularly in light of AI and the things we've just said about learning? Are you a confident adopter? Are you a cautious innovator or a critical skeptic? You don't have to use those terms that I've used, but we just want to know from your own perspectives, how do you dovetail learning, imparting of knowledge, skills, and attitudes, as well as values, in your practice? How is your practice informed? What is your philosophy? How do you navigate this, particularly in the current times? Patricia.
Thank you so much. That's a good question. And I believe all of us have different, you look at it from different perspectives. And one of the things that is in my heart, I love teaching, and I feel so excited when I will speak to somebody and get to the heart. If I can reach your heart in my training, and even all my students who have gone through my hands, I feel good when I touch their hearts. And I think I have touched many, bringing transformation. So my philosophy is about the head, that is the intellectual perspective, and also the hands, what the learner can be able to do, the skills, and also what the learner can be able to do by the heart. Once something gets to the heart, that's what I believe can bring transformation. So I'm transformative, and that's why I was feeling that AI will not replace me. I got excited this morning, this time as we were going for break, and I met one of our students here, whom I taught in Form 1 as a secondary school teacher. And I think the kind of impartation that I did to her when there was no AI has brought her to this level. I don't know whether John is around. Is John around? Or stand up. and greet the people. Stand up. Yes, that is, she was a little girl, and she really liked presenting when I was asking her to present. And I believe not only was that touched, but the character. So my belief is that, as somebody has said, I think Professor Kamwero has said that not, I think my neighbor here, Dr. Oredo has said it, about the psychological and the sociological aspect. So I believe in that. So when AI comes in, and I am one person who really makes use of technology all over, I really love using technology, and I even push my students to do that. It will not affect my perspective as a teacher. And even if I have not interacted with students, and I want to give another example that we have been using in our teaching practice 1, we have been interacting with the student using that kind of blended learning. We have just been working, I didn't go to see them in classroom, but we were working with them online, and we used to interact through WhatsApp, through all those tools, and out of the many students, I was able to detect one student who had a problem. It was still online, we had never met face to face, but I detected that there was something about the heart. And finally, I was able to trace the student and got hold of him, and we had a physical talk, and we found that that student had very deep issues that needed to be corrected. I'm really happy now, and I believe the student is now going to 3rd year, having been corrected that. So it doesn't mean that because the machines are there, you cannot be able to touch the heart of a person. You can be able to touch the heart of the person. And that is the kind of perspective we should have, that this is a person I'm dealing with, and there are machines here, there is AI, there are all those tools, but I must transform that person for the sake of his life and him or her impacting in the society. So we use those tools, but they cannot prevent us from getting to the heart. So the idea is, am I able to change that particular student I'm interacting with, or am I detached? You know, you can still use those tools and become really detached with a person, but there is that human touch that can come even if the machines are there. And I said from the very beginning, from my physics perspective, is machines are supposed to make our work easier, not to remove it from the site. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Patricia. Patricia has leaned more towards the value system, knowing what is going through the student's mind and working together with them. So I teach the same subject with Professor Patricia, and I can attest that she's a technology enthusiast. She's always ahead in these things of trying to get online with most of her students. Now that we are told that when students leave here, they are going to thank AI more than the physical lecturers. So we are here to explore that more. And Dr. Oredo, would you please proceed and tell us what kind of educator are you? Are you a critical bystander? Are you an engaging person with AI? How do you use AI in the classroom?
Thank you very much. Let me go quickly to the first question. I'm a reflective and reflexive educator. I've been an educator all along my life. I've always been in the classroom, either as a student or as a teacher. I don't know any other work environment. So this has put me face to face with issues in education. And as my colleague here, I also started by teaching in secondary school. I was teaching computer studies and mathematics in secondary school. So I started using technologies, computing technologies quite early in my life or in my work life. Now, why I'm saying I'm a kind of reflective educator is that I believe that questions of how technologies can be used in education is not a question for Microsoft, it's not a question for IBM, it's not a question for technologists, it's a question that educators should tackle and answer, because it is the educators who are responsible for the education of the young generation, preparing them not only for today, but also for tomorrow, which we may not really be having a full grasp of, what we call the futures. Having said that, I want to look at this question in terms of competencies. What are the competencies that we want to impart to our younger generation? And do these competencies change? The competencies that were required 20 years ago, are they the same competencies that are required now? If you are being taught how to memorize the 1 up to 1 times 1 up to 1 times 12 up to 12 times 12, probably there was a reason for that. After that, you are now allowed to use a machine like a calculator to do your arithmetic, which means these things are being informed by the competencies that we want to impart at every level of learning. Now, in our classroom today at the universities, is getting information a big problem to our students? Is it a big problem? So do we still need the competency of memorizing? Probably 10, 15, 20 years ago, we needed that competency because information was not easily available. So you needed to keep it where? Here. But if you can get it on your phone, do you need to load your memory with what you can easily get? So these are the questions we should ask as educators. What are the competencies that we need to impart today that will prepare our younger generation for today and for tomorrow? And that will determine how we want to use the technology. Following on from what Professor said, what are some of the values or norms that are so dear to us that we will want our younger people to have, regardless of whatever technologies that are there? I call them non-negotiable skills and competencies. What are these non-negotiable skills and competencies, human-based, that learners must have, that we must not allow technology to erode? In as much as we use AI, there are certain things that we cherish as a society, we cherish as a community, we cherish as a country, that we will not want it to take away from us. And if the technology is capable of doing that, then that's why regulation comes in. Regulation is there to protect what we value most, so that new technologies don't behave in a way that erode what we value as a society. So I think my thinking will be that as educators, we need to discern what are the competencies that we want to impart, and that will determine the extent to which we use technology. But very quickly, I would say also, I look at technology as a double-edged sword. Somebody already said here, it can be used for good, and it can also be used for the negative. Technologies are not neutral, and the creators of these technologies have got some ends in mind that we also need to discern. When these technologies are created, they are more or less like push technologies. They are pushed to us. Who here asked Google to create Gemini amongst you here? Did you say you needed it? but they created it, right? And then they are now pushing it, right? And after pushing it, we now believe that we must have it. But we need to reflect, what are the intentions of the creators of these technologies? Are these intentions good for education? And that's where we need to be very reflective on which technologies we use. I use technology in my classroom. My not lesson plan. I'm borrowing from high school. We used to have lesson plans. But course outlines. I have what I called AI-enabled course outlines for my units. So my students will see a topic, and they'll see the objectives I'll want to attain, and they'll see reference to possible prompts that can take them to relevant information. Actually, I train them on how to write prompts the very first days of our class before they start using the AI-enabled course outline. So these prompts, we teach them how do you do a one-shot prompt, how do you do a few prompt, but more critically, how do you do a chain of thought prompt? Because this is what makes you have an argument with the large language model. And more at a higher level, how do you do a tree kind of chain thought that you question in a way that there are different perspectives that emerge, and you can follow each perspective independently and then evaluate and then make a decision. So this is very useful for students. Very quickly, I use also AI to make my work easy. In fact, that course outline, the first draft is AI generated, having given AI what the course description is. And it also helped me very quickly to prepare my teaching materials. But remember, at the end of the day, I still remain the expert. I must go through what it has generated and verify and validate that it is correct information. So the human in the loop, or the human expert in the loop, still is very important. Lastly, if there's this short story of somebody who had a ship that had a problem, those big ships, and then several engineers came, but they couldn't solve the problem. Then one engineer came, looked at the problem, and then asked for a hammer, and then it hit some portion of the ship, I don't know, and it started working. And then when he gave the invoice was so big, and the person was saying, but you just came and hit something, and you are giving me this huge invoice. Then the person said, the big invoice is for knowing where to hit. So the same way, for us to use these tools, you have to know exactly what you want. So you must have knowledge first before you can productively use these large language models. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those are very good insights. I think I resonate very well with them and the audience as well. What is very critical is that we need the competencies to use AI, as he has said. AI is out here for us, but how do we use it? Which competencies do we have as lecturers, as educationists, as students, so that we don't just, if we misuse it, it gives us irrelevant results. And as you heard from the morning, sometimes AI has hallucinations. AI can give you wrong answers. So it's not always right. It depends on its mood, I think, somehow. So we as users of AI must be quite careful so that we don't take it as a one-stop shop for all our problems. And I'm still referring to the student who, after their completion, will still thank AI. AI will make your work easy, but it will not replace, if you are doing circuit analysis or something, or some molecules in chemistry and structure and bonding and stuff like that, it may give you a wrong answer, you know. If you have a case in court and you say, okay, I'm going to ask ChatGPT what's the likely sentence I get if I flout a traffic rule. The other day, that's what I did to check after I was found on the wrong by the police. And I was told that the offense was not listed among the laws of Kenya, and therefore the magistrate could decide to fine me anything from letting me free up to 20,000. And when I checked my M-Pesa, I don't think I had the 20,000 shillings. So anyway, what we are learning is that let us teach students, let students learn how to use AI from a competency perspective. Dr. Ngeno, you may go ahead. I'm sure you are well versed. The other day you were using Magic School, I think, in generating some test items. So you could explain what kind of AI user you are, particularly in the classroom, and how it will help in teaching, learning, and assessment. Because for learning to be proven, there must be an assessment at the end. So how do we go through this, or how do you go through that yourself?
Thank you. To begin with, maybe I should say I've also been a teacher in high school for mathematics and geography. Here in the university, I train teachers. So my role as a teacher trainer is to train teachers to use AI in an ethical way. I need to train my teachers to know which is the appropriate AI to use for what. Of course, we have so many generative AI that we can apply. But we need to know what do we need. Because generative AI could be used to prepare content or text. You can have AI to have generate images. You can have AI to generate audio, and so on and so on. So for my students, they need to know which is the appropriate AI agent you are going to use, or AI tool that you are going to use. You can use AI to teach. That is when you're applying pedagogical approaches like flipped classrooms. Flipped classrooms is where you give work to students, they go and work overnight, and then they report the following day on what they have done. So when they are working, they can guide them to use a particular type of AI, and therefore they'll be able to report. Again, like I said earlier, as we use AI, we have to consider what are we up to? What do we want our students to develop? Is it just to recall? Or do we want them to use AI to develop skills? So as a teacher trainer, I would want my students to develop skills that they are going to use in the classroom, or that they are going to use in teaching their students. So you guide them during instruction. What do you do? What kind of AI do you use? Like I said, if you are to search about generative AI in education, you can get up to 50 different types of AI. The one I've interacted with, the obvious one is ChatGPT. We have Magic Schools, which is very good for teachers. Magic Schools can help you prepare lesson plans or teaching guides. It can help you generate content. If you have a very busy person, like normally our deans and maybe CODs have a lot of meetings going on, and there's a report you need to summarize, you can still use AI. You give the report and tell them to give you maybe a one-page summary of the whole thing. It will help you save time, okay? So it will release you, instead of reading 200 pages, you can get maybe 5 pages with all the information you need. When it comes to assessment in the classroom, AI can help you generate objective exams or even essay exams that you can use with your students. If you have 1,000 students and you want to give a question that they are going to answer and you don't want them to share, they all sit there. You can generate 100 questions or 1,000 questions, but let them give out in sets of 5. So every student will receive question on the same content, but the question, the way they come, will not allow them to cheat, but they'll have to think on their own, because my question is not the same as. So again, AI can help you manage large classrooms in terms of assessment. It can also help you develop assessment tools that will make sure that it is fair and it covers the whole course. So AI is a very useful tool in the classroom. I think I don't need to belabor beyond that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Ngeno. That's a good run through the tools. So of course, we are coming there to the tools later. I wanted to go to Professor Kamweru, if he's online with us still, to give us his version of what kind of AI he uses in his classrooms. Professor Kamweru.
Thank you, sir. I'll briefly mention how I have used AI, and you are the one who will be able to classify me in those difficult terms you are using there. But first of all, let me say I'm a proud educator. My first degree I did education. I was trained there in Egerton. And I've also, for 15 years, I've been teaching, but now at the university level. In terms of embracing AI, I believe I would not be very wrong if I put myself as among the people who have really embraced AI. And I try to use AI in literally everything that pertains to what I do as an educator in class. This starts from what we call in lesson planning, but at our level, as it has been said, we do not call it lesson planning, but I use AI even to align my content, to organize the timelines on how I'm supposed to teach the content, to look at the depth of the content, depending on which class I'm teaching. I engage with the learners at various levels, those at the PhD, those who are doing their doctorate, there are those doing masters, and there are those that are doing their bachelors. So I will look at the levels of difficulties, even when I'm teaching the same lesson for the various levels, and I'll use AI to assist me to gauge the level that is appropriate for whichever class I'm planning for. I've also used AI for examination setting, that is setting assessment, including I've also used AI in trying to do the marking itself, or allocating or awarding marks, and some at the experimental levels and some with very nice results depending on the tools that I'm employing. So I would like to think I'm an engaging AI educator and somebody who advocates for its use, both for the educators and also for our learners. But I want to mention something or reiterate something that has already been mentioned by one of us, that you literally need to be on the steering wheel. You are the expert here. And I agree with those who say that even though you use AI or encourage the use of AI, we ought also to encourage one another and encourage even our learners also to understand the knowledge from its first principles. For example, it is very easy to say that you add 1 to 1 using a calculator and it is equal to 2. But that does not negate what my colleagues in pure mathematics will argue and try to prove why 1 plus 1 is equal to 2. Because understanding those first principles also has a benefit elsewhere. I also want to join my argument here with how the question was placed to us. You had mentioned Bloom's taxonomy. And while mentioning the Bloom's taxonomy, what came into my mind at first is the way we examine our learners, is the way we do assess our learners. And I am borrowing my experience also from my external examiner engagement. I'm an external examiner for a particular university here in Kenya. And when I'm engaging the lecturers who have set various exams and also have done assessment and awarded marks, there is always a discussion that I engage them, or we engage each other. We ask, which level or which levels in the Bloom's taxonomy were you targeting to examine your learners? Simple recalling, although here we may seem as if we are saying simple recalling is not important. I know that there are various expertise, or there are various fields that you require recording of data or recording of information, very important. For example, in a flip of a second, for somebody who has the competence of piloting an airplane and is supposed to make a decision, even though sometimes we are told they are aided with the auto machines when they are doing that. If you do away with the machine that is aiding his piloting skills, there are some times that recalling a particular fact will be very important. So you as the learner, you as the educator now, in this case not the learner, you as the educator, while teaching or while doing assessing your students, you must ask yourself a question: which Bloom's taxonomy do I want to assess, or in which area am I trying to engage my learners in? And what I do when I'm assessing or when I'm setting an exam, and I have already agreed that these are the levels of the Bloom's taxonomy that I want to assess, it is very easy to just expose my exam or that draft to an AI tool and then to analyze for me the various levels that has been examined. If that is what I want, then I proceed. If I've not examined higher levels, then I raise my questions to fit the levels that I'm targeting. For example, for many of us who have done physics at some point, may recall something we call Hooke's law. I just tell a AI tool, give me an exam question regarding Hooke's law, and I don't define the Bloom's taxonomy level, most likely, most of them, the way I have found, they will start with the lowest, just recalling. But I can tell it now, can you raise it up to a particular level? And sometimes I can tell, give me questions in all those Bloom's taxonomy levels, so that I choose that question that is fitting the level that I want, and also that is across that broad spectrum. So I've talked about Bloom's taxonomy, and this is something that you can even do where you are teaching, or even, as I've indicated, while you are doing assessment. So I'm an engaging AI educator, I would say so, and I've tried, as I've said, to include or to involve AI in most of the things. One of the other things that I do, you have seen, we like in physics, we like explaining many difficult tasks with difficult equations. So an equation is just placed there. And with the equation itself, even without the text, you can just give the student the equation and they can get the explanation, also get the knowledge from first principles of that equation, even get the way it's derived, just by using AI or AI tools that are available to us. So I'll continue my journey, and I will urge everyone who is skeptical about this also to embrace this, because it is making what we do as educators easier. It is there to assist us. It is a powerful, inevitable reality that need to be mastered, but student needs to be directed on how they use it. Most importantly for me, to automate those repetitive tasks that can easily be done by a machine. That need to be, given over to the machine to do it, to an AI tool to do it. And therefore I have more tools, I have more time, sorry, not tools. I'll have more time and energy to now do the high-valued human interactions that are required in the teaching, learning process. And this one, also now we can redefine many other things that we need to do. We shift the focus from proving a student can write, for example, a draft of an essay, to, for example, showing how a student can critique a draft that has been created by AI, and many other things that we can do. So I think in summary, I'm an engaging AI educator, and I like to continue to be doing so. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Kamweru. I hope you share the same enthusiasm with your faculty. That is really very engaging, I think. I just want to mention, we are winding up. These are the last rounds of questions we are going to. But I want to entice you with something. If you're able to do something and you can get money out of it, how would you like it? Recently, I made 500 shillings by doing a mundane task of running a research paper through Turnitin to check the similarity index. Person was so pleased, they sent me 500 shillings. So I think I owe the Egerton Library that money. I think I'll have to pay back to Kenneth, Rotich, or Juguna, who have been taking us through this Turnitin. And why am I saying this, and why am I coming to it? Issues of similarity for higher education research are becoming very important. And it would be better if you were able to do it for yourself. If you can't, you are handicapped. You have to look for someone to do it for you. So I'm convinced that, however, very recently, PricewaterhouseCoopers did a consultancy for the American government, and they were told to return back the money they got because their reports were AI generated. So I don't know, I'm bringing this to develop a case for policy, particularly for higher education. Recently, Egerton University is moving towards purely online courses. If you're a student here and you're going to do Introduction to Philosophy, Ed 4 112 or Ed 4 111, you're going to learn online on your own with very little interaction with your lecturers. Now, when you learn online, the final exam is a bank of questions out of which you do around 200 from a bank of around 2,000 questions, which are randomly generated for each student, so you can't copy your colleague. Now, as far as policy of the university is concerned, or anywhere else, and this is to the panelists to think as we finalize, the exam scores are generated by the system. And these exam scores are supposed to be relayed to examinations and processed as a score and as a grade without the lecturer's intervention. So I'm bringing this in that if you write using AI and it's detected that the entire work is AI generated, then there's trouble. Now, marks are generated electronically, the test is done electronically. Where are our university policies in terms of teaching and learning on this? As you finalize, Dr. Patricia, give us 1 minute only because I'm short of time. What would you say, what do we need to do about our statutes, our policies? How are they supposed to be in line with the current realities of AI?
Thank you so much, and it is very important for us to have guidelines. Otherwise, it will be chaotic. The story goes, there is a king who used to go to bath the day it is not raining. and he had experts. A person who was employed, getting a lot of money, and used to tell the king, you can go, it will not rain. But one day, he was told it's not going to rain, and he was going to take a bath in the river. He met with a farmer, and the farmer asked him, where are you going? He said, I'm going to bathe. Today is not rain. The farmer said, be careful, it will rain. And truly, when the king went, it rained. And he was very annoyed because his expert had failed. So he sacked the expert. And he said, you are not doing my work. And then employed the farmer to be the expert, to be telling him. So when the farmer came, he was getting that salary. And the king said, is it going to rain today? He said, I have to go home and look at the ears of my donkey, because the donkey is the one that tells me when it is raining or not. So the king sacked the farmer and employed what? The donkey. Lack of policies will cause us to sack everybody else and have things that are confused. So the first thing we need to do, so that we don't employ a donkey or a machine to be doing all those kinds of, he's saying about the exams and what have you, we need clear policies on the use of AI generation. So that is a critical thing. In our teaching and learning, we need to have the AI so that we don't employ a donkey instead of the human.
Thank you very much. That's really apt. Dr. Redo, your final thoughts about policy directions for teaching and learning using AI.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, I think it is important for us to develop policies and guidelines right from the institutional levels to national levels. The only issue is that we keep on saying we should develop policies. Who should develop them? And I've always challenged my colleagues that good policies emerge from the bottom, going up. You don't really expect the vice chancellors to come with the policies. You really expect that we need to do something as educators. We need to raise these issues. We need to identify the pain points which policy should capture, and discuss this with the university management and authorities. Again, policies must be very contextualized. They must take cognizance of our specific circumstances and needs. I'm very disappointed with some of the policies we see both at the national level and all that, which seems to be copy-paste from other jurisdictions where the circumstances may actually be very different. So lastly, we need to, we go back to the competencies. What are the competencies that we value most? And policies are about protecting these competencies, ensure that these competencies are actually transmitted to the learners.
Thank you, Dr. Redo. So you have heard clearly, we are the ones to develop those policies and not the Vice Chancellor. Is that what you say?
We are the ones to start the discussion. I may just give a quick example that at the University of Nairobi, I'm leading a research that has already collected data from academics on AI issues, and it's supposed to go around all the universities. I think I've seen some feedback from Egerton University, and this is the starting point so that we have some data which we can now use to start the discussions. The preliminary results of this research will be presented at the Arua conference, which is coming up in Kampala, I think, towards the end of this month. But
thank you very much. So that's a take-home point already. Dr. Ngeno, please, policy directions regarding teaching and learning in higher education.
With the coming in of AI in the classroom and in our research, it's high time that we have a clear policy in the university. And we, the academic staff, maybe led by people from ICT, we need to develop a policy. We propose a policy which can go through the processes up to where it is approved. And this can be started by, even as an outcome of this AI summit, that should come out of this. We also had the keynote speaker in the morning. Was it the keynote speaker or somebody talking about developing a brain for Egerton? So maybe we should start. We have a lot of research that we have done. Where is it stored? Do we have a database? Are we able to generate that brain for ourselves? So we need policies to guide us on coming up with that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Ngeno. I think the Egerton brain has to be developed. Now we go to Professor Kamweru, the last person to speak. Please give us 1 minute only, kindly.
Thank you. In 1 minute. AI is like a knife. We all know the use of a knife in the society can be used to cook nice meals. They have been used to cook nice meals in time immemorial, but they can also be used to hurt someone. So they have the capacity, but we do not allow, or we do not outlaw sharp knives. We only regulate who can use them, where and how. We regulate the intent and the content. We regulate through licensing and training. For example, chefs, there are some chefs that are certified and trained and licensed to carry some knives. We use the restrictions. Knives cannot be carried in public. We can also do the same with AI. We can restrict where AI use should be restricted. We should have policies that design particular rules. For example, we need to have when you use AI, for example, even for our student, they must say that they have used AI. We need to enforce penalties when use has contravened the policy that we have set, and many other things. I can continue on and on using the analogy of the knife. So we definitely need policies, and we are aware that the CUE have started and is reading this in Kenya to have policies that will regulate AI use in higher education. Some universities also are some steps ahead, some are lagging, but definitely we need to use AI because we cannot ignore it. We are not going to bury our hands in the sand. It is here with us, but we need to regulate how we use it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Kamweru. I think with your sharp knives analogy, I think sharp knives have been used here now for the second time. Mark Matunga used it and said it depends on how you use it, or if you're in a kitchen and you have a sharp knife, you're better placed, but not in a conference like this, or even sharp arrows, you know. So we want to summarize the discussion and say that AI is here with us in teaching and learning. We need to use it. We need to show students how to use it. We need to develop guidelines. We are happy the panelists are from quality assurance, from departments that teach educators, from deans and the rest of the people. So I think I want to thank Professor Wambugu, Professor Dr. Redo, Dr. Ngeno, Professor Kamweru, for these insightful engagements that we have had, and that I hope somebody is recording these takeaways, that we can document it into something that we could use as a university or educators. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Thank you very much, Dr. Makini. That was good. And to our discussants, thank you very much. There were quick takeaways. Are we employing the donkey, or we want to retain the owner of the donkey? And then the question on who will do these policies is very key. And it is also interesting to learn what will be the sources of this information that will inform the policies. And as these people were discussing here, I remembered head, and then the hand, and then the heart. And I saw the 3H there. And I quickly went to my Chat GPT version 4 and asked, what do you do with the participants who have been sitting in a summit since 7, 8 a.m. all the way to 5 p.m.? And the answer was simple. Send them home. And that is what we will be doing. But before then, we would wish to appreciate Professor Kamweru, who was supposed to be here, but encountered challenges on his way. But we appreciate that he made time to make his contribution. We acknowledge all the sponsors who have made it possible for us to be here, all the way from CISAM, Coelib, to Google. We can't thank you enough. Thank you very much, plus the many other sponsors. I have been reminded to remind you that there is the fireside chat starting from 7, and please, kesho, kosa uchekwe. If you go through what we are supposed to be going through tomorrow, of course, you will find that our Vice Chancellor will be here taking us through harnessing AI to drive Egerton's mission in teaching, research, and community transformation. That is a talk that none of you would want to miss. There is Dr. David Ngigi, the Director General, National Commission for Science, Technology, and Innovation, on Kenya's strategic vision for AI-driven research and economic growth. And then we will have Professor Dixon Andala, the CEO, National Research Fund, taking us through strategic funding for transformative AI research. And then there will be a keynote speech. None of you would want to miss that. And by that, I would wish to allow the discussants and the director ICT to have a photo here to capture the moment for the day. And because he is the chief convener, he is going to send you home and tell you whether there will be a cup of tea. And as we take that cup of tea, we will also have a group photo on the stairs. So kindly, Bona Director, it is my humble duty to call you so that you can send the participants home and remind them to come tomorrow. Thank you and enjoy your evening.
I think I'd like to invite all our speakers for the day who are still in the room. Please come up for the group photo. And all the speakers, please, Patricia, panelists, Dr. Ngeno. I don't know whether we still have Dr. See, he's not in. Yeah. I mean, we can do that one. Dr. Anderito seems to have left. Okay. All right, as they arranged, thank you very much for coming and for being here up to this time. I probably want to know, or can I guess, has this been worth your day? Has it been worth your day? I'm happy. I can tell. If you're still here at 5 p.m., clearly it was worth your day. We appreciate your patience. You've not been very fidgety. Great. Was I to join them there?
Just a few. Dr. Karanja, oh, you need to join this team. All right, and several other people. Director, gender, let's join. and several other senior colleagues of the university. Dean of students, please. Prof, let's join. At our end, we join. Let's join. Kuja. Prof, kujeni. Let's just fill up Nyuma. Then after this, we are going to have another bigger group photo for everyone at the stairs, just before we take tea and depart. Okay? Yes. Please, let's join this shot. Okay. No, it's okay. Just yes, the ones who are seated, let them sit. Yes. Okay. Then after this, we are. Daktari, malizia, then twende.
I think I don't have much to add. I was given a difficult task, to tell you the truth. First of all, let's please be there for the group photo on the stairs. Before I say a word of prayer, I had asked that you be served with a bottle of water for this afternoon. I did not, or we did not manage to get afternoon tea, but we made it up with a very sumptuous lunch, which I'm aware is still in the process of being digested. So you should not be low on sugar tomorrow. Make sure you take the lunch very seriously. We will repeat the exercise. So I'd like us to just stand for word of prayer, then we go to the stairs for the group photo. Oh, there's tea. Oh, I didn't know those tea. Oh yeah, we have I'm surprised, I didn't know. So after the group photo, please, then we take the tea. Sikujua. Oh, I'm surprised. Kuna mtu amewazawadi chai. Ati AI. Let's give thanks for the day. Our Father in heaven, we thank you for a wonderful day that you've given us. We thank you for it's been a wonderful time of learning and interaction. Indeed, Lord, AI is here with us. We believe it is one more gift that you've given us as humankind. And Lord, we continue to learn how to use it responsibly and productively. We thank you for every speaker, every participant, every person who's made this day a success. Lord, we pray for your blessing upon them. As we retreat this evening to rest, Father, be with us. We pray for tomorrow, that Lord, it will be yet another wonderful day. In Jesus' name we pray. See you at 7 for the fireside chat. Follow it on YouTube or join on Zoom. Thank you.
I can further use AI in the classroom and also in my research.
The AI Summit has a lot of important information, a lot of important issues which are going to be discussed, and they're going to be beneficial to all of us.